Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was wandless prophecy since infancy? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Hello, my little Harry. A woman with fiery red hair and beautiful green eyes smiled at me. I knew her face. I saw it whenever the world was not dark. Every time I saw her smiling face, I felt warm, safe, secure. How's my little man? I didn't really know what she was saying, not everything, but the feelings of warmth I felt when she was near made everything else not matter. I would giggle when she would make funny faces or play with my hands and tickle my feet. Every time I saw her, I was happy. Mom, Mom, I giggled and laughed. So did the woman. She liked it when I called her Mum. As she continued to play with me, I saw something around her neck, dangling and swaying as she moved. It was round and big and shiny. I wanted it. As if responding to my want, I felt something well up inside of me. I didn't know what it was, but I had felt this way before. I knew what was going to happen. The pendant lifted itself around the woman's neck and made its way to me. I held out my hands and grabbed a hold of the shiny round thing, smiling as I began to chew on it. The woman gave a surprised gasp, but I wasn't really paying attention anymore. James, you have to come here and see this. A little ways over from us, the door that led to the room opened and in walked a man with messy raven hair and brown mischievous eyes, hidden behind a pair of wire frame glasses. See what, Lils? Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. But our little Harry just had his first bout of accidental magic, Lils said excitedly. What? James walked over to the two of us and looked at me. Blinking as I saw this new person that I knew in front of me, I stopped gnawing on the shiny thing long enough to look up at the man, before going right back to my previous activity. You sure he did accidental magic, Lils? I mean, magic at his age is completely unheard of. He's not even one yet. I know what I saw, Lils said firmly. Watch this. She gently pried the pendant out of my grip. Seeing my new toy gone, I reached out with my hands to get it back, but Lils moved it out of my reach. For a moment, I thought about crying. That usually got me what I wanted. But Lils, who liked it when I called Mum, and James, who liked being called Dad, didn't like it when I cried. They always got very sad. I didn't like it when they were sad, so I didn't cry. I still wanted the shiny though, so I held out my hands again and reached out for that warm feeling that let lift the pendant again. The pendant, once again, slipped from around Lil's neck and floated into my hands. James blinked, opened his mouth, closed it, then blinked again. Finally, he said, Lily, I don't think that was accidental. It seemed pretty deliberate to me. Lily scoffed, now who's sounding far-fetched. A 1-year-old using wandless magic? Really, James? James rubbed the back of his head. Well, maybe this is natural for him. After all, the prophecy said he would defeat the Dark Lord. Maybe he's just super powerful. As if someone flipped a switch, James began to float and wiped crocodile tears from his eyes. I'm so proud. My son is going to be more powerful than Merlin. Just wait until I show him the ropes and get him all ready to go to Hogwarts. James Potter, I will not have you teach my child to be a delinquent like you and your marauder friends, Lily said in a scolding tone. James was instantly cowed. Yes, dear. The scene began to change. Lily and James disappeared and I was alone. Shouting reached my ears. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. Fool. You think you can defeat me without your wand? Avada Kedavra. The door burst open and Lily rushed in. Seeing the woman, I smiled and got to my feet. Mom. I held out my hands. We play now? But my mum did not play with me. Instead of coming over to pick me up like she usually did, she began pushing large objects in front of the door. I watched, curious. What was she doing? Was this a new game? Only after she had put every big object in the room in front of the door did she walk over to me. I smiled and held out my hands. Mom. She smiled at me and gently rubbed my head. We play now? I'm sorry, Harry. Even though Mum was smiling, I saw that she was crying. You sad? Got boo-boo? Mum sniffed a bit, her head shaking back and forth. What was going on? Why was Mum crying? Only a few seconds after Mum came in did the door burst open, exploding and sending all of the objects that had been previously used as a barricade away. In walked a very tall man with very pale skin, dark hair and dark eyes. I didn't know him. He wasn't Unca Padfu, Moon or Wormy. Who was he? Not Harry. Not Harry. Please not Harry. Lily pleaded as she turned around to face this man. The man merely laughed and stalked forward. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside, now, he hissed. His voice sounded kind of like this one snake that I spoke to that lived in our flowers. Except that snake sounded nice. This man did not sound nice. He sounded cold. Not Harry. Please no. Take me. Kill me instead, she begged. I won't tell you again. Stand aside, the pale man ordered. Not Harry, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. She was sobbing by now. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand. Why was Mum crying? Why did this man want her to move? Did he want something from me? Stand aside. The man all but roared at Lily. Something seemed to change in the woman once she realized that the pale man would not be swayed. Lily turned, putting me back in my crib despite my gurgled protest. When I looked into her eyes, I saw something different. They had been afraid before, but now they were smoldering. She turned back around and glared defiantly at the pale man. No, foolish girl, the man pointed the odd stick that Mum, Dad, and the others used to do their magic. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light hit Mum. I watched as she fell to the floor and went still. Mum! Mum! I called out to her, but she did not answer. She just continued to lay there, not moving. Mum! 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 I felt scared. Mum wasn't saying anything. She wasn't getting up. She wasn't moving at all. What was wrong with her? Why wasn't she moving? The man walked over to me. I looked up at him and felt both scared and angry. Mum wasn't moving because of this man. That green light he created caused Mum to stop moving. You hurt Mum. Yes, the man laughed, amused. I hurt Mum. And now I am going to hurt you too. The man raised his stick at me. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot from his stick and hit me. It hurt. It hurt a lot. And I cried. I cried for Mum, and Dad, and Unca Padfu to make the hurting stop. No one came. All I could hear was the man laughing at me. Then a shriek of outrage followed by a cry and then nothing. My world turned dark. Brilliant green eyes snapped open and found themselves staring at the white ceiling they had grown up seeing for the past several years of his life. The room was dim, the only light source being the small trickle of sunlight that streamed in through the blinds and let him know the sun was beginning to rise. Seeing how the day was starting and the chance of sleep returning seemed unlikely, Harry James Potter sat up in his bed with a heavy sigh, his hands going up to message his forehead. It was that dream again, one of the many that haunted his sleep. This was nothing new to Harry. While his meditation allowed him to clear his mind and lock his memories away during the day so they wouldn't bother him, there was nothing stopping them from coming out during the night when he fell asleep. It was an unfortunate side effect of sleeping. All mental functions, including any defense he crafted within his mind, shut down while asleep. Memories. Those were what he saw every night when he shut his eyes and allowed the Sandman to claim him. Unlike most people whose dreams were often inconsequential, unusual, sometimes downright silly and rarely remembered with any clarity, Harry Potter always remembered his dreams. They were of things he would never forget. The reason for this phenomena was as simple as it was complex. Harry had what was known as eidetic memory, that is, he had the ability to perfectly recall anything he had ever seen or done with the same clarity of vision as if the event being remembered happened just a few seconds ago. Every sight, sound, scent, touch and taste he'd ever had the pleasure or displeasure of experiencing was locked away within his mind, never to be forgotten. It was as much of a blessing as it was a curse. Turning his head and opening his eyes, he looked around the room that had been his since he was 6. It was small, the smallest room at the Dursleys' household on number 4, Privet Drive in Surrey. Originally, it had belonged to his cousin, Dudley, and was used by him to store all of his toys and junk that he never used or had broken but didn't want to throw away. It was only after Harry had come into his own, so to speak, that he ended up getting the room for himself. Dudley hadn't been happy about that, neither had his parents for that matter, but there really hadn't been much they could do about it either way. Despite its small size, it was not lacking in quality materials. His bed, while tiny, was comfortable and had dark forest green sheets. Next to the door was an armoire, and over to his left, right under the window, was a desk and chair. They weren't the best products that money could buy, but they were far from the worst. These amenities had taken quite a bit of his hard-earned savings from the various jobs he did over the summer to buy, but he considered them worthwhile investments, especially when taking into account what he had been forced to use before. Deciding that it was time to get up and start his morning routine, Harry slid out of bed, bare feet hitting the soft carpet. His left hand came up and waved over at the armoire, while he walked over to the desk. As Harry slid open one of the drawers, the armoire rattled for a moment, before the doors opened up of their own accord. Likewise, the two drawers on the bottom of the piece of furniture slid open as well. Harry's hand reached into the desk and pulled the sports watch he had bought for himself a few weeks back. He didn't put it on just yet, instead setting it down on the desk and turning a moment after the armoire opened. Several articles of clothing came out from within the standing closet. A pair of black running shorts, a white sleeveless shirt, socks, briefs, and a pair of black and white running shoes. They floated over to Harry, who grabbed them one by one and put them on. Only after the last article of clothing had been placed on his person did he grab the watch and attach it to his wrist. He looked down at his watch, checking the time. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, meaning it was unlikely that anyone else in the household was even awake at the moment. That was good. It meant Harry wouldn't be disturbed when he came back from his morning exercise. With those thoughts in mind, Harry made his way outside. The air outside was crisp, cool, and refreshing. The perfect atmosphere to work up a good sweat, Harry decided, as he locked the door and began going through his morning stretches. Bending over and touching his toes, twisting his torso from side to side, stretching his arms behind his back and over his head. He was a bit stiff this morning. No doubt this came from the particular memory that had chosen to haunt his dreams last night. It took a bit longer to limber up because of that, but that was all right. He had woken up a little earlier than usual anyway. As soon as he finished his stretches, Harry hit a button on his watch to start the timer and began his run. Harry made his way to the park, varying his speed from a light jog to a full-out sprint, going from a straight line to zigzag patterns. He always liked to mix up his workout routine, sometimes just jogging, other times sprinting, and sometimes doing intervals like he was now. It helped keep his body from getting too used to his workouts. When Harry got to the park, he began the next part of his routine. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, and suicides. By the time he finished, his body had the pleasant ache of someone who had worked their muscles arduously. This was something Harry did almost every morning. 5 days a week he would wake up in the morning and went through several exercises. Sometimes he would push himself to the brink, doing everything he could to break past his physical boundaries. Other times, like today, he would only do what he considered a light warm-up. He couldn't afford to let his body turn into a swollen bruise due to his plans today. After finishing his workout, Harry headed back home at a light jog. Physically, not much had changed in the Dursley household. The living room's appearance was almost identical to what it had been the night Harry had been dropped off on the Dursleys' doorstep. Only the photographs on the mantelpiece really showed how much time had passed. 10 years ago, there had been lots of pictures of what looked like a large pink beach ball wearing different colored bonnets. But Dudley Dursley was no longer a baby, and now the photographs showed a large blonde pig-faced boy riding his first bicycle on a carousel at the fair, playing a computer game with his father, being hugged and kissed by his mother. Like all things except Harry's bedroom, this room showed no sign of him even living there. That was fine with him. He had never truly considered the Dursleys to be family in any case. There was more to family than just relation by injury. Harry entered the bathroom on the second floor, disrobing from his now sweat-covered clothes. He drawn to the shower and stepped in. Rather than start cleaning himself right away, Harry pressed his palms against the wall and let the water hit his back. It was cold, starting out at least, but soon warmed up to the point where the room became covered in steam. After about a minute or two of simply letting the now hot water run down his form, Harry grabbed a bar of soap and began cleaning himself off. With his free hand, he gestured towards a bottle of shampoo, which lifted off the lip of the tub and floated towards him, stopping only after it had moved above his head. The small lid opened up and began to pour a dollop-sized drop on his head, before settling back down in its original spot. After he was done cleaning his body, the raven-haired youth quickly worked the shampoo in his hair into a fine lather before rinsing it off. Soon after he finished cleaning, Harry turned off the water, stepped out, grabbed a towel and began drying off. It was while he was doing this that he caught his figure in the fogged-up mirror. At nearly 11 years of age, Harry Potter was slightly above average in height. His body was very lean and likely always would be, but where most children his age were just skinny, Harry's was beginning to form muscles. They weren't much, his body had yet to go through puberty, but they were there, beginning to form and become defined. A frown marred his face. Boys his age should not have muscles like this. The school nurse had often told him that muscle growth such as this was an abnormality and that he should get a doctor to check on him. Not that he would. Unlike the school nurse, Harry knew why he had muscles where no 10-year-old should. Or at least, he had a theory on why he had more muscles than a child his age should be capable of getting. But without any true knowledge on the subject, he didn't dare put his theory to the test. Aside from his rather impressive for a 10-year-old physique, Harry had several scars that were on his back and chest. Most were not serious. His uncle rarely harmed him physically, preferring to pretend he didn't exist. Still, there were a few on his back that he got from lashings with his uncle's belt. Of course, there was also the prominent scar on his forehead shaped in a lightning bolt, the scar he got when his parents died. He shrugged thoughts of his scars. Battle wounds, Harry often joked. Off a second later, entered his room and changed into a set of snug black jeans, a green shirt that matched his eyes and a pair of Converse shoes. He spent the next half an hour sitting down on his floor, in a cross-legged position, with his eyes closed and his breathing slow and controlled. Harry usually did this every day in order to help clear his thoughts so he could think without being inundated by random memories. It didn't keep them away, but meditation at least ensured that he would not be bothered by them. When he was finished, the clock read 6 a.m. on the dot. Harry made his into the kitchen. He grabbed several bowls and 2 pans from a cupboard, some eggs, milk, cheese and butter from the fridge, and flour and sugar from the pantry. He drawn to the stove, put the 2 pans on different burners before placing a spoonful of butter on each. He started placing the ingredients in the bowl, cracking the eggs and mixing in the flour and milk, adding the sugar and some butter. As he worked in mixing the ingredients into a fine batter, he hummed a little to himself. He had learned to enjoy cooking in past 5 years, and had taken several cooking courses over one of his summers. His love of cooking was really one of the only reasons he still made breakfast and dinner for the Dursleys whenever he was home. Once he was positive there were no clumps in the batter, he moved over to the pans. The butter had melted and he made sure to spread it out evenly over the surface. With that done, Harry got out another bowl, cracked 6 eggs, added some salt and pepper, and whisked them enthusiastically. He always made something different for himself. He had no interest in the less healthy food that his relatives seemed to enjoy so much. Once the butter had melted and started to brown, Harry poured the eggs into the frying pan and stirred it with the flat side of a fork. When the side started to set, he lifted the side and pulled it into the center, repeating this until half of the eggs were set. He spooned 3 tablespoons of double cream onto the eggs, then liberally sprinkled it with some Balderson's cheddar cheese and put it under the grill. He popped 2 pieces of toast into the toaster and moved over to the other pan and flipped the pancake on it. The sound of the door to the kitchen/living room caused him to look up from the eggs and pancakes he had been cooking. "Aunt Petunia," Harry greeted with a curt nod. His relationship with his aunt was probably the strangest of the bunch. Neither of them liked each other. Harry may not hate the woman like he used to back when he was younger, but he greatly disliked her and knew that she despised, or at the least very much disliked him. Of course, her feelings for Harry were so mixed in with other emotions that Harry could sense but not make heads or tails of that. He was often left confused. Petunia was also something of his go-between for him and the other 2 Dursleys. who only spoke to him when absolutely necessary. Because of this, things remained somewhat cordial between them, though Harry was sure part of the reason she acted so cordial was due to fear. "Good, you're making breakfast," said Petunia in a stiff and formal voice. "Try not to burn anything. I want everything to be perfect for my Dudley's birthday." That's right, Harry thought to himself. Today was Dudley's birthday. It was rather hard to forget about that, mainly because it was rather difficult to miss all of the presents that were practically hiding the table they sat on top of. It looked as though Dudley had gotten the new computer he wanted, not to mention a second television and the racing bike. Exactly why Dudley wanted a racing bike was beyond Harry. Dudley was very fat and hated exercise, unless of course it involved punching somebody. For the first 6 years of Harry's life, he had been Dudley's favorite punching bag. Of course, all that had changed when he learned to use magic. Now the pig-faced boy was even more afraid of him than his aunt. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said in a humoring voice. They both knew there was nothing she could do if he decided to be rebellious. Petunia sniffed, nodded and headed back towards the stairs to get Dudley. Harry had nearly finished making breakfast by the time Dudley and Uncle Vernon arrived in the kitchen. Dudley and Uncle Vernon were a study in similarities. They had the same large pink face, the same lack of neck, the same small watery blue eyes, and the same thick blonde hair. Harry often wondered if he should pity them. Truly, some people just weren't lucky in the genetics department. Harry put the plates of pancakes, eggs, and bacon on the table, which was difficult as there wasn't much room. He went back and grabbed his own food from under the grill, his toast, and sat down to eat. Dudley, meanwhile, was counting his presents. His face fell. 36, he said, looking at his mother and father. Harry was impressed that his cousin could count that far. He used to only be capable of counting the number of fingers on his hands. "That's 2 less than last year. Darling, you haven't counted Auntie Marge's present. See, it's here under this big one from Mommy and Daddy." "All right, 37 then," said Dudley, going red in the face. Harry, who could see a huge Dudley tantrum coming on, moved over to the countertop to eat in case Dudley turned the table over. Aunt Petunia obviously scented danger too, because she quickly made to supplicate him, "And we'll buy another 2 presents while we're out today. How's that, Popkin? 2 more presents. Is that all right?" Dudley thought for a moment. It looked like hard work for him. Finally he said slowly, "So I'll have 39 sweetums," said Aunt Petunia. Dudley sat down heavily and grabbed the nearest parcel. "All right then," Uncle Vernon chuckled. "Little Tyke wants his money's worth, just like his father." "Atta boy, Dudley." He ruffled Dudley's hair. There were a few moments of silence as everyone ate, and Dudley opened his presents. When they were finished, Harry took the plates away. As he grabbed Aunt Petunia's plate, she fixed him with a look. "I do not want you here while we are at the zoo today." Harry understood what she was really saying. Harry was never allowed in the house when no one was there. They did not trust him enough to leave him alone. "I plan on going to the Dow for a while, and then I'm going to head over to the library and meet up with Lisa," said Harry. Petunia snorted. Vernon looked disgruntled and Dudley looked constipated. When Harry was 7 years old, he had found a small Dow that taught Chinese martial arts. It had taken various levels of violence threatened and a demonstration of Harry's magic by levitating several knives and floating them around the 3 Dursleys before he was allowed to go. Dudley had wanted to go as well, but ended up quitting because it was too much work. None of them liked the fact that he went there, but could do nothing about it as Harry paid for his time there himself. "Very well," said Petunia, while Vernon muttered about how freaks shouldn't be allowed to learn how to fight. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Oh, good Lord, they're here," said Aunt Petunia frantically, and a moment later, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, waked in with his mother. Piers was a twig of a boy whose face reminded Harry of a rat. Harry didn't like him, and Piers was afraid of Harry even though he did not know about Harry's magic. Not more than a few minutes later, the Dursleys and Piers were gone and Harry was walking to the Dow. Along the way, he offered a small wave to Mrs. Figg, a woman who owned several dozen cats and had, on rare occasion, babysat him when he was younger, as well as a few other people in the neighborhood. Because Harry had to pay for everything that was his, He had offered to mow the lawns of the residents of Privet Drive for £5 an hour. While quite a few people had not trusted him, in no small part due to Petunia's gossiping about him being a horrible, demented child, Harry had found several people who had agreed to his offer. Pretty soon word had spread, and he was mowing the lawn of nearly everyone on the entire block. Petunia had been pretty burned up about that, since most people had discounted her words because Harry always made sure to remain respectful. It had been a long time before the horse-necked woman had gained her credibility with the other gossiping women of Privet Drive after that. Half an hour later Harry reached a small, inconspicuous building that looked somewhat run down. The only reason anyone would have been able to recognize it as a dhow was the sign that showed 2 people in combat above the door. Harry opened the door and entered. The inside of the building was a simple-looking room. At the front was a small desk with an old, worn-out cash register on top of it. A bookcase stood against the wall next to the desk and held various books on combat, pressure points, acupuncture, and medicinal plants. The area beyond the desk was covered by a large blue mat. On one side was a mirror that ran along the wall. On the other side were several stands that had swords, staffs, kusarigamas, and even a scythe on them. At the end of the room was a hall with 4 doors. "Ah, Harry, I was wondering if you would come in today," said a small, old Chinese man. Standing at a little shorter than Harry himself, Master Chong Wei did not strike an imposing figure. In fact, most people would have found his stature to be quite humorous. However, Harry did not let the man's size fool him. Despite being over 70 years old, Master Wei could beat Harry 6 ways to Sunday with one hand tied behind his back, hopping on one foot, while blindfolded. He had done it plenty of times in the past and could still do so now. "Today is Dudley's birthday," said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. "I figured I would come here and see if you were up for a spar, Master." When Harry had first found the dhow, he had been an enraged youth who was not only not afraid to threaten violence against his relatives, but had no compunctions on following through with his threats when his demands were not met. There had been several instances where Harry would use his powers to throw his uncle or cousin against a wall in order to get his way. That was part of the reason neither Dudley nor Vernon talked to him, and why Petunia feared him. It was Master Chong Wei who had seen what the young boy was becoming, took Harry in, and taught him that rage and hatred would not help him in life. When Master Wei's point had finally sunken in, Harry had been horrified to realize that he had been treating his relatives exactly how he had been treated. The very notion that he was becoming the very thing he hated had disgusted him so much that he had done his best to change and vowed to never become like them. It had taken Harry nearly a year of meditation, contemplation, and getting pounded into the dirt while being told martial arts is not just a way of fighting, but an art and an oath. An art that allows one to express themselves in movement, and an oath to never use combat and violence unless it is the only way to defend yourself and the innocent. By the old Chinese martial arts master before Harry had been able to move truly past most of his hatred of the Dursleys. He still didn't like them and probably never would, but he wouldn't let himself be ruled by hatred. He was better than that. He was better than them. "Same as every year then," said Master Wei. "Change into your uniform and meet me on the mat." "Yes, Master," said Harry, bowing before he went into the locker room that one of the doors at the end of the hall led to. He came back barefoot and wearing a simple white GI with a blue belt, only 3 steps down from a black belt. Harry was not only a quick study, but worked very hard to earn his rank and was considered to be something of a prodigy. Of course, that was only by the standards of the other students. According to Master Wei, he was a clumsy fool with no coordination and lacked the finesse needed to master the fine art of combat. Then again, Master Wei said that to everyone he taught, so it didn't bother Harry too much. "You know the routine, Harry," said Master Wei as Harry stood before him, looking straight ahead as was proper. "Yes, Master." Harry dropped down on his feet and knuckles and began doing push-ups, counting in the basic Chinese number system until he reached a figure that Master Wei was satisfied with, that number being 120. "Up," commanded the old man, and Harry kicked his feet up so that he was performing a handstand. It didn't take long for Harry to stabilize himself and find his balance. He had been doing this for so long now it was almost second nature. One hand. Harry's breathing began to get heavy as he lifted his right hand so that he was standing on his left. When Wei commanded left, he switched hands again. "Bend," said Master Wei. Harry let out a small grunt as his feet moved over his head, and where his feet were previously facing away from the wall, they were now planted firmly on the ground facing the mirror as he formed a bridge with his stomach pointed to the ceiling. Oof. Only for Master Wei to kick his feet and knock him to the ground several seconds after the bridge had been formed, saying, "Your form is not sturdy enough. Your form must always be like a wall, unmovable and strong. Were your form sturdy, that little tap would not have been enough for you to fall." "Yes, master," said Harry as he stood up, knowing better than to contest the small man. The last time he did, Harry had gotten beat worse than usual. "And now we spar." Harry got into his opening combat stance after hearing Master Wei's words. Left foot forward, right foot back, legs spread shoulder width apart while his knees were bent ever so slightly. He stood on the balls of his feet, prepared to shift or push off them at a moment's notice. Along with his stance, Harry could feel a heightened sense of anticipation for the upcoming spar. The same rush of adrenaline he always got when sparring with the diminutive master. The fight, if one could call it that, was not so much of a fight as it was a beating that Harry was on the receiving end of. While Harry was actually quite talented at hand-to-hand combat, Master Wei had decades of experience over him, and from what he knew, the man was a former soldier who had participated in the Vietnam War when he was only 17 years old. Even with all of Harry's prodigal talents, he was simply no match for a man who had looked death in the face and survived overwhelming odds. "I believe we are done for the day, young one," said Master Wei to a panting Harry. The young man was hunched over and taking in large gulps of air as if the stuff was going out of style. At least he wasn't laying prone on his back and nearing unconsciousness like he sometimes was after getting the crap kicked out of him. "Go wash up and head home." Harry did as told, using the communal shower in the back to wash and get dressed in his street clothes. Only instead of heading home, he went to the library. Even before Harry had found the Tao, the library had been a sanctuary for him. The stories that were found in books allowed for an escape from the realities of his life, the hardships he had endured and the scars it had left on his psyche. Harry had always been a fast study. In school he had learned what was taught long before the other students. During recess he used to spend his time in the school library, reading anything and everything he could get his hands on. Before Harry had really started coming to in his martial arts, he had been very antisocial, often spending all his recess and lunch in the library reading. When he had exhausted all of the books in the school library, he had asked a teacher and been given directions to the public library, which was not that far from Private Drive or his school. The library was not the largest in the world, but was still big enough that Harry doubted he could read everything in it before he managed to leave the Dursleys for good. Grabbing a book, one that held historic battles of the Roman Empire, Harry made his way to the back where several comfy couches sat for reading purposes. When he reached the reading area, he saw that there was somebody already there. A petite, cute girl around his age with short brown hair, brown eyes, and a look of slight impatience on her face. The girl looked up when she heard his footsteps and a smile lit her face. "Harry," she squealed, drawing a glare and sh from the librarian, which she basically ignored as she latched onto Harry in a hug. "Lisa," Harry greeted with only the smallest of sighs as he returned her hug with one of his own, albeit much less affectionately. Long time dealing with the girl had pretty much given him a handle on how to deal with her, but that didn't always make dealing with her any easier. Lisa Croft, he had met the girl somewhere around 3 years ago, about a year after he started his martial arts training. He had found her being bullied by Dudley and his friends for some asinine reason. At the time, Harry had still been a somewhat troubled youth. Despite his training with Master Wei, he had been quick to anger. Seeing Dudley picking on someone had reminded him of all the times his cousin would hit him, and he had seen red. After what could have only been described as a beat down, Dudley had received several bruises, an injured nose and 2 black eyes. The only reason he had not gotten worse injuries was because a passing teacher saw what was happening and broke them up. The Dursleys had not been too happy when they found out, but they had not been able to do anything due to their fear of him. Master Wei, on the other hand, made his displeasure known with extreme prejudice when he discovered what happened. Harry still shuddered when he thought about his teacher's punishment. In spite of the violence he had unleashed upon his cousin, Lisa had become enamored with him. The next time he had seen her at school, she had latched onto him, proclaiming that he was her hero and had proceeded to follow him around whenever classes ended. Harry hadn't been too pleased by that at first, but eventually learned to accept it. He even discovered there were benefits to be had by her befriending him. One of the many benefits was that people found him more approachable. This allowed him to learn how to interact with others. He would never befriend any of the children he went to school with, they were just too different, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be good to learn the ins and outs of schoolyard politics, which was the basis for how humanity interacted with each other as a whole. It didn't matter how intelligent or driven someone was, without knowing how to properly interact with others one could only go so far. Moments later the hug ended and Lisa pulled back, a scowl marring her face. "You're late," she huffed, crossing her arms over her chest and sending him a mildly annoyed glare. "Sorry," Harry apologized with a shrug as he walked over to the couch Lisa had been sitting on. "I got caught up in my spar with Master Wei." As he finished speaking, Harry sat down and opened the book to the first page. Lisa stared at him for a moment longer, before sighing and moving to sit down next to him. "Honestly, I don't understand what a bookworm like you actually finds so fun about getting beaten up on by an old man," Lisa said, causing Harry to shrug once more. She was a girl, so of course she wouldn't understand what drove him to master his martial arts. Nor could she understand the thrill he experienced while in combat. It was something most females just didn't seem to grasp. In fact, he only knew one girl that loved martial arts as much as he did. His thoughts were interrupted when Lisa leaned over his shoulder to look at the book he was reading and crinkled her nose. "Ugh, history, Harry? Really? Don't we read enough history at school?" she asked, her voice a tone of disgust. Lisa was never one for heavy reading, like him, and what books she did read had absolutely nothing to do with anything school-related. "I like history," Harry replied without missing a beat. They had debated his choice of literature many times, and it always ended up the same. Harry not willing to give in to Lisa's words, and Lisa shaking her head in dismay at his choice of reading material. The last time they fought over what he read, he had been immersed in a book on psychology. "I know you do," Lisa said with a tone of resignation. She perked up a second later, however, and held out the book she had been reading. "Still, wouldn't you rather read something like this?" By this, Lisa meant a book with a purple background covering. What really drew the eyes, however, was not the color of the background, but the cover. On the cover were two half-covered people, a man and a woman, their lower halves covered only by some kind of sheet. The male was on top of the woman, his hand resting against the lower left side of her back, while her hands were tangled through his hair. It was a rather erotic image and, unfortunately, was not that unusual a cover for the books Lisa read. Her mum loved these books, too, and Lisa found her mum's secret stash sometime last year. Ever since then, she had been obsessed. "Why would I ever want to read something like that?" asked Harry, honestly confused. Why anyone would want to read some trashy romance novel about fictional characters that wouldn't be out of place in a Conan the Barbarian comic was beyond him. Lisa didn't seem to like his tone and huffed. "You just don't know a good story when you see one. This isn't just some trashy romance novel, it's an epic tale about..." At that point Harry began reading his book and made it a point to pretend he was no longer listening. It was unfortunate, but with his eidetic memory, every word the girl spoke would still be imprinted into his mind. So all he could do was pretend and hope she got the hint and stopped talking. She did. About 5 minutes into her rant on how amazing her story was, Lisa noticed that Harry was not paying attention to her. She scowled for a moment but seemed to decide not to try and claim his attention by doing something drastic, not only because it would get them kicked out but also because it was unlikely to work. Instead she huffed and opened her book once more to begin reading. Time wore on and Harry immersed himself within the history of the Roman Empire and its tragic fall. Contrary to what Lisa may think, the book in his hand was not a history book, but a romanticized tale that nonetheless gave. It was only after an hour or so had passed that Harry was drawn away from his book by the feel of a weight settling on his left shoulder. He turned his head to see that Lisa had fallen asleep, her book having fallen from her hands into her lap, her head resting against his shoulder as she leaned into him. Unbidden, a very small smile, very tender smile came to his face. He would not tell anyone this, especially Lisa. But the girl truly was the only and best friend he'd ever had. A part of this, he knew, was due to his feelings on the matter of friendship. By the time school started after the coming summer, it was very unlikely that he would see any of those people again. What was the point in befriending someone you would never see again? Another reason was simply because none of his acquaintances had anything to offer. Harry saw no benefit in befriending them, and thus decided it would be best to keep them at arm's length. Of course, it wasn't like befriending Lisa carried any great benefits either. However, the girl had managed to worm her way into his heart by stint of sheer stubbornness. She had simply refused to let him continue on alone, and somehow, someway, had managed to endear herself to him. Not that she would ever know that. Harry was sure that if Lisa found out about his thoughts, she would never let him live it down. Chapter 2. The Letter. It was cold and dark. For as long as I had been living with these new people who called themselves the Dursleys, the place that I called home became cold and dark, small and cramped. A tiny broom cupboard underneath the stairs. In the 4 years that I had lived with them, they rarely ever let me leave this cold, dark and small place. Only to eat, work and use the bathroom. Darkness had become my companion, and my nightmares of the night my parents left me forever haunts my sleep. As I lay there, curled up into a tiny ball on a set of ratty old blankets, I wondered what I had done wrong. Why was I living like this, here, in this dark place, with no light and no warmth? What happened to my parents? My mum? Was she all right? What did that man do to her? The woman, Petunia she called herself, said that my parents were drunkards who died in a car crash. But I know she's wrong. I don't remember any car crash. But that still didn't explain what happened. My mum, why had she stopped moving? Where was my dad? Did he leave? Did he not love me anymore? Did they both leave? And just as importantly, what happened to that man? The one with the white skin and dark eyes? The one who had hurt my mum? Was he still out there? What if he had my mum and she was waiting for me to rescue her? I wished there was something, anything that I could do. I wish I could leave this place and go to my parents. I wished I had the power to leave this place. If only I had power. If only. It was about an hour after Lisa had fallen asleep on his shoulder that Harry decided it was time to wake the girl from her comfortable slumber. He slowly closed the book. It was already halfway finished. One of the benefits about having eidetic memory was that he only had to skim over the page and he would still remember everything in it with more clarity than someone who had read the same book 12 times. Placing the book off to the side, he shifted a bit so he could place a hand on Lisa's shoulders and gently shake her awake. Lisa, he called out softly, not only because they were in a library and the librarian would not appreciate loud noises, but also out of reflex. The human mind was a strange and wondrous thing, and one of the things he had discovered about it was the instinctive reactions people did when placed in certain scenarios. The perfect example being how someone would speak softly to a person they were trying to wake, despite it being a very contradictory action. Lisa, time to wake up. Lisa mumbled and turned her head to bury her face further into Harry's shoulder. 5 more minutes, Mum, Harry sighed. This girl really was quite difficult. First off, he started, his voice now a bit louder, I am not your mum. Second, it's starting to get late, and I doubt your real mum would approve of you being out when it gets dark. His words seemed to have an effect on the girl as she began to slowly stir. Lisa took her head off his shoulders and blinked tiredly at him. Harry? She asked, moving her hands up to rub her eyes. After a moment, she brought them back down and looked at him a bit more clearly. Then she took a look around the library and blinked. Oh, it looks like I fell asleep, she said, sounding surprised. She cast a glance at Harry and gave him a sly look. Or it could have been that book of yours. It was so boring it put me to sleep. Considering I didn't read to you, and you were reading another book entirely, I doubt that's the case, Harry replied dryly. With a shake of his head, he grabbed the book and stood up. Anyway, he continued, it's getting late, so we should probably head back home. Yes, I guess you're right, Lisa said, standing up as well. She looked around for a second, before spotting the book she'd been reading. It was laying on the ground, presumably having dropped down there when she sat up. Leaning down, the girl picked it up, before following Harry to return her book and leave the library. Harry! Lisa started once they were outside. The boy in question looked over at Lisa and raised his eyebrow when she saw her looking down at her feet. There was a very small red tint on her cheeks, and every now and then her eyes would move up to look at him, only to move back down towards where her sandaled toes were making patterns on the concrete. He'd read about this in a book once. Sometimes when a girl wanted to ask a boy something, they'd get all shy and demure like this. It was only when they wanted something from a boy, however, and the book didn't really explain why. He assumed the person who wrote didn't have the answer and was merely making an observational fact. Yes, will you walk home? She started out strong, but finished in a rushed, hurried voice. In spite of that, Harry made out her words just fine. Don't I always walk you home? He asked, frowning in confusion. This was not the first time she had acted like this around him. In complete contradiction to her usually confident demeanor, Lisa would, every now and then, act like this. Harry wasn't quite sure what to make of it. It wasn't like there was a book to help males understand the female mind after all. And he'd actually searched for some when Lisa first started acting like this. Well, yes you do, Lisa muttered, the redness on her cheeks spreading to encompass more of her face. It's just, I wasn't sure if you would want to. Today? She trailed off, and Harry raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. Come on, Harry said, hesitating for just a second before grabbing his friend's hand. Lisa looked up at Harry to see him offering the slightest of smiles. I'll walk you home. Lisa gave him a brilliant smile, and together the two of them walked towards the girl's home. Lisa's home was not that far from Harry's own residence at number 4 Privet Drive. Indeed, the girl only lived several blocks away from him, and it was in between his own place and the library. It was just another reason his friend's shyness at asking him to walk her home confused him. Her house was on the way to his, therefore they were both required to go the same way. Why wouldn't he walk her home? Really, sometimes this girl was so confusing. His friend's house was much different than the one he resided in. It was large, a 2-story house made of a combination of bricks, stone, and red roofing. Unlike his relative's home, which was clean to the point of looking sterile, Lisa's house looked alive, for lack of a better term. At the very front of the house Harry spotted several rose bushes, none of which had the perfectly trimmed symmetrical look that Aunt Petunia prided about hers. The driveway in front of the garage possessed many chalk drawings that Lisa had made last week, something that would have given Uncle Vernon a fit. There were many smaller details to the house as well, little touches that just gave the house a more lived-in feel. They walked up to the front door and knocked. A beautiful woman with the same brown hair and brown eyes as Lisa opened it. The woman, Anastasia, was Lisa's mother, and what Harry assumed his friend would eventually look like when she grew up. Lisa, Harry. Anastasia greeted them both with a smile and her daughter with a hug. Did you two have fun at the library? Of course, said Lisa, before Harry interrupted her. She fell asleep. Oh my, she did? Asked Anastasia, giggling behind her hand when she saw her daughter's face turn red. As the young girl cast a glare at her friend, Anastasia cast her own knowing look at Harry, complete with a smile and mischievous eyes. And I imagine she decided to use you as a pillow, yes? Lisa's red face took on the same shade of a tomato, while Harry just nodded. Indeed, Mom, Lisa whined in an accusing tone as her mother giggled some more. She buried her now completely red face in her hands, embarrassed. I don't see what the big deal is, Harry started, his head tilting slightly. You fall asleep on me all the time. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the first time I ever came to your house for dinner you used my shoulder as a pillow while we were watching a movie. Fantasia, I believe. That had been a most interesting experience for Harry, to say the least. Aside from the simple fact that it had been the first time he had ever been over to someone's house that did not involve lawn mowing or cleaning, it had also been his first real experience being Lisa's friend, a moment that gave him a glimpse of what being friends with this girl would be like. It had been about a month or two after Lisa had truly become his friend, that is to say, after he had decided that he did, in fact, like Lisa and stopped trying to push her away. She had invited him over for dinner and he had accepted. Dinner at the Crofts was much different than dinner at the Dursleys. When he ate with his relatives, they were always walking on eggshells around him, especially during dinner. Conversation was sparse, with very little in the way of eye contact. Indeed, it was almost as if his relatives were afraid to look him in the eyes for fear that he might be capable of delving inside of them and learning their deepest, darkest secrets, which was ridiculous. Aside from his ability to discern a person's motives and personality through their facial expressions and body language, Harry had no other ability that would come close to delving into the human mind. As far as he knew, such a thing was impossible. Not to say that there wasn't a way, just that if it existed, he did not know of it. It was something Harry planned on studying later if he got the chance. In direct contradiction to dinner with the Dursleys, the Croft family was quite lively. Unlike meal times with his relatives, dinner with Lisa's family was filled with conversation and laughter. Mrs. Croft and Lisa would talk about anything and everything, and it was obvious to any who dined with the family that they actually cared about what the other had to say. If Harry were honest with himself, he would admit that he appreciated their antics. It was, in his opinion, how a family should act. "Not you too," Lisa groaned, her voice muffled as it was still buried in her hands. More laughter sprang from her mother, and Lisa peeled her index and middle finger apart just enough to reveal a single eyes, which glared at the woman who gave birth to her. "I still don't see what the problem is." Harry shook his head. "You don't see what the—" Lisa cut herself off mid-sentence and finally pried both her hands away from her face to cast Harry an incredulous look. "Harry, they have an entire wall dedicated to the pictures they took of us. Of me. Of you and I—" She trailed off, her face burning. "I am well aware of that," Harry admitted, causing his friend to cast him another look. "Unlike you, I was wide awake when they took those pictures." It was a benefit to being him. Harry wasn't quite sure why, but he had a lot of energy and rarely ever got tired. Case in point, he only needed a total of 4 hours of sleep each night for his body to operate at maximum efficiency. "And you didn't think to wake me whenever they were about to do this?" Lisa asked with a bit of acid in her tone. Harry didn't let that get to him. He knew she was just embarrassed, though why she would be embarrassed he didn't know. "You obviously don't know how hard it can sometimes be to wake you up," Harry told her dryly, "especially late at night when you're tired." While waking the girl up during the day was relatively easy, waking her up later during the evening was not. The girl was not only incredibly stubborn in her refusal to be roused from sleep, but also incredibly clingy. Normally, when she fell asleep during the times he stayed at her house, he would simply carry her to her room and tuck her into bed, and even then, he had to pry her fingers from his clothing. "Whatever," Lisa mumbled, turning away from the laughing Anastasia and the slightly confused Harry. "So, Harry," Anastasia started, smoothly changing the subject after she got over her small fit of giggles. "Would you like to stay over for dinner tonight? I'm making lasagna." Harry tilted his head, considering the proposition. "I am not sure I should," he frowned. Dudley's birthday was today, and he had agreed with Aunt Petunia's request to clean up after the unwrapping of gifts in return for a trip to the optometrist so he could get a new prescription of contact lenses. "Oh, come on, Harry," Lisa said, grabbing her friend by the hand and beginning to pull him towards the door. "Your piggy little cousin won't be finished with his party until later. You know how Fatty and his ratty friend is when it comes to pigging out." "Lisa," Anastasia admonished her daughter, but Lisa ignored her mother's words. Harry frowned, his brow furrowing for a moment in thought. Cleared seconds later, and he gave a small smile. "Well," he began in a slow tone, "I suppose I could stay for a little while." It was 2 hours later when Harry finally arrived at the Dursleys. The sun had almost finished its descent beyond the horizon. The sky was getting dark, with only the barest hints of dark orange and purple highlighting the atmosphere. Unlocking the door with his key, Harry silently entered the house. Dinner with the Crofts had been as interesting an experience as always. It seemed that every time he went there was something new for them to converse about. This time it was about a new movie that Lisa wanted to see, Hook, a fantasy tale about Peter Pan that apparently starred Robin Williams. His friend had asked him if he would be willing to accompany her to it. Even if the movie hadn't sounded so interesting, Harry probably would have agreed to go, if for no other reason than his friend wanted to see it. Not that she would ever know that. It was not a surprise to him when he saw the mess that had been made of the living room upon entering it. Wrapping paper and boxes had been tossed about with impunity. He could even see several strands of string that had been used to tie a bough for decoration hanging off the ceiling fan. It looked like Dudley had once again shown his natural propensity for creating disaster zones within the house, as well as his parents' lack discipline when it came to him. "Oh good, you're here," Aunt Petunia sniffed. She had just come out of the kitchen. No doubt Dudley had made a mess in there as well. "Dudley has finished unwrapping his presents." "I can see that," Harry replied as she trailed off. He looked around the room, then back at Aunt Petunia. "Do not worry. I will clean this place up as per our agreement." Aunt Petunia opened her mouth, then closed it. She seemed to want to say something, but did not know how to say it. In the end, she simply gave him a stiff nod, then scuttled back into the kitchen, leaving Harry to the mess his cousin had made. He smiled. His aunt had no trouble making use of his talents, but didn't want to be present for it. How amusing. Casting one more glance around the room, Harry closed his eyes. It would take a bit more energy to clean this mess up. It was rather large, after all. Accessing the hidden well of power that had been at his disposal for as long as he could remember, the raven-haired youth prepared to commit an act that would freak out his relatives if they ever saw it. A slow exhale of breath. Harry's lids fluttered open, green eyes glowing with power. He snapped the fingers of his left hand, and the many boxes, wrapping paper and ribbons disappeared, gone, as if they had never existed in the first place. Harry breathed in deeply, regaining his breath after using so much of his power to clean the room. He still had plenty to spare, but it was always tiring to use that much in a single sitting. And disintegrating, as he called it, took quite a bit more concentration than levitation did. With the room clean, Harry made his way upstairs, entering his room and shutting the door. He took off his shoes and his shirt, and allowed them to float away. The shirt landed in his dirty bin hamper, while his shoes set themselves in a small, open space under his bed. Harry Potter moved further into the room, and sat himself down cross-legged in the center. He took a glance around the room, decently furnished, if a bit small. It was a room he had lived in for 6 years, and hopefully one that he would soon only come to live in during the summer. Just a few more weeks, he surmised. Soon. Closing his eyes, Harry began his nightly routine of clearing his mind of all thoughts. He would stay that way until 10 o'clock that night. Time wore on. Days turned into weeks, and before long, the school year was over. Like always, Harry had gotten top marks and several recommendations from his teachers. And like always, Harry kept his progress reports from his relatives. They did not care what he got, and he did not care what they thought. By the time summer holidays had started, Dudley had ended up breaking his new video camera, crashed his remote control airplane, and the first time out on his racing bike, knocked down old Mrs. Figg as she crossed Privet Drive on her crutches. Harry had never really liked summer. While he never learned anything that he did not already know in class thanks to constantly reading ahead in school, it at least gave him something to do, even if it was busy work, and because it was so hot there were no sports during the summer either, which meant football was out as well unless he joined one of those hardcore leagues where all they did was breath, eat, and sleep football. Really, the only thing he had to do during the hot season was sparring with Master Wei and his peers at the Dow, and spending time with Lisa. Now he would admit to enjoying both, but it wasn't like he could do both every second of every day. There were quite a few hours in a day, and while most people spent around 16 of them awake, Harry spent 20, meaning when everyone else was asleep, he was still up and energized. At least Dudley and his friends Piers, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon, who were all as stupid as Dudley himself, no longer played Harry hunting. No longer, because the few times Dudley got the courage to try they all got beaten up. It was after Harry had started martial arts, and Dudley's parents could do nothing about it, lest Harry use his magic to send them through a wall. Still, it was not all bad. Harry spent whatever time he could at the Dow, sparring with many of the students. Being one of the better students in class, Harry would often fight against students several years older than himself, which was a big ego booster for him until Master Wei brought it back down with another beating. Nothing deflated egos like getting your arse kicked by a 70-year-old man, even if he was a master in 15 different martial arts. Other than spending time sparring, Harry also spent time at the library, and with Lisa and her mum. Lisa often took him to the mall where they would window shop before grabbing a small bite to eat at a local cafe. There were a few times they would go to the park as well, but his friend often complained about the heat, so they only did that during the evenings before dinner. One day in July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to buy his smelting uniform. Dudley had been accepted to Uncle Vernon's old private school, Smeltings. Piers Polkiss was going there too. Harry had spent that time at Lisa's house watching movies, eating his favorite foods, and ended up staying the night. It was a good thing for Harry too, as that day Dudley had paraded around in his new uniform for his parents. Not that it had spared him from that the next day. Smeltings boys wore maroon tailcoats, orange knickerbockers, and flat straw hats called boaters. They also carried knobby sticks used for hitting each other while teachers weren't looking. This was supposed to be good training for later life. Just what that training was for Harry didn't know, and felt it was a stupid tradition that just stuck around due to the people running the school lacking common sense. The next morning, after everyone had finished eating, they all heard the click of the mail slot and the flop of letters on the doormat. "Harry," Aunt Petunia started. But Harry was already on the way towards the mail, knowing what she would ask. 3 things lay on the doormat. A postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, who was vacationing on the Isle of Wight, a brown envelope that looked like a bill, and a letter for Harry. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he picked it up and looked it over. He knew what this was. He had been expecting, waiting for it since he was 7 and intelligent enough to understand what his memories meant. Even without checking it, he knew what it contained. After all, no one sent him mail. Master Chong didn't send him anything that he could not walk over and pick up himself, and Lisa and her family lived within walking distance. There was no other explanation as to what this could be, especially with the way it was addressed. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest room on the 2nd floor, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was thick and heavy, made from yellowish parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. There was no stamp. Turning the envelope over in his hand, Harry saw a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. "Hurry up, boy!" shouted Uncle Vernon from the kitchen. It was the first time the large man had spoken to him in all of a year. Harry went back into the kitchen, an odd smile on his face as he walked in. Odd because he almost never smiled around his relatives. He handed Uncle Vernon the bill and the postcard. Then he turned to Aunt Petunia. "It came," he said. It was all he needed to say. Petunia gasped and went pale. Vernon began turning puce, and Dudley, as always, looked constipated. I see." Aunt Petunia finally managed to get out. Uncle Vernon just made choking noises. Harry sat down, feeling jittery from the anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he opened the letter and read the contents. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class. Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Terms begin on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. We await your owl, Harry read again, out loud this time. He took a moment to make sure he had not missed anything, then looked up at Aunt Petunia and said, "You know where to get school supplies." It was not a question. "Yes, I know that place where my sister bought her school supplies is." Aunt Petunia sniffed. She had been forced to go with her parents and sister decades ago, when a then Lily Evans received her Hogwarts letter. She could still remember the day, the disgusting way her parents doted over her sister, and how happy Lily was. She never thought she would have to deal with that world again. Funny how life works against us sometimes. "Then you will give me directions to this place," Harry said. "In return, I will make breakfast, lunch and dinner for your family until it's time for me to leave for Hogwarts at least 3 times a week." Petunia, who had opened her mouth to deny helping him getting any supplies for school, closed it upon hearing his offer. This was how things usually went now. Harry would offer a compromise in order to get what he wanted. He could just threaten her. They both knew that, but Harry was better than that, was better than the Dursleys who would have threatened him had their situations been reversed. He would not resort to violence unless it was absolutely necessary. Very well, Petunia said at last. Tomorrow we'll take you to that place. She shuddered at the thought of going back there.
No.
Vernon roared as he suddenly stood up and glared at Harry. You're not going to that school. The last thing we need is for even more freakishness from you. I won't let you go somewhere that'll have you learning any of that ridiculous wand-waving and freaky unnaturalness. I've put up with more than enough from you. Vernon! Petunia gasped, her face paling. She looked over at Harry, whose face held a look of mild annoyance. Of course, any expression on Harry's face oftentimes greatly downplayed the emotions he felt. It was very rare for him to actually display his thoughts and feelings in such a way that someone else may be able to notice through observation. Harry's finger twitched. The urge was there. It was small, but the desire to use his magic, lift his uncle into the air and hurl him through a wall was there. He resisted. He was better than them. Better than his uncle who used to give him lashings. Better than his aunt who pretended he didn't exist unless she wanted something. Better than his cousin who was a bully who enjoyed picking on those weaker than himself. He was better than all of them, and he would not stoop to their level. Still, the urge was there, a whisper in his mind. It existed, no matter how hard he tried to ignore it. I'm surprised at you, Uncle Vernon, he said instead, his voice mild-mannered and reasonable. After all, if I were to go to this school, you wouldn't have to see me for 9 whole months. 9 months! Vernon's eyes lit at the thought. Harry could see the wheels in his uncle's fat head turning. On the one hand, he clearly did not want Harry to learn any more magic or freakishness, as he was so fond of calling it. But on the other hand, not having to deal with Harry for 9 months out of the year was too good an opportunity to pass up. 9 months, Harry confirmed. 9 months without seeing or hearing from me. 9 months without my freakishness. Here he smiled a cold smile that caused Vernon to flinch. It seemed he remembered quite clearly times when Harry had not been as tolerable as he was now. 9 months! The look of fear gave way to a look of thoughtfulness. Yes, 9 months was quite a long time. No doubt his uncle was thinking of all the things he could get done without having to deal with his magic-using nephew. Harry could almost see the cogs in the fat walrus of a man's head move together, turning with pandering slowness. He could practically see the man's thought process. Very well, he said after a few minutes' pause. I will allow you attend this school. He grimaced, clearly not pleased with the idea. But it looked like the thought of going 9 months without having to deal with Harry was the better end of the deal in this instance. We have an accord then, said Harry, before making his way towards his room. It wouldn't do for his relatives to see how excited he was. Hogwarts. He would finally be going to Hogwarts. Harry had been told quite a bit about the most premier school for magic in all of Great Britain. He didn't know everything. Most unfortunately, everything he knew of Hogwarts came from the stories his parents, Padfoot, Moony and Wormtail told him before his mum and dad were killed. Tales of the marauders and the pranks they had pulled, of the classes they had taken, of the spells they had learned. He knew much about his parents' time at Hogwarts, even though he only knew a bit about the school itself. Still, what he had heard was more than enough to excite him. He would be following in his parents' footsteps, continuing their legacy. He would be going to the very same school they went to, and he would make them proud. And most importantly, he would be learning magic. Chapter 3. Small Time Crises. I cried out in alarm and pain as my back slammed against the other side of the broom cupboard. Agony lanced up my spine, and my already hurt arm began to feel like Uncle Vernon had stepped on it and ground his heel against it. You'll be staying in there for the rest of the week to think about what you did. Boy, I won't be having anything unnatural going on in this house. The door slammed closed with a loud bang, and I was engulfed in the darkness of my home once more. As the light disappeared, tears sprung to my eyes, both from the pain in my back and arm, as well as from Uncle Vernon's words. I still don't understand how what I did was wrong. All I wanted was for the blocks that Dudley was throwing at me to not hurt anymore. Could they be upset because I made the blocks turn into feathers? But I used to do that all the time with Mum and Dad. They had always been so proud of me whenever I would float something or change something into something else. They never got angry or upset, never scolded me. How could what I did be bad? Gingerly, I sat up, wincing and fighting back another cry as pain shot straight up my back. Trying not to grimace, I finished sitting up and brought my arm up to look at it. I couldn't see it, though my eyesight has never been that good. Even so, I knew that if I had some light to see with, all I would find was a large bruise where Uncle Vernon had slammed my arm into a wall while dragging me to my cupboard. Not knowing what else to do, I curled up into a ball and tried not to cry. I failed and began crying anyways, though I did not make any noise. Uncle Vernon would get upset if he heard me, and so I cried in silence. But these were not tears of pain, though. No, I had been hurt worse before. These were tears of frustration, tears of anger, but most of all they were tears of hate. I hated my relatives, the people I called aunt, uncle and cousin. I hated the whole lot of them. I hated them so much that just thinking about how much I hated them made my head hurt. As I lay there, shedding tears and cursing the day I had been stuck with these people, I could not help but think that all of this would be different if I had the power to defend myself. If only I had power. If only. The very next morning, Harry Potter, still sitting cross-legged on the floor, opened his eyes with a sigh. He had been meditating all night, unable to clear his mind and unable to sleep. He was too excited. Today was the day he took his first steps on the path that his parents had walked. He would be going to get his school supplies at a place called Diagon Alley. He had spoke at length with Aunt Petunia last night about how to get there. His aunt, though hesitant and obviously miffed about discussing a topic she had no desire to remember, answered all of his questions to the best of her ability. It wasn't much, but it was enough. In one fluid motion, Harry brought himself from a sitting position to a standing one. He moved over to the window. It was early. The sun was just now rising, casting rays of light upon the land before him. It was too early to go to Diagon Alley. Uncle Vernon was unlikely to even be awake. Pity. Seeing how it was Saturday, Harry had nothing to do but take a shower and get prepared. He didn't exercise on Saturdays, instead letting his body rest and recover from the arduous tasks he put it through during the week. With that thought in mind, he went into the bathroom, washed himself off, then got dressed in a pair of dark green pants, a black sleeveless shirt, a collared button-up shirt the same color as his pants and his Converse shoes. He then practiced his magic for the next hour, levitating a football around his head. To add some more difficulty to the task, he took to changing it into something else. A flower, a book, a cup. His abilities at transformation were much more limited than his levitating abilities. It required far more concentration to change an object into something else than it did to lift said object into the air. Still, with enough effort, application of power, and proper visualization, he was quite capable of making the transformations in time. When a sufficient amount of time had passed, Harry decided to go down and make breakfast. Breakfast itself was a silent affair. No one would speak. Aunt Petunia, because of the conversation yesterday. Uncle Vernon, because of the fact that he would be driving his freak of a nephew to get supplies for his freakish school today. And Dudley, because he was stuffing his face to the brim with pancakes. Harry ate his breakfast silently. Scrambled eggs with a side of toast and a glass of orange juice. When everyone was done, he grabbed the plates and made to wash them. It was during this time that conversation finally started. Uncle Vernon looked up from his morning newspaper. His face was puce-colored, agitated, but he managed to rein himself in and refrained from saying anything stupid. It was an admirable show of restraint for him, at least. "So this place I need to take you," Vernon began, trailing off as his face somehow managed to both grimace and glare at the same time. "The leaky cauldron," Harry supplied. Vernon grunted. "Right, will I need to pick you up?"
No, Harry supplied.
"I can take a cab," he lied as always. Harry only took a cab when he did not know where he needed to go. Once he saw the place he was to be visiting today, he would no longer require any kind of transportation other than his own magic. "Good," Vernon grunted again. then went back to reading his morning news. Harry rolled his eyes and finished his task. Time passed, and before long Harry was being driven through the streets of London by his disgruntled uncle. The man held onto the steering wheel tightly, his face still colored, the leather of the steering wheel creaking under his harsh grip. Harry paid little attention to his uncle as he looked out the window, his mind occupied with other, more important thoughts. Hogwarts. He wondered what he would learn when he finally arrived. Would they be the same as his own brand of magic? Harry knew that witches and wizards used wands in their magic. His mother had one, his father had one, the few people he had seen before they went into hiding had one. He had watched them use their wands many times, waving them in the air in intricate patterns, chanting incantations in Latin. He wondered if his magic was even the same as their magic. Or did the fact that he didn't need a wand make his magic different? Time would tell, he supposed. Enhancement, healing, levitation, transformation, teleportation. Those were the 5 branches of magic Harry was capable of. He would have included disintegration in there, but that was more of a sub-branch to transformation than it was its own branch of magic. Harry had experimented with these powers quite a bit and came to the conclusion that they were useful but limited. He had seen his mother and father do quite a bit more with their wands than he could do without one. A part of it, he was sure, simply had to do with time and training. He had only started consciously using his magic when he was 5 years ago. His parents had to have been at least in their 30s when they had been killed. They had at least 2 decades over him in experience. Harry was sure that with enough practice and training, he could accomplish everything they did with a wand without one. All it would take was time. The car slowed to a stop and Uncle Vernon grunted. "We're here." Harry nodded absent-mindedly, unstrapped his seatbelt, opened the car door and stepped out. "Thank you, Uncle Vernon," he said politely. His uncle merely grunted and, the moment Harry closed the door, he sped off. Harry didn't bother watching his uncle's car disappear around a corner, merely turned about to look at the place that supposedly led to Diagon Alley. It was a bar of some kind, from the looks of it. A place named the Leaky Cauldron. It was a grubby-looking place, and were it not for the fact that Aunt Petunia had given Uncle Vernon very implicit directions, Harry was sure the man would have missed it. This was due more to the fact that no one even seemed to realize it was there. The people hurrying by didn't even glance at it. Their eyes slid from the big bookshop on one side to the record shop on the other, as if they couldn't see the place at all. In fact, Harry was quite sure that out of all the people wandering around, he was the only one who could see it. He wondered about this. Was there some kind of enchantment that made it invisible? A spell that made it so only those who could use magic could see? It made sense. Harry could feel the hum of magic in the air, emitted from the Leaky Cauldron, sending a pleasant tingle down Harry's spine. The magic of this place was a palpable thing. With his curiosity running in the forefront of his thoughts, Harry entered the pub known as the Leaky Cauldron. He was unsure of what to expect, but when he saw what the inside looked like, he was most disappointed. The pub was dark, dank and dirty. There was very little in the way of light, and only a few candles here and there could be seen in the room, casting shadows along the walls and floor in equal measure. The tables were all dusty. They looked like they hadn't been cleaned in months, and the few people he saw sitting around at the tables were equally unkempt. A few old women sat in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. Smoke blew from the mouth of one as she exhaled after smoking from a long pipe. A little man in a top hat talked to the old bartender, who reminded him of a toothless walnut. Harry couldn't help but wonder at these people and their mostly underwhelming looks. Did they have no pride in their appearance? No one seemed to have noticed him yet. Given how low the lighting was, Harry was not surprised. It would be hard to make out the features of those a few inches in front of them, much less someone several feet away. A part of him wished he could stay like this, anonymous. He wasn't quite sure he wanted to associate with these people, men and women who looked like they had no pride in themselves. But he knew that in order to get into Diagon Alley, he would need someone to open the path for him. With this thought in mind, Harry walked over to the bartender and tapped on the bar table to get his attention. "Excuse me, sir?" Harry started, his words grabbing the man's attention. He would have spoken further, but the moment the old man's eyes landed on him, they widened. The man nearly dropped the cup he was cleaning. His surprise was that great. Harry shifted uncomfortably. The man was looking at Harry like he had just seen God. It was very disturbing. "Good Lord," said the bartender, can it be?" The leaky cauldron had suddenly gone completely still and silent. The silence unnerved Harry. He could feel the eyes of those around him now on him and the bartender. "Bless my soul," whispered the old bartender, "Harry Potter. What an honor." A stiffening of the spine was Harry's sole indication of surprise, and in the darkened room, even someone as skilled as he was in the art of observation would have missed it. This man knew him. He knew his name. How was that possible? Harry had rarely ventured beyond his parents' cabin when he was in the magical world, and never ventured into the magical world while he lived with the Dursleys. Before his parents went into hiding, he had gone over to Padfoot's house a couple of times, and once or twice he had gone out to fly a broom with his father. But he had never ventured into Diagon Alley, never been inside of the place known as the Leaky Cauldron. So how did this man know of him? His questions would, unfortunately, go unanswered. With a speed Harry had not expected the bartender to possess, the man moved from behind the counter to stand directly in front of him. The man, who looked like a walnut, grabbed his right hand in both of his, shaking it furiously, tears staining his eyes. Harry could feel the eyes of those around him. The old woman with the pipe was puffing on it without realizing it had gone out. The ones drinking sherry had stopped with the glass half raised to their lips, their drinks spilling over the side. The man in the top hat that had been talking to the bartender was gawking at him like he was some kind of circus display, and everyone else in the room held similar looks. This entire situation had just gone from strange to highly disconcerting within seconds. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." This seemed to be the cue everyone was waiting for. There was a great scraping of chairs, and the next moment he was being mobbed by everyone else in the room. "Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. Can't believe I'm meeting you at last." They crowded around Harry, jostling him and each other so they could get close to him. "So proud, Mr. Potter. I'm just so proud." Many began to shake his hand, grabbing and jerking said appendage in their own grip, not even taking into consideration the fact that he might not want to. "Always wanted to shake your hand, I am all aflutter." Those who could not shake his hand grabbed his clothes. Their hands clawed at him, clutching his shirt, his pants, his hair. Greedy, grubby hands from people he didn't know touching him everywhere. They were all talking to him as well. Harry could not even get a word in edgewise, though not for lack of trying. He did try to speak many a time. He opened his mouth, only to close it as the cloying scent of so many bodies filled him. The smell of alcohol on those who had consumed too much. The terrible, rancid stench of smoke from the witch that had been puffing on the pipe. The noxious fumes of sweat, combined with the scents of so many different people. It was impossible for Harry to speak when each time he sucked in a breath, the disgusting scent of a dozen bodies pervaded his nostrils. Even if he could speak, it wouldn't have mattered. The many people around him weren't even paying attention to him. So caught up in their own excitement were they that they hardly noticed the boy they clawed at so brazenly. Their voices were raised, each one trying to be heard over the others. It only caused the volume in the room to increase exponentially. Even if Harry was capable of speech right now, he would not have been heard. Harry felt panic rise up inside of him. There were few things in this world that he truly feared, at least that he knew of. Of those things, the one he feared the most was the unpredictable. The things he could never see coming, no matter how hard he looked, no matter how much knowledge he acquired, no matter how many memories he accumulated. To see so much yet never notice when something is coming, never even think about it happening, or how it could happen. It was a terrifying thing for Harry. There were several facets of Harry that he took great pride in. The first was his intelligence. Harry Potter was smart, he knew that, his peers knew that, and his teachers knew that. He was the top student in his class, and though none of his teachers knew this, he was far ahead of every subject they taught. He was almost sure that he could graduate from secondary school with top marks with how much he knew right now, though that could just be pride speaking. The second aspect he took great pride in was his skill martial arts. Harry was the best student under his master's tutelage. While there were those who were better than him, none of them learned as quickly as he did. Each day he became just a little better, each day he was one step closer to matching the black belts of his class. While Master Wei may insult him about his form, he knew it was just the old man's way of saying he still had a long way to go, and ensuring that he did not get a big head. Thirdly, Harry took great pride in his appearance. Harry had a body that no 11-year-old boy should possess. His body was defined by hard, sinuous muscles, like a whipcord, taut, strong and meant to be used. His muscles were the kind that only came from constant use and training, not the bulky and outlandish ones people gained from going to the gym. Of the aspects he prided himself on, the fourth was a recent addition, gained only within the last 2 years. Harry prided himself on his reputation. As a student, Harry was looked up to by everyone, both for his vast intelligence and his helpful demeanor. He enjoyed the respect and admiration his fellow students had for his accomplishments, and how he was always willing to lend a helping hand, even if he did not particularly like any of the people he called peers. Out of all the aspects he prided himself on, it was the fifth that he took the most pride in. Thanks to his perfect memory, Harry's talent in observation went far beyond those of anyone else's. It only took him a single glance at something to pick up every single detail of whatever he was looking at. Due to this, and the many subjects he studied, Harry's ability to predict the way people would react to stimuli both outside and inside was unprecedented. He only needed a few minutes speaking with someone to have most of their personality down to a T. After that, it was a very simple matter for him to predict what they would do in any given situation. It was this ability which failed him right now. These people that were mobbing him, he had never expected them to, could have never even hoped to anticipate this happening. Were he not in the beginning vestiges of panic, he would have probably begun asking questions. Why were these people reacting like this? How did these people know him? Just what had he done to deserve such recognition? In most cases, it would have been clear to him that he was severely lacking in the necessary information that would allow him to come up with a logical conclusion. As things were, his mind was in such disarray from the many people mobbing and grasping at him that he couldn't even think. The people around him didn't seem to notice his discomfort, or that he was starting to shake with the beginnings of a panic attack. They did not see how his breathing was starting to get labored or how black spots began forming at the edge of his vision. Due to him being the sole attention of damn near everyone in the room, they did not see or hear the tables, the chairs and all the glasses and table wherein the room begin to jitter and shake. Fortunately for Harry and the people currently harassing him, someone did. Minerva McGonagall was sitting in the leaky cauldron that morning, lightly sipping at some black tea with a bit of cream while she looked over a list that sat upon her table. The list was of those students who she was to meet today. She had done this every year since becoming the head of House Gryffindor. Each year before the school year started, McGonagall would get an early start and head towards the leaky cauldron, where she would have a cup of tea before heading off to meet her potential students. Currently, her eyes were scanning the list, the steaming cup of black liquid slightly tanned by cream beside it. At the top of the page was her first student, one Hermione Jean Granger. The girl was from a well-to-do family, as far as McGonagall could tell. Her parents were dentists and made a nice living for themselves. There wasn't much more information than that, just the address she needed to take the Hogwarts acceptance letter to. Good Lord, is this can it be? As soon as the words had been spoken, McGonagall, like everyone else, had turned towards the source. Her eyes had widened at the sight before her. A young boy, thin, but not skinny. His muggle clothing framed his form nicely. Raven locks sprang from his head in a messy bird's nest. Emerald green eyes glowed the same color as those of the killing curse. She knew that hair and those eyes, they belonged to two of her most favorite students. And she knew this young man, even if she had not seen him since he was a baby. She was then subject to watching as the young man was mobbed by a horde of well-wishers. For a moment she felt disgust well up within her. How could these people just invade a person's personal space like that? Was there no common decency in this world anymore? Disgust soon turned to pity as she watched the people clawing at the boy, trying to shake his hand, trying to touch him. They were loud, impossibly so, as they offered platitudes and salutations, and McGonagall didn't even want to think about how the volume of the shouting horde of fans must be up close. Pity soon gave way to alarm. Being the only person in the room who was not only not mobbing the boy, but also on the other side of the room, McGonagall saw the tableware begin to shake. Candles started to flicker and the air grew heavy. Magic! She could almost feel the magic in the air, and it was all emanating from the boy. She looked back at the boy, his face looked panicked. McGonagall knew she had to act, casting away her surprise at seeing such a harsh display of accidental magic from one who should be too old to have cases of accidental magic. McGonagall stood up and marched headlong into the horde of excited witches and wizards. She pushed and shoved and glared her way to the center, where she found Harry Potter, his breathing labored and his body shaking. Her anger increased. She grabbed the boy by the arm, helping him keep his balance, and began making her way out of the mob. Those who tried touching the boy again became the subject of the most stern glare she could muster, which under the circumstances, was about 10 times worse than what she usually gave when people around her were misbehaving. It was a look everyone in the pub had seen before, albeit its terror-inducing, abilities magnified by a factor of 10, and no one wanted to be on the receiving end of. They began to back off. McGonagall managed to get outside to the back of the pub. There, she let go of Harry, who dropped to his hands and knees, his body still shaking. "Are you all right, Mr. Potter?" she asked, her voice concerned as she looked him over. While he did not appear to have suffered any physical damage, his body was shaking and his brow was glossed over with a sheen of sweat. He looked to be on the verge of a heart attack. It was quite worrying. Harry sucked in a deep breath, his teeth grit. "I'm fine." He pushed himself backwards, landing on his side, and McGonagall watched the young man force himself into a cross-legged position. His eyes closed, his breathing slowed, and ever so slowly his shaking ceased. McGonagall found herself both worried and impressed. She had no clue what he was doing, but it seemed to be some kind of calming exercise. Perhaps a strange form of clearing your mind like those used by Acclumans. Emerald green eyes snapped open once more, fixing McGonagall with their piercing stare. The Hogwarts professor was surprised by how sharp his eyes were now compared to a few moments ago. Just how a boy so young could regain control of himself so quickly when only those who were talented in the mind arts should be capable of such feats was beyond her. The boy stood up, dusting himself off, before straightening to his full height. He gave her a slight bow of his head in gratitude. "Thank you for that," he began. "I had not been expecting something like that to happen to me today and was caught by surprise. I appreciate your help in getting me out of there." McGonagall frowned, not only due to his words, but also due to how he had reacted to all those people. Granted, getting mobbed by several dozen people was bound to make anyone freak out a little bit, but the way Harry had nearly lost control of his magic had been startling. Then there were his words. There was just something about the way he spoke that seemed off. It was too old, she would say. He sounded like someone twice his age, and it bothered her a good deal. She didn't say anything about this, however, and merely inclined her head. "It is quite all right, Mr. Potter," she said, before getting down to business. There was something else about his presence here that bothered her a great deal. "Now, perhaps you can tell me just what you are doing here without the witch or wizard who was sent to escort you through Diagon Alley." That was what she was most curious about. It was not just tradition that caused each head of house to meet with and speak to the families of Muggleborns that would be going to Hogwarts each year. It was necessity. The magical world was a hidden one, kept from the prying eyes of those who did not have magic through the use of enchantments and spells. Those children born to non-magical parents would know nothing of the world they belonged to, and it was the duty of the teachers at Hogwarts to inform them and their parents of the world the child in question was a part of. It was the same for Harry Potter, though the circumstances were different. Harry was what one would call Muggle-raised, born to a wizarding family, yet raised in a non-magical household due to a series of complications. And while McGonagall knew that his aunt had passing knowledge of the wizarding world, the woman did not know nearly enough to help Harry start his first year at Hogwarts. It was a wonder he'd even managed to find the leaky cauldron. "I'm sorry," Harry started, his lips forming a frown. But just how is it that you and everyone else seem to know my name? McGonagall blinked, frowned, then blinked again. Finally, her mind registered the words, and she was almost tempted to rub her temples in order to stifle the coming headache. This was not good. Not good at all. Minerva McGonagall was a stern-looking woman. Her face was lined with age, and her lips seemed to be in an almost constant line that denoted neither sadness nor anger, neither hate nor love, neither joy nor depression. It was almost like she was in teacher mode all the time, he mused. Harry Potter listened with rapt attention as Professor McGonagall, head of the House of Gryffindor, explained why he was so famous to him. It was a most unusual experience, he had to admit, being told by someone else that he was famed for defeating the darkest wizard of the century. He was not quite sure what to think about that, but if nothing else, he knew her words to be true. It was also disconcerting to discover that everyone in the wizarding world knew of what happened that night. It seemed that in the 10 years he had been left on the Dursleys' doorstep, those living in the world of magic had been celebrating his victory over the man known as Voldemort. This man had apparently started a war within magical Britain, one that had nearly destroyed the wizarding world and almost leaked over into the non-magical one. With his Death Eaters by his side, Voldemort had carved an injured path through the world of magic. Many witches and wizards had been killed. No, not killed. Killed isn't a strong enough word. Neither was murdered. Most of the victims to Death Eater attacks had suffered horrendously before being allowed the sweet embrace of death. Most of those who had been killed were Muggleborns, those whose families were not magical. According to Professor McGonagall, this Lord Voldemort was an advocate of pure blood rights. He believed that those who were born into a family with magic were of a higher stock than those without it, and that those without it should either be killed or enslaved. It reminded Harry of what he'd learned about Adolf Hitler, whose hatred of those of Jewish religion was well known. Another thought occurred to Harry, one that caused him to almost frown. That night nearly 10 years ago when his parents had been slain, he remembered it so well, and yet until this moment he knew next to nothing about it. All he had known was that a man calling himself Voldemort had come to his house, killed his parents, and tried to kill him. Nothing else. He had had no context for that, no night, no clue as to why it happened. All he had known was that it did. Until now, at least, it was one of the disconcerting aspects of having eidetic memory. His mind could only recall what it remembered, and while it remembered everything, that did not mean it knew everything. He could have the memories of something he had seen happen, anything, recall it down to the smallest detail, but sometimes, without the context of what happened before the incident, everything he saw, and everything he remembered, could be rendered useless. This was an experience he was becoming intimately familiar with now, and he had to admit he did not like it. Not one bit. Harry made a note to correct this oversight as soon as possible, preferably when he entered Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall stopped speaking. It had been nearly an hour since she had started, as there had been a lot to tell. Throughout it all, Harry had sat at the table, back straight, hands clasped on the hard-grained surface, a look of interest on his face. When the stern-looking woman finally stopped speaking, Harry leaned forward slightly, his eyes boring into hers as he digested her words. "So you're telling me that everyone in all of Britain knew what happened that night Voldemort had killed my parents and tried to do the same to me?" McGonagall grimaced at his use of the man's name, but Harry had more important things to think about than the fear it invoked. "Why is it that I never knew of this?" he asked, looking at the woman with a frown. "That is because you were raised in the Muggle world," McGonagall explained. She had already gone into a basic description of what a Muggle was, a human with non-magical abilities. The term sounded derogatory to Harry. He didn't approve of it, but didn't bring it up either. There were more important things to think about. "And why, pray tell, was I raised in the Muggle world?" he asked. Both genuine curiosity and slight anger could just barely be discerned in his voice. Now that he was hearing about how famous he was, he had to wonder. Why was it that he was sent to the Dursleys? If he was so famous, then why was he not brought up in the wizarding world? If he had, he would have not have been so humiliated when that mob had, mobbed him. Never in his life had he shown such weakness. Never had he felt as ashamed as he did now. "It was Professor Dumbledore's idea," McGonagall said, and Harry watched as her nostrils flared slightly. It was clear to him that she did not approve of his living with the Dursleys, which pleased him slightly, though he masked it well. Now on to the next question. And just why did Professor Dumbledore think it a good idea to leave me in the care of a Muggle family? Granted, those people were his relatives, but they knew nothing of magic. Hell, they hated magic. To them magic was unnatural, something that shouldn't exist, something that defied to laws of science. To them, anything so unusual, so freakish, was to be hated, not embraced. He felt that it would not be a good idea for you to grow up knowing of your fame, McGonagall explained. He did not want you to become egotistical, which is what would have happened if you grew up in the spotlight. Now that made sense, Harry thought. Yes, he could see why. Dumbledore would want him to be raised away from his fame. People who grew up in the spotlight became ugly, pig-headed. They let their own innate sense of superiority go to their heads and became nothing more than arrogant fools who believed themselves better than everyone else simply because they were famous. In that regard, at least, Dumbledore had done right. What he had not done right in was leaving him with those people. Those magical hating fools who abused him when he was younger. Those idiots who hated him so much that, for his first 5 years there, Harry had been subject to their abuse. Harry felt anger, white-hot anger raging through him. Anger at Dumbledore for leaving him on the doorstep of those disgusting people. Anger at the Dursleys for not being able to see past their own fickleness and hatred. But most importantly, Harry felt anger at himself because he knew he was better than this, that he was above such petty emotions and hatreds. What was done was done. The past could not be changed, and getting angry over it would not help him move towards a better future. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, he allowed his anger to go with it. When he opened his eyes again, it was to see Professor McGonagall giving him an inquisitive and worried look. He smiled at her. "Thank you, Professor, for enlightening me about that which I was ignorant of. I have heard the saying that ignorance is a bliss." His smile turned amused. "After what has happened today, I don't think I agree." The stern-looking professor's lips twitched. It looked like she was trying to smile, but had at some point forgotten how. "Considering what happened today, Mr. Potter, I am not sure I can blame you for that." Her somewhat smile once again became a thin line. "And now that we have that out of the way, perhaps you can tell me why you are here without a teacher?" At this Harry shrugged. "No teacher came to my house." "No teacher came to your house?" McGonagall parroted the question, though her tone was surprised, not deadpanned like Harry's had been. "Mr. Potter, what do you mean no teacher came to your house? Though you are not Muggle-born, you are Muggle-raised. A teacher should have come to your house with your acceptance letter, so they could explain your heritage and help get your school supplies at Diagon Alley." "I don't know what to tell you, Professor." Harry raised his hands in a helpless gesture. "No teacher came to me. I only got a letter that came in through the mail. Nothing more, nothing less." McGonagall's lips seemed to, impossibly enough, thin even more than they already had. Her hand twitched up in jerky movements, coming to rest upon her forehead, which she began to rub, as if trying to stem the tide of a coming migraine. "Albus, you foolish man," she muttered under her breath. It was soft, obviously Harry was not meant to hear it, but he heard nonetheless. There was a story there he could tell, but decided to push on to more important things. "Professor," he began again. McGonagall snapped out of her stress-filled musings to look at him. "Do you think it would be possible to allow me to enter Diagon Alley now?" When he saw her frown at him, he quickly continued. "I still need to get my school supplies after all. Mr. Potter, I am not sure that is a good idea." Her lips pursed as she looked at him, debating the merits of whatever thoughts were on her mind. "I have already told you the reason we have a teacher go into Diagon Alley with those who are raised in a Muggle household. Perhaps it would be best if I were to accompany you." Harry tilted his head, considering her offer. It would prove to be most beneficial to have someone along who could show him where to get his supplies and answer his questions. He had many of those, after all. Questions, that is. At the same time, Harry was a very independent person. He did not like relying on others. If there was a question he had, he would find the answer himself. If there was something to be done, he would rather do it himself. He preferred it that way, less room for error. "I do thank you for the offer," Harry's response was congenial, if a bit halting. However, I think I would prefer heading on alone. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to respond, perhaps to refute his words and demand to go with him. Harry wouldn't give her the opportunity. And besides, you said it yourself. The reason you are here is to explain to Muggleborn students that they can use magic and help them enter Diagon Alley. He gestured to the list sitting on the table. That list, it contains the names of those you are supposed to meet with today. Yes? McGonagall looked reluctant, but gave him a nod. She looked like she was about to say something again, but Harry beat her to it, giving her the smile he'd practiced 1,000 times in the mirror, the same smile he gave to all of his teachers. I wouldn't want to ruin your schedule just because of a mix-up with my letter. And I assure you, unlike most children my age, I am quite capable of handling myself. He tilted his head, lips twitching as he fought to keep his smile from turning into a grimace. That shameful display you saw earlier was a one-time thing brought about by surprise. The way he said display was almost like he was swallowing a poison. It won't happen again. McGonagall pursed her lips, and Harry could almost see what the woman was thinking. Here he was, a student, Muggle-raised and without a teacher, and he was heading into Diagon Alley to pick up his school supplies. As teacher, one who was quite obviously stern but fair, she probably prided herself on following the rules, and while Harry was not sure leaving a Muggle-raised student to find their way through Diagon Alley was against any rules, it probably spat in the face of tradition and the clearly high moral standard she set for herself, which was likely just as bad. At the same time, it was also clear she was in a hurry. She had just spent an hour explaining his apparent fame in the wizarding world to him. An hour which she should have used to meet her first student and begin explaining magic to them and their parents. She was already off carefully crafted schedule, and that likely rankled her a bit. Time for a bit of positive reinforcement. I assure you, Professor, that I am quite capable. Harry gave her a confident, charming smile. While I admit that I was raised by Muggles, my aunt did know of my heritage, so I was not completely ignorant of what to expect. I simply had not known that I was so famous. That's all. McGonagall did not look convinced, but there really was nothing she could do. She grimaced, then said, "Very well, Mr. Potter." There was a resignation in her voice. "In that case, I shall open the way to Diagon Alley." Harry offered the woman another grateful nod and a more genuine smile. "Thank you." Glad that his newest crises had been averted and he now had some context to put to that night 10 years ago. Harry stood up and followed Professor McGonagall to the wall that would grant him entrance to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4, The Founding Five. I had finally done it. I finally gained power. After all these months of hard work and experimentation, I've been granted the power to free myself from my relatives' clutches. As I sat within the confines of my cupboard, a grin spread across my face as the small ball of light within my hands slowly flickered in and out, like the flame of a candle caught in a breeze. Ever since I had been dumped with these people, I knew that I was different, unique, special. I could do things they could not. It had not taken me long to learn that this was the reason they hated me so much. Jealousy. The lot of them were jealous that I possessed this amazing power and they did not. They had tried to beat me down so I would not realize this, but now I knew, and I would not let them walk over me like that again. From the moment I had realized why they hated me so much, I had been practicing with these strange powers. I worked hard, all in the hopes of eventually showing my relatives that they would no longer be able to push me around, that they couldn't control me. I was glad to see it had finally paid off. At first, the only thing I could do was make small objects float. A feather, a spring, those spiders. I got very tired just keeping them in the air for a few minutes. Now I could hold them for as long as I wanted. I could even make them move. What's more, I could use that same power to push things away from me or pull them to me. I could even lift larger objects like desks, which I had tried when the Dursleys left on their family trips to the cinema and thought they had locked me in the cupboard. And now that I could do all this and control light, I was ready. Finally, I would never be a doormat to the Dursleys again. Finally, they would no longer be able to walk all over me. Finally, I had the power, and they had none. It was very hard for Harry Potter to keep his eyes from widening in astonishment when he first entered Diagon Alley. His field of vision seemed to have expanded in the last second from when he had first entered the alley to now. He was very thankful that within the hustle and bustle of the crowd, no one would notice him walking out from the archway that led to the leaky cauldron. Harry's eyes swept back and forth across the wizarding alley. Each sight, every smell, every feeling he experienced was committed to memory. It was wondrous, incredible. Never before had Harry ever seen anything like the place he was in now. For the first time in years, Harry felt very much like a small child getting excited over seeing something new. Diagon Alley was, in essence, an alley. It had one main road made of a cobblestone street upon which hundreds, if not thousands, of witches and wizards tread daily. This road was inlaid with more roads, small branches that wove an interconnecting path. Alongside the road were large buildings that were spaced so close together there was barely any room between them. These buildings were shops, stores that sold all kinds of goods that could only be considered magical. Harry saw everything from shops selling cauldrons to shops selling a vast array of different animals such as mice, toads and owls to clothing stores whose clothing looked like something out of the 15th century. Stores that sold potions ingredients. Anything and everything he could think of that might be sold in the wizarding world seemed to be here. And Harry, his eyes moving in vast sweeps around the alley, made sure that nothing escaped his gaze. He wanted to commit everything he saw this day to memory. One he would look back on as his first steps into the wizarding world. He looked beyond the throng of people. Far above their heads, standing in the distance, was a large white building. Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, and the first place Harry needed to visit. Setting off at a brisk, yet unhurried pace, Harry Potter wove his way between the throng of marching people with ease. Like always, his movements were made with a grace that was the combined gift granted to him through his eidetic memory and martial arts training. As he moved, his left hand came up, fingers brushing up against the red cloth now hiding the scar on his forehead. Now that he knew how famous he was, and what the consequences would be if anyone were to discover his identity, he'd conjured a bandana to hide his most prominent feature, his scar. It wasn't much of a disguise, he was willing to admit, but it seemed to be working, and that was all that mattered. As Gringotts Bank loomed ever closer, Harry began to realize just how imposing the building truly was. It was large, easily towering over everything else. Made of snow-white marble and at least 6 stories high. Long, sweeping columns were set into each story of the building, and Harry had to wonder if they were there as a support or merely decoration. At the front of the building, cast in bold lettering above the entryway, were the words Gringotts Bank. Harry ascended the large, white stone steps and reached the set of burnished bronze doors that led into the Wizarding Bank. On either side of the doors were a pair of what Harry could only guess were goblins, the race that owned the bank and governed wizarding finances. They were rather strange-looking creatures, to him at least. They were short, with dark, leathery skin. They had long fingers and feet, and the one on the left had a pointed beard. Some of the more common traits, he deduced from the pair before him, was that most goblins seemed to have a long nose, equally long pointed ears, and very little hair on their heads. All this was taken in with a mere second's glance, before Harry looked away. It was impolite to stare, after all. He continued walking, the goblins parting the doors for him. He found himself in another room, an entrance hall if he had to guess. On the other side of the hall was another set of doors, these ones silver. Continuing on, Harry closed in on the doors and noticed they had words engraved on them. Enter, stranger. But take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned. Beware of finding more than treasure there. On either side of the door was another pair of goblins. They opened the doors, bowing as Harry made his way through. A vast marble hall sprawled out before him as he entered the next room. Harry's sharp eyes swept through the room, his perfect memory allowing him to count the exact number of goblins roaming around. 125 of those goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling on large ledgers, weighing coins with brass scales, examining precious stones through eyeglasses. 352 doors led out of the hall. More goblins could be seen coming and going from these doors, sometimes leading witches and wizards through them and sometimes not. Harry took in everything, then made his way to the closest free goblin. "Excuse me," he called out, bringing the goblin's attention to him. Harry only just reached the top of the counter, so the goblin had to tilt his head down quite a ways to see him. "My name is Harry Potter, and I was told that my parents owned a vault I can withdraw gold from." According to Professor McGonagall, the Potter family was quite rich. It had been she who had first suggested he head over to the bank. She didn't go into much detail other than to tell him that he needed to go to Gringotts in order to withdraw that money. The goblin peered down at him with a sneer on its face. Of course, it had been sneering before it even looked at Harry, so he assumed that was just its natural facial expression. The goblin's eyes flickered to his forehead, where the bandana was still wrapped around to conceal his scar. "Do you have a key?" "No." Harry looked the goblin in the eyes and straightened his back. "But I was told that for the right price, one can be made for me." The goblin paused, his brow ridges raised. Harry stared back, not allowing its intimidating countenance to bother him. After a moment, the stare down ended. "Very well," it said, then hopped off the stool. "Follow me, Mr. Potter." Harry followed the goblin through one of the many doors, this one leading to a long hallway. They passed along even more doors, these ones holding plaques with names on them. Burton, Middles, Kent's. These must be the doors that led to a family's accountant, he assumed. Soon enough, they reached the door with the word Potter engraved on the plaque. The goblin knocked once, then opened the door and gestured for Harry to enter. The room he entered appeared large and cylindrical. A bookcase bursting with scrolls and tomes sat along the wall, presumably where all the information on the Potter accounts had been stored throughout the years. In the center of the room was a large desk made out of a wood so dark it looked black. Sitting behind that desk was a goblin that looked quite a bit taller than the other ones Harry had seen so far. He was completely bald on top and had a small, pointed goatee. As Harry walked up to the desk, the goblin looked up from his work. He took one look at Harry, then reached under his desk and slid open one of the drawers. From the drawer he produced two items which he laid on the desk, a slip of paper and a dagger with ancient symbols Harry had never seen before drawn on it. "Cut your finger and place 3 drops on the paper," the goblin instructed. Harry raised an eyebrow but did as told. Picking up the knife and slicing his finger open without flinching, he held the open wound over the paper and squeezed 3 drops onto the parchment. Before anything else could happen, the goblin snatched up the parchment and looked at it. He nodded once and then looked at Harry. "Everything seems to be in order. What can I do for you, Lord Potter?" Harry frowned at the title he had been given, but didn't respond to it. While curious, this goblin was giving off an air of impatience. It would not be wise to tempt fate and make it annoyed by asking too many questions. "I would like to check my account, as well as make a withdrawal, however. I do not have a key." A long, thin-fingered hand reached over to a large ledger that sat on one side of the desk. The book was flipped open with a loud slam, and the goblin began rifling through the pages. It would stop on a specific page, trail its finger down, then begin flipping through more pages. Harry waited patiently, feeling it would be best not to rush the goblin in its task. "Here we are." The goblin flipped the book around so Harry could look at it. The page the goblin had flipped to seemed to contain the information Harry wanted, written in a neat cursive. "Harry James Potter, heir apparent to the ancient and most noble house of Potter. Eligible for vaults. Potter family vault upon reaching the age of majority. 6,347,234 galleons, 87 sickles, 62 nuts, various heirlooms. Total liquid value, 10,987,341. 119 sickles, 306 nuts, Evans Vault. 76,889 galleons, 75 sickles, 11 nuts. Items collected from Godric's Hollow. Total liquid value, 80,234 galleons, 87 sickles, 14 nuts. Potter Trust Fund. 50,000 galleons to be maxed out every year for school and living expenses. Eligible deeds for inheritance. Potter Ancestral Home Manchester destroyed. Potter Flat London. Potter Cabin Godric's Hollow destroyed. Harry stared at the large number telling him how much money was in the Potter family vaults. He didn't know how much a galleon was worth, but 1,000,000 of anything was a lot. 10 million was probably enough for him to live in extravagance for the rest of his life and still not even make a dent in his funds. What's the conversion rate from galleons to pounds? He breathed, his voice a hushed whisper. 1 galleon is £4.97. 1 sickle is 29 pence, and 1 canute is 1 pence. Harry ran a quick conversion in his head. The net worth of the Potter vault was over £31 million. The Evans vault had a little over £400,000. While the Evans vault didn't have as much as the Potter vault comparatively, it didn't really matter. 400,000 of anything was a lot, and 31 million was beyond a lot. That kind of money was ridiculous. There was just no way anyone could have that much money on hand. There must be some kind of mistake. There is no mistake, Lord Potter. Harry's head snapped up towards the goblin. His eyes were wide, clear signs of shock. The goblin seemed to find it amusing, for he was giving Harry a smile that showed off the sharp teeth he had. How? He croaked. How can anyone have that much money? The kind of money in his vault was unfathomable. It was probably enough to run a small country for at least a couple of months. The goblin was surprisingly patient as it began giving Harry an explanation to his question. The Potter family is very old, older even than the Ministry of Magic. They are one of only 5 families that are more than just ancient and most noble. They, along with the Longbottoms, the Bones, the Blacks, and the Peverils are what we call founding families, for it was they who had a hand in creating the Ministry of Magic. Some believe that these families were even alive during the time of 4 founders themselves, though that is up for debate. Founding families? Harry furrowed his brow. Ancient and most noble? Is that like some kind of title given to old, rich families? I see you do not know much about your heritage, the goblin stated with a frown. It seems I know next to nothing about my heritage. Harry responded to the goblin's statement a bit bitterly. Honestly, he wasn't quite sure what to think when it came to this new bit of knowledge. His parents had never mentioned their status within magical society, almost like they hadn't cared about that. Knowing his dad and mum, they probably didn't. And it wasn't like he could blame them since they had a psychopath coming after them and, according to Professor McGonagall, they had been in the middle of the war. Their status in the wizarding world probably hadn't mattered at the time. Still, if his family was so important to wizarding society, then why was he sent to live with his non-magical relatives? Relatives who not only knew next to nothing of magic, beyond what little Petunia knew thanks to his mum, but also hated magic with a passion. Why not have someone who could teach him about his place within the wizarding world raise him? At the very least, Dumbledore should have sent someone over to him to help teach him about magical society a year or 2 before he started going to Hogwarts, so he would have all the necessary information to make informed decisions that would help solidify his position among his peers. It bothered him that he, on top of being a magical celebrity who had done nothing to earn his fame, happened to belong to a family that was apparently partially responsible for creating the very government Britain's magical society was founded upon. The goblin looked at him for a few seconds, before apparently coming to some kind of decision. Well, there is not much I can do to help you with your lack of knowledge. Even if I did have all the information you would need to know your station in life, it would take far too long to explain. I understand, Harry forced himself to say. He didn't like not knowing everything, especially when it came to something as monumental as this, but they had already wasted enough time and the goblin looked like he was beginning to get impatient. It was hard to tell since they all seemed to be scowling constantly. I would like to access my vaults. Unfortunately, the goblin started, and Harry had to resist groaning as he realized that there was more bad news ahead. You will not be able to enter the Potter Vault until you come of age. So I won't be able to access the Potter Vault until I'm 18? 17, the goblin corrected, and Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity. 18 was the age where people were considered adults in the non-magical world. Was there a reason it was different in this one? Deciding he would find out later, Harry smoothly changed topics. You said nothing of the Evans Vault. Indeed, the goblin smirked. As the Evans Vault was one opened by your mother, and not tied into the Potter family accounts, You are eligible to open it despite not being of age. Very well. Harry didn't even need to think before making a snap decision. I would like to see the Evans vault first, and then my trust fund. Of course. The goblin reached into another drawer and pulled out 2 keys, which he handed over to Harry. These will allow you to access the vaults in question. Griphook. As he shouted what Harry could only assume was a name, the door to the office opened up and another goblin walked into the room. This particular goblin looked very much like most other goblins. Short, with a large nose and pointed ears. He had several skin spots on his head, which was bald at the top and had hair sweeping down near the back. Harry turned back to Goblin in charge of his vaults as said creature spoke. Griphook will lead you to your vaults. Follow me. The goblin turned around and walked out without waiting to see if Harry would follow him. Frowning, the young wizard took off at a brisk walk to catch up with the much shorter goblin. He was soon led out of the hallway and into another hall that was much different from the splendor he had seen so far. The hallway itself was sloped, informing him that the vaults were underneath the surface of the bank. Granite and rock covered all sides of the hall from floor to ceiling. The floor was uneven and pocked with marks that let him know this cave was likely very old, and the only light in the dank, dark space were lit torches that were evenly spaced along the hall. They eventually came to what looked like a cart on a railway. The cart was old, rickety, and looked like it would be thrown off its hinges at the slightest provocation. Likewise, the railway seemed to travel along an erratic path that looked almost like a roller coaster of some kind. At least, the part of the railway he could see did. It was so dark in the cavernous space that he could only see maybe 15 meters in front of him. Get inside of the cart, please. Griphook spoke in an impatient tone. Harry got the feeling this particular goblin didn't like humans very much, or maybe he was just naturally rude. He was going to have to look up more information on goblins when he got the chance so he could understand them better. Despite his thoughts and musings, Harry entered the cart and sat down. Griphook moved into the cart as well, standing at the front where he pulled a lever. There was no gradual increase, no warning. One moment the cart was at a standstill. The next it was blazing its way along the tracks at a speed that made Harry's eyes water. He did not know how fast they were going, but, even to his incredibly perceptive eyes, everything just seemed to be blurring by. They were going extremely fast. The only thing he could really make out were when they had passed over a large pit of flowing lava. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Harry found himself actually enjoying the ride. It was one of his few vices, and a secret that only Lisa and her parents knew of. Harry was an adrenaline junkie. There had been a few times in the past few years where the Croft family had gone to various amusement parks possessing a lot of roller coasters, and more often than not they had taken Harry with them. He still remembered the very first time he had ever gone on a roller coaster before. It was one of the best times of his life, and one of the worst times of Lisa's. The girl had actually gotten quite sick, and ended up throwing up her lunch after the ride had finished. She probably would have thrown up on the ride itself, save for the fact that she had been far too busy screaming her lungs out. Harry remembered telling her that she didn't have to go on another roller coaster if she didn't want to. He had even offered not to go on any more if it made her happy. Of course, Lisa being Lisa had taken that as a challenge, and pretty much demanded he go on the largest and fastest roller coaster he could find. Even to this day, whenever they went to a theme park and Harry went on a ride with enough twists and turns to make a person's stomach jump into their throat, she would go on it too, even if most of the ones he enjoyed made her sick. Really, Harry had no idea what to do with that girl. All too soon the cart came to a screeching halt. The action was so sudden that were it not for his quick reflexes in grabbing onto the guardrail, he might have actually been thrown off. They stopped in front of an ancient-looking door. It was large and round and appeared to be composed of some kind of metal. Key. Griphook held out his hand and Harry put the key in it. The goblin was quick to move over to the vault, where he proceeded to lift a flap behind which the lock was hidden. Inserting the key, Griphook twisted. There was a loud move-together noise that Harry could only presume were the locks to the door. It made him wonder just how old this vault was. Hadn't it only been opened within the past 20 or so years? The move-together noise came to a halt and was soon followed by a loud clang of locks settling into place. Green smoke billowed out of the doorway as it opened, and Griphook stepped aside to allow him entrance. The room Harry found himself was quite extraordinary. It was a cylindrical room, fairly large, and was neatly organized. On one side was what Harry could only presume to be money. Large piles of golden galleons, columns of silver sickles, and heaps of little bronze nuts. Looking at it now made Harry realize just how much money was truly in here, and it also made him wonder. If this was the amount of money in his mother's vault looked like, then what would all that money in his family vault look like? On the other side of the room were boxes, plastic boxes to be exact. Harry was quite surprised to find non-magical containers within Gringotts. Then again, he was only assuming the containers were non-magical because so far it didn't look like the magical world had discovered the wonders of plastic yet. There were only a few containers in any case, 6 in total. They were white with a black lid covering them. Nothing remarkable, at least on the outside, but whatever was on the inside could easily be considered treasure, at least to him. "Be quick and gather what you need," Griphook said from where he stood outside of the room. "We still have another vault to travel to." Harry frowned at the goblin's rudeness, but didn't comment as he made his way over to the boxes. Without preamble, he began opening them and going through the contents. There didn't seem to be anything too remarkable. Most of it was clothing, both of the male and female variety. He did find a few small gems though, some family photos and a few picture books, the real treasures as far as he was concerned. He was quick to grab those and place them within the backpack he had taken with him this morning. After shoving the items into his bag, he was about to stand up when something else caught his attention. It was a small case about the size of his forearm. It looked almost like a jewelry case that could be found in non-magical stores. It was black, with golden script written in elegant cursive. Ollivanders. With slightly shaky fingers, Harry opened the box to see what it contained. Sitting on a plush, purple cushion was what anyone unfamiliar with the object would call a stick. It was dark brown, a little over 10 inches in length, and had gently curved grooves running down its length. Despite having not seen it for a little over 10 years, Harry would recognize his mother's wand anywhere. Harry gently picked up the wand, and as he did a strange feeling came over him. He was not sure how to properly describe the feeling. Acceptance, perhaps. Love. Safety. There were many feelings that he could perceive while holding the wand, and he was not sure if the feelings he could detect were coming from him or from the wand itself. Maybe a combination of both. Releasing a slow breath, he placed the wand back into the case and closed the lid, before stowing it in a small pouch near the front of his backpack. He looked around the vault one more time, before determining that he was done. Walking out of the vault, Harry stopped in front of Griphook, who looked to have been waiting for him impatiently. "I'm done here now," he said softly. He looked back into the vault one last time as it closed, then got into the cart that would take him to his trust vault. Chapter 5 Shopping. It was during one of the times Vernon drove Dudley and I home from school when I first saw the sign for a place that taught martial arts. Like most boys my age, I had a fascination with the idea of learning to fight like Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. I could probably blame all those fighting movies Dudley loved to watch so much, but for a while now, I had wanted to learn to fight with more than just my magic. And so I decided that I was going to learn martial arts. One way or another. Absolutely not. I refuse to have you learn anything else that can be used to hurt my family. You've already done enough with those freakishly unnatural powers of yours. I won't allow you to learn how to fight. Naturally, Vernon did not want me learning hand-to-hand combat. You seem to think I was giving you a choice. I smiled, amused that this fat fool actually thought he had any say in what I could and could not do. What was that? Vernon's face turned a rather unsightly shade of puce. On his walrus-like face, it was awfully disgusting. I was not asking you to let me learn martial arts, I continued, watching as Vernon began to tremble. The man never could keep his temper down. I was telling you that I am going to be learning martial arts. You have no choice in the matter. Vernon unleashed a beastly roar as he charged me, his hands coming up and making grasping motions. I got the feeling he was hoping those hands would be wrapped around my neck. Not that it mattered. I would never give him the chance to get close enough. Vernon, lifting a single hand, I called upon my power. Seconds later, Vernon was hurled not just into but straight through the wall as I used my ability and pushed him away. Smiling, I walked up to the hole my fat uncle had made and saw the man lying there, groaning in pain. Standing over him was a worried-looking Petunia and their obese son, Dudley. "Look at what you did to my husband, you nasty little freak," the woman screeched at me. I gave her a smile. It was not a pleasant smile. Seconds later the woman found herself on the floor, gasping as I created a vacuum in which no oxygen existed around her head. I had gotten the idea from a movie I watched once. It was a rather ingenious idea, I had to admit. Thank you, Darth Vader, for giving me this wonderful idea. "Do you have a problem with the way I do things, Petunia?" I asked the woman as she clutched at her throat, her eyes wider than dishpans, face turning purple from lack of oxygen. She stared at me in horror as I smiled down at her. I could practically smell her fear. It was intoxicating.
Oi!
Dudley stood up with clenched fists. "What are you doing to Mum? You're not very quick on the uptake, are you?" I allowed amusement to seep into my voice. This boy was the very definition of stupidity. Where I received the highest marks in my class, Dudley had nearly failed his. Primates were smarter than he was. "Are you making fun of me?" It took him a second to come to this conclusion. I was frankly just surprised he had come to it at all. Not that I would allow this to ruin my fun. "Yes, Dudley." I turned my smile in his direction as I finally let Petunia, whose face had turned a motley shade of red, go. "I am making fun of you. You're a stupid, idiotic child. I've seen monkeys at the zoo who are smarter than you are. That does it. I'll show you." I watched Dudley charge me the same time Petunia's eyes widened and her face paled. My smile widened as I raised my hand. "Dudley, don't." Too late. With a burst of my power, Dudley was sent flying into the kitchen where he ended up smacking his head on the stove. Petunia tried to run to her son, but with some more power, I had her floating in the air, hovering there and looking like a fish out of water. It was funny to watch her flap about. Dudley, let me go. I need to get to my Diddykins." "I'm afraid I can't let you go," I told the woman. "You see, your husband isn't letting me go to my martial arts lessons, so letting you go to your son is just out of the question." I watched Petunia paled and just barely hid my grin as I tapped a finger against my chin. "But maybe if you convince Vernon to let me learn martial arts, I'll let you go to your son." Yes, whatever you want. Please, just let me go." Without much ceremony, I dropped the woman on the ground. A chuckle escaped my lips as the horse-like woman scrambled towards her son and began to frantically call his name to no effect. I would later learn that Dudley received a concussion. The thought honestly didn't bother me all that much. This would serve as a good lesson to them about what would happen whenever they didn't listen to me. It was nearly 2 hours after Harry had first entered Gringotts that he found himself standing outside of its doors once more. The sunlight hit his face, forcing him to squint due to how much time he'd spent in the darkened passageways where his vaults were held. Taking out the Hogwarts letter from within his backpack, Harry pulled out and unfolded the second piece of paper that he had found attached to the first. It was a list of all the things he was required to buy for Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear, 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emetic Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. Wand Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, set glass or crystal files, telescope set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Harry frowned as he looked at the list. He turned his head to look at the backpack on his back, then back at the list. There was no way he would be able to fit all of that in his backpack. It was nowhere near large enough. Blowing out a soft breath, Harry decided that the first thing he would need was a trunk to carry everything in. Fortunately for him, he had seen a place that sold trunks on the way to Gringotts. Harry Potter entered the shop known as Truckle's Trunks and took a look around the basic-looking shop. Well, he assumed it was a basic-looking shop for a magical store selling trunks. It was quite a bit larger on the inside than the outside, at least a dozen square meters, something that Harry picked up on immediately. There were several aisles, and each one contained rows upon rows of various trunks of all shapes, sizes, and colors. Some of them were floating, a few were opening and closing. Harry even saw one that looked like it was undulating. Shaking his head at the unusual sight, and bothered that he couldn't for the life of him figure out how something such as a trunk could undulate, he made his way to the desk where a middle-aged man was sitting behind a cash register. "Excuse me," Harry called out in a confident voice. The man with slightly graying hair looked down at him, blinking. Harry ignored the inquisitive and slightly incredulous stare and continued. "I'm looking for a trunk." "Well, you've come to the right place," the man said with a smile. "You are a Hogwarts student, yes? A first year." "That's right," Harry admitted with a nod. "All of our standard trunks cost 50 galleons. If you want them to be made with something other than leather, you will need to specify what you want it made from." Harry frowned as he noticed the wording the man used, and decided to question the clerk on it. "What do you mean standard? What other kinds of trunks are there?" "We have trunks of all kinds and with all sorts of enchantments," the man exclaimed, his smile, if possible, getting larger. "Anything you could think of, we likely have it. Perhaps I can interest you in one of our 7-compartment trunks made from dragonhide and with enough expansion charms on them to make each compartment the size of a small apartment." Harry tilted his head quizzically at some of the unfamiliar terms the man had just bandied about. Dragonhide was easy enough to figure out, though the thought that dragons were actually real caused his mind to whirl. However, both the term expansion charms and 7 compartments gave him pause. After a bit of thought, he determined that an expansion charm likely did exactly as it sounded, which would also explain why this store looked larger on the inside than it did the outside. He did have a bit of trouble figuring out what 7 compartments meant, but figured there must be some kind of spell that allowed one trunk to contain more than one space for his materials. He didn't know how such a thing was possible, but vowed to find out. "I was actually thinking of getting a custom-made trunk," Harry told the man, interrupting the older male's sales pitch. "A custom, eh?" The man's eyes lit up a bit, and Harry could detect the greed in them. Custom trunks must be expensive, he mused. It almost made him wonder why this man assumed Harry could actually afford the trunk when he was so young, but chalked it off to the man probably just assuming he was an heir of a well-to-do family or some such. "Well, what exactly are you looking for?" Harry was silent for a moment as he tried to decide what he wanted. Truthfully, he had at first only been planning on getting a normal trunk. But with the knowledge that he could get a trunk capable of storing vast amounts of items, decided that he might as well get the best. He had more than enough money after all. "I would like a 4-compartment trunk." "What sizes do your compartments come in?" "We have 3 sizes, standard, that is to say, the average size one would expect from a trunk with no magical enchantments. Our next size is what we call closet-sized, which is about the size of a walk-in closet. And finally, we have our largest size, which is about the size of an average bedroom." Biting his lower lip for a moment, Harry pondered which size he should get. He didn't want the standard, as he would not be able to carry very much in them, and considering where he was going and what he would be doing, one never knew what sorts of interesting items he might pick up. That left closet size and apartment size. A part of him wanted to go for the largest size, but having 4 compartments the size of a bedroom seemed a little excessive. Not to mention it was probably pricey, and while he didn't have any shortage of money, he had never been what one would call wasteful. "I'll go with the closet size for all 4 compartments, Harry decided. He doubted he would need to something bigger, and on the off chance that he ever needed a trunk with a larger compartment, he could just come back and buy another trunk, he reasoned. "Very well. And what would you like your trunk to be made of?" A pause. Harry tilted his head, considering. "What are my options?" "Well," the man started, rubbing his hands together in undisguised glee. We have all the normal materials, leather, wood, and such, but we also have several types of dragon hide available as well, including Hungarian horntail, Norwegian ridgeback, Hebridean black, and Ukrainian ironbelly. And what are the benefits to using dragon hide over normal materials? All dragon hides are magic resistant. You can cast just about any spell at them short of a dark curse and they won't even receive a scratch. Dragon hide is also much tougher than normal materials, strong as steel in some cases, such as with the Ukrainian ironbelly. Of course, the hide of a Ukrainian ironbelly is much heavier than anything else, so it's a trade-off. Then why don't we go with a happy medium? I want something durable, but not something that's too heavy for me to lift. In that case, why don't we go with the dragon hide of a Norwegian ridgeback? The man suggested. Their hides are more durable than the Hebridean blacks and the horntails, but not nearly as heavy as either of them. Definitely one of the better choices, I believe. Harry thought for a moment before nodding. Very well, we'll go with that. Now what about security? Security? The shopkeeper blinked, confused. Yes, Harry replied. I don't want people trying to get into my trunk without permission. Ah, well, all our trunks come standard with a magical lock, the man answered. It requires you to speak a password in order to open. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are there no other options available? None, I'm afraid. The man shifted uncomfortably. Very well, Harry sighed. He had been hoping for something a bit more secure, like a lock that could only be opened with his own injury, or something of the sort. But if he had no other option, then that's what he would go with, at least until he could create his own security. I believe that will suffice. Now all we need to discuss is the cost and how long it will take for my trunk to be made. You're in luck, the man replied, grabbing the wand from the desk and making a swish and flick motion. Harry watched as a trunk made of a brown material that looked like leathery scales floated over to them. It sat down directly in front of Harry, and the older male set his wand back onto the desk. I already have a trunk with the exact specifications you are looking for. Well, that was convenient, though Harry assumed the man likely had many such trunks that were pre-made to fit exact specifications, so anyone looking to buy a custom-made trunk wouldn't have to wait. The trunk will cost 1,000 galleons, the man told him. Harry raised an eyebrow at the price, noticing just how much more expensive getting a custom-made trunk was from getting a standard trunk. This made him realize that it was highly unlikely that anyone except for maybe himself, and a few of the children from an ancient and most noble family would have something like this. Still, he had more than enough money, and it wasn't like he had no intention of not using his trunk to its fullest. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out the pouch inside of it that had been magically expanded to carry more money than he could possibly carry on hand. He gave the man 1,000 galleons, a not insignificant sum but not enough to even put a dent into the amount he had, and left with his new trunk in tow. Have a great day, the man said, waving at Harry as he left the shop. It would not be a surprise to anyone who knew Harry that his first stop after receiving his trunk was the bookstore, Flourish and Blots. Those who knew him knew that Harry had an insatiable desire to learn. Lisa had said it best when she had once commented that he was practically married to his books after he'd spent an entire day at the library reading. Flourish and Blots was a lot different than any other bookstore or library he had ever been in. Like the trunk store, this one also appeared much larger on the inside than it was on the outside. It looked to be around 2 or 3 times the size of the trunk store. All around the shop Harry could see rows upon rows of books. It looked like the books were organized categorically by subject. Charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and so on. Harry did not recognize any of those categories, but he expected that. While his parents had told them much about Hogwarts when he was a baby, most of it had to do with pranks and certain teachers. They had never really gone into great detail of the classes or subjects taught there. This did not deter Harry, not in the least. The first thing Harry did was go through the store and search out the required books for his subject. They weren't that difficult to find, but after finding the books needed for school as required by the Hogwarts curriculum for first years, Harry discovered that he didn't know what else to buy. Granted, a part of him just wanted to buy every single book this store had, but he figured it would be better if he started out by getting books that would be relevant to learning what he would need to know about the wizarding world. Therein lay the problem. Harry knew very little about the world of magic. In fact, aside from the bits he was told by his aunt and Professor McGonagall, he knew next to nothing. He supposed it would be good to buy a few history books first. His knowledge of all that happened within the past century was lacking, and he needed to get caught up to speed with the current times. He already had a history of magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Chances were good he would be finished reading that one before he got to Hogwarts. He also managed to find great wizards of the 20th century, notable magical names of our time, both of which would help him learn about the most prominent figures in the wizarding world. This would definitely be beneficial, as it was always important to know who's who no matter which society you were living in. Another book he found was Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy, which listed all of the pureblood family lines, or so Harry believed. It was only after a quick scan of the first few pages that he realized it only listed lines that had gone extinct. Still, he figured it would prove useful and took it anyway. More books included Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding, Events of the 20th Century, Modern Magical History, and a study in recent developments in wizardry. All of the books looked like they would prove useful in letting him learn the most recent history of the magical world. He only hoped they would be enough, as there didn't seem to be much else that would provide the information he wanted. It was as Harry was going through the aisles searching for any more history books that he found something which both intrigued and bothered him. Inside of the history section of Flourish and Blots was an entire section dedicated to him. Harry saw books with titles such as Harry Potter and the Egyptian Black Dragon, Harry Potter and the Warlock Spell, Harry Potter and the Trip Through Time, and 16 other books with similar titles. Harry was not sure what disturbed him more: the fact that people were writing books about him, or the fact that there was an animated toy that looked nothing like him save for the scar on its head that came complimentary when you bought one of the books. Picking up the one titled Harry Potter and the Banshee's Breath, the person who the book was written about opened it up to the first page and began to read. What he saw didn't just disturb him. It angered him. This book was apparently a story book about him traveling through Ireland. He didn't even need to read more than the first page to know that the book was about him supposedly defeating this banshee. And it didn't take a large leap in logic to realize that all of the other books were about similar adventures he'd supposedly had. Harry did not know if the people who had written this truly thought he had accomplished these things. But one thing he did know was that this blatant use of his name without even getting his permission to use it caused a wellspring of black rage to surge up into his soul. The bookshelf began to shake. Realizing he was close to blowing his lid, Harry closed his eyes and began to empty his mind. It would not do for him to blow up the shelves containing his books in a fit of rage. Not only would it cause questions to be asked and more than likely get him kicked out of the store, but he didn't need to draw that kind of attention to himself. He focused on his breathing while imagining his mind as a blank space, a void of white. He breathed in through the nose, held it for 5 seconds, then out through the mouth. The process repeated several times before he felt sufficiently calm. That still didn't stop him from glaring at the books the moment his eyes were opened, but at least he could think without wanting to blow the books to Kingdom Come. Without hesitation, he grabbed a copy of every single book on the shelf and put it into his basket. It was as he finished putting the last book, Harry Potter and the Wandering Vampire, into the basket that he realized another problem. His basket was beginning to get too heavy for him to carry, and that was not even considering how he was lugging around his new trunk behind him. At this rate, he would not be able to get even half of the books he wanted. It only took him a moment to think of a way out of this predicament, however, and the moment he did, Harry set off towards one of the people who looked like they worked there. A young female that Harry guessed was in her late teens. She was quite attractive, with dark black hair pulled into a bun and a few stray strands framing a heart-shaped face. Green eyes were complemented by the green robes she was wearing. The reason he could tell she worked there was because she wore an apron with Flourish and Blots written on it in gold lettering. "Excuse me." Harry came up behind the girl and tapped her on the shoulder. Despite being above average in height for a kid his age, this girl was a head and shoulder taller than him, and when she turned around, the young woman blinked in surprise, before tilting her head down to look at him. Casting the female worker a charming smile, he said, "I was wondering if you could help me with something." The girl returned his smile with one of her. "Of course. What do you need help with?" "I was gathering some books that I thought looked interesting and felt would help me learn more about the wizarding world." Harry began his explanation without any further prompting. I'm Muggle-raised, you see. So I don't know much about the wizarding world and was hoping to learn as much as I could before going to Hogwarts. You're a first year then? Asked the girl, blinking a bit in surprise. She looked him up and down once more. He noticed that she looked at his bandana, which he knew seemed out of place, but ignored that since she didn't ask him any questions about it. I thought you were at least a second or third year with how tall you are. Ah, well, I'm a bit tall for my age, Harry admitted with a shrug, before plunging on with his request. Anyway, while I was gathering books I realized that my basket was getting too heavy for me to carry, and at this rate I won't be able to buy all the books I want. I was wondering if you knew of something that could help me with this problem, and maybe answer a few questions so I can find out what books I still need. I think I can do that, the girl said. She then looked at the large trunk he was dragging behind him. The first thing we need to do is get rid of that trunk. You won't be able to carry all your books if you're too busy lugging that thing around. Harry frowned. Where should I put it? Why don't you take it to the professor showing you around, so they can look after it? Actually, I'm here on my own, Harry corrected. Upon seeing the look of surprise on her face, he hastily added, the person I live with, my aunt, knows about magic, so I guess they felt I didn't need a professor guiding me. It's just that, because she's a Muggle, I wasn't able to take her to Diagon Alley with me. Harry honestly wasn't sure if it was possible for a Muggle to enter the Leaky Cauldron or not. Uncle Vernon hadn't even seen it, so he assumed that was the case. He only hoped he was right. Oh, the girl frowned a bit, before shrugging. I guess that makes sense, sort of. I wouldn't know since I'm a half-injury myself and both my parents were magical. My mum's Muggle-born. Same here, Harry said with a smile before frowning. So about the trunk, we'll just place it behind the counter for now, the girl told him. She pulled what Harry recognized as a wand out of the folds of her robes, and he watched as she made a swish and flick motion. Wingardium Leviosa, is that one of the spells we learn at Hogwarts? Harry asked curiously. It was basically like his levitation magic, only with a wand instead. Yes, it is. The girl looked at him, slightly confused. Harry assumed it was because he had told her he was Muggle-raised, yet wasn't surprised or awed to see her using magic. Then again, it could be something else entirely, though he doubted it. This is actually a first-year spell, the levitation charm. Neat, said Harry, looking over the spell curiously. He glanced at the girl's wand and noted it was pointed at the trunk. Did that mean that in order to maintain the spell she had to keep it locked onto the trunk at all times? Or perhaps she used her wand to direct where the spell went. How interesting. While it looked slightly limited at first, Harry could see how that would be useful. He could only control where the objects he floated moved by giving them a preset destination, or giving them a loop to follow. That was part of the reason he made them orbit his head. He could only make them travel in a circle or straight one way. Changing direction or animating something required him to exert both more control and more magic, which made it more difficult. The girl looked at him oddly, but quickly shook off whatever she was thinking and led him down to the counter, where she set his trunk. What followed next was Harry telling the girl what he was looking for in the books he wanted as the two of them traveled the bookstore collecting books. In the end, Harry ended up getting a large number of books on wizarding laws, including but not limited to the dark arts. A Legal Companion, The Dark Arts, a Legal Compendium, Legal Guide to Proper Use of Magic, Magical Misdemeanors in the Modern Law, Magical Moral Perspective, Unforgivable Curses, and Their Legal Compunctions. It was his hope that these books would help him not only know what the laws were, but also find legal loopholes to use if he ever needed to break them. He was a bit disappointed to learn that there were no books on etiquette and how one was supposed to act in formal functions within the wizarding world. When asked, the girl giving him a hand had told him, "Sorry, but as far as I know there aren't any books on things like that. From what I understand, learning etiquette and whatnot is learned through word of mouth. However, we do have a book on wizarding traditions." That particular conversation had ended up with him getting the book A Traditional Look at Wizarding Traditions. He only hoped it would be enough until he found someone who could teach him how to act in wizarding society. Books on law and tradition were not the only books he ended up buying that day. He also ended up getting more books on subjects taught at Hogwarts such as herbology, charms, defense against the dark arts, potions and transfiguration, which Harry learned through the pretty girl helping him was actually what his transformation magic was called. He also bought several books on subjects that were not taught at Hogwarts, subjects like defensive and offensive spells, dueling, general spellbooks, alchemy, goblins, and a few books on magical theory. All in all, Harry felt that he had made a pretty good haul. "I'm not sure how you plan on fitting all this in your trunk," the shop assistant half-joked after they had finished their excursion for the books he was looking for. Of course, she was half-joking because there was simply no way Harry would be able to fit all of those books in a normal trunk. "My parents left me a lot of money," Harry said with a shrug. "So I ended up buying a custom trunk to store books and other things I felt I would need." "Oh." The girl shifted uncomfortably at that reminder. Harry had told her he was Muggle-raised, which meant he had been unable to be raised by his parents for whatever reason. In this day and age that was not uncommon, due to Voldemort's purging of many magical families that had opposed him. There were a large number of orphans in Britain due to the few families that had children that had managed escaped the Dark Lord's wrath. She probably and correctly assumed that he was one such orphan. "Well, why don't I just ring you up then?" The total cost for all the books Harry decided to get came to a grand total of 500 galleons. Not nearly as pricey as his trunk, but still expensive. Still, the money he had used was money well spent in his opinion. Knowledge was power, and right now he had a distinct lack of it as far as the wizarding world was concerned. "Thank you very much." Harry gave his appreciation to the girl who had helped him with a slight bow of his head. He did not like asking for help often, but when he did he was more than willing to show how grateful he was for the help. It was important to let people know you appreciated what they did for you. Building bridges is what he believed it was called. "I don't believe I ever got your name, miss." "Well, aren't you a little gentleman?" the girl said with a smile. "My name is Cassidy Fergand." "Cassidy." Harry tested the name before offering the girl a smile. "Thank you for the help. I won't forget it." And unlike other people, Harry really wouldn't forget it. He also wasn't one to just let this go. He was indebted to this girl for helping him, even if she was only doing it because she was paid to. She had gone far beyond what her job called for, spending what had to be at least 2 or 3 hours helping him, and he would be sure to pay her back someday. Offering one last wave to Cassidy, and getting a "thank you and please come again" from said girl, Harry, lugging his trunk behind him, left the store.
Chapter 6. Familiar Familias.
2 months. I've wasted 2 months at this stupid Dow. 2 months of not learning martial arts. 2 months of my instructor telling me that he would not teach me until I was ready. 2 months of time. Wasted. "You are full of much anger for one so young," my master Wei said, observing me through squinted eyes. "I'm angry because you won't teach me anything," I shouted at him, balling my hands into fists. "I've been here for 2 months now, but all we've done so far is stretches and push-ups. I want to learn how to fight. I need to learn how to fight." "Why do you need to know how to fight?" he inquired. "So my relatives can no longer walk all over me. So I can prove to them that I'm better than they are. So that I won't ever have to put up with their abuse again." By the end of my rant, I felt out of breath. "Is that really why you wish to learn now?" Master Wei asked. "Of course, why else would I want to learn?" Master Wei looked at me. He said nothing, spoke no words, he just stared. I turned away, uncomfortable. "I think you know the real reason you wish to learn martial arts," Master Wei said quietly. "However, until you can admit to the real reason, I will not teach you how to fight. Martial arts is not just a way of fighting but an art, and an oath. It is an art that allows one to express themselves through movement, and an oath to never use violence unless it is the only way to protect yourself or the ones you love. Now then, I believe we are done for the day. Go wash up and head home. We shall continue where we left off tomorrow." I glared at my master, wanting nothing more than to lift him with my magic and throw him through a wall. But I couldn't do that, could I? Mum once said there were laws about using magic in front of non-magical people. I didn't know how they could find out what I'd done. But they must have some means of tracking magic, so I assumed. And so I left. Impotent, angry and frustrated beyond belief. My heart blackened with rage. Upon exiting Flourish and Blots, Harry noticed right away that the sun was much higher in the sky than it had been before entering the bookstore. He must have spent at least 2 hours within that shop. Harry was very glad he had gotten here so early, or he might have had to leave before he even managed to buy all of his school supplies. Using the positioning of the sun to judge the time, Harry deduced that it was somewhere around midday. In other words, it was high time he grabbed a bite to eat. Fortunately, there were a number of places where he could find a decent meal at. Harry had seen 5 different cafes from while walking to Gringotts. He began moving toward one that caught his fancy when he paused. A small frown flitting across his face as he looked around for the source of his apprehension. Something was calling him. It wasn't a voice calling out his name, or even a voice in his head calling out to him. It felt more like an innate feeling that something here wanted to get his attention. A tug on his heart that pulled him in a certain direction. Not one to ignore such a feeling, and extremely curious to find out what was calling him, Harry abruptly changed directions, and walked away from the cafe he had been about to walk into and towards the source of this strange sensation. The source that was calling out to him was none other than Elop's Owl Emporium. The store was very dark on the inside, probably due to the fact that owls were nocturnal creatures. Harry's vision took several moments to adjust, but when he did it was easy to see that the store was really just an open space with no shelves, one counter, and a whole lot of cages containing owls of all kinds hanging from the rafters. Many of the owls were of kinds that Harry recognized. Barn, Brown, Tawny, Screech, yet none of those were the ones Harry had sensed calling to him. "Can I help you, kid?" Harry almost jerked in surprise. With all the hooting from the owls in the shop, he hadn't heard the man walking up behind him. Looking over at who he could only guess was the shopkeeper, Harry took in the man's general appearance. Tall, with brown going on gray hair and a pot belly. He wore the standard black wizarding robes that had several feathers sticking to it, which gave him a bit of an unruly look. "Maybe," Harry replied, keeping his surprise well hidden. "I'm looking for an owl." The man raised an eyebrow at his pause, but then seemed to shrug off whatever he was thinking. "If it's an owl you're looking for, you've come to the right place. Elop's is the #1 store for getting a pet owl. What kind are you looking for?" "I'm not sure," Harry said, his eyes once more traveling around the store as he tried to find the source of whatever was calling him. "But I'll know when I see her." "Her?" the man questioned with a raised eyebrow. Harry ignored him as he traveled deeper into the store, searching. He passed by many owls, all of them hooting as they twisted their heads this way and that. Harry was vaguely amused when he watched one owl twist its head 180 degrees, reminding him of the movie The Exorcist that Lisa had convinced him to watch when she snuck into her parents' R-rated movie cabinet. He also remembered how the girl hadn't been able to sleep in her own bed for several weeks after that and often crawled into his when he spent the night. It happened when Harry finally reached the back, the moment he discovered the source calling to him. A snowy white owl with the most intelligent amber eyes he had ever seen on something that was not human. She watched him with the utmost concentration from within her cage, glowing eyes that followed his every move. Harry found himself almost entranced as he walked up to the owl. Visions flitted through his mind. Images, sensations. He couldn't make heads or tails of them, but knew they came from the white owl. He didn't know how he knew this, just that he did. "You won't be wanting that bird?" the shopkeeper following him said, but Harry hardly listened to him. It was as if the man's voice was coming to him from a great distance, like a fading echo spoke from miles away. "A right menace, she is. Many customers tried buying her only to be bitten, would have gotten rid of her a long time ago. But she never moves from that cage even when I open it to let her free." "Really? How interesting," Harry mused absently as he and the owl stared at each other. There was something about this owl, a thrum of familiarity that hummed within his soul. It was strange, he had never laid eyes on this owl until now, and yet he felt as if he should know her, almost like she was simply a piece of him that he had been missing. Raising his left hand, Harry ignored the shopkeeper's warnings as he stuck fingers in between the cage. The owl eyed his index finger with a look of keen intelligence. After a moment she lightly nipped his finger, then waddled a bit closer to the cage so that Harry could brush his fingers against her feathers. Well, I'll be, the shopkeeper said in surprise. Every other person who's done what you have got their fingers practically bitten off. I'm sure they have, Harry replied in a soft voice. He could feel it, he didn't know why, he didn't know how, but he knew that this owl belonged with him. They were partners, in a sense, even if he was not quite sure just what that partnership entailed. How much for her? The man eyed the bird and the boy strangely, before shrugging. 50 galleons. That includes both the cage and owl treats. We won't need either of those, Harry said, his voice still soft. Neither he nor the owl had looked away from each other since the moment they had made eye contact. He didn't why, but Harry felt that if they broke contact something bad would happen. He didn't know what, it was just a gut feeling. But it was one he decided to go with since he always trusted his instincts. The shopkeeper looked a bit unnerved, probably thinking about how weird the strange owl and even stranger kid were, but he didn't argue the point. Very well, then it will 25 galleons for the owl. Harry absently opened his money pouch and pulled out exactly 25 galleons, then handed it to the shopkeeper. All of this was done while still keeping eye contact with the owl. As soon as the man had his money, Harry opened the cage that kept him and his new partner separated. Immediately the owl flew out of the cage, startling the shopkeeper, who let out a loud shout of surprise. She flew around the room for 2 laps, and then landed on Harry's outstretched arm. The owl nipped him on the ear, once in a gesture that Harry got the feeling was distinctly affectionate, and Harry decided it was time to leave and get something to eat. He left the shop, only vaguely paying attention to the shopkeeper who complained about the weird bird and the even weirder kid who bought her. Lunchtime found Harry sitting in a small batch of tables near a cafe, eating a beef sandwich as he read a history of magic. If he were perfectly honest, he was rather surprised Diagon Alley actually had what amounted to an open-air cafe, especially when he considered how behind the times the magical world seemed to be. Judging from everything he had seen and done, Harry had determined that the wizarding world was still stuck somewhere in the early or late 1500s, long before the open-air cafe was invented. Still, he supposed some things had to change, what with all of the Muggle-born students that come out of Hogwarts. And even though Diagon Alley had an open-air cafe, it still looked like something that was pulled directly from the 15th century. You know, Harry said conversationally to the owl currently standing on the table eating a small plate of bacon he had gotten for her. We still need to come up with a name for you. The owl looked up from her eating, her head tilting this way and that. She gave a barking hoot that Harry somehow translated into a scent, before going back to her crispy pieces of pig. How about Allison? Asked Harry. His new owl companion only took enough time from her eating to give him a look that, if he had to define with a word, believed unsatisfied would be the most apt fit. She hooted in a manner that told him a similar story to her expression, and then went back to eating. Harry decided to cross off that name as a no in his mental list. What about Catherine? Hoot. Angelica? Hoot. Okay. How about Tabitha? When Tabitha decided to show her displeasure at the name by biting his hand hard enough to draw injury, and a pained hiss from him, Harry said, Okay. So not Tabitha. Of course, that meant he still hadn't come up with a decent name for the owl. There were many more names out there that he knew of, but he suspected his owl did not want a typical name. He didn't know how he knew, just that he knew she would want a name that was not only rare, but also unique. Frowning, Harry looked down at the book, A History of Magic. It was a very fascinating book, a wellspring of knowledge on events long since past. A part of him knew that he should probably be reading something a bit more prevalent to his current situation and lack of knowledge on recent events, but he had reasoned with himself that he would be studying almost non-stop for the next few weeks before he went to school. It generally only took him a day or two to read most books. Even the larger textbooks only took at most 3 days. That would be more than enough ample time to gain all of the important knowledge he would need before beginning his first year at Hogwarts. As he looked at the book set on the table, his mind recalled a particular name that had appeared within the 3rd page of the book. How about Hedwig? Harry asked, looking up at the owl who had stopped her eating again to look at him. She blinked several times, her head tilting to the left and then the right. A moment passed, then 2. Harry began to wonder if she would ever answer him. But after another moment she gave what he could only describe as an affirming hoot, bobbed her head up and down once, then went back to eating. Harry smiled. It seems he finally found a name for his new companion. Chapter 7 of Clothing and Wands. The next shop on Harry's list of places to go was none other than Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. There, he got his first sight of who could only be the owner of the store, Madame Malkin. She was a rather squat witch, dressed in a mauve robe, and giving him a pleasant smile. While she looked a little odd in Harry's opinion, being so short and all, he couldn't help but decide he liked this woman's cheerful demeanor. And, if nothing else, at least she took better care of her appearance than those other witches he had seen in the leaky cauldron. "Hogwarts, dear?" asked the woman, her kind smile still in place. Harry nodded. "Yes, we've had quite a few Hogwarts students coming in today," Madame Malkin said. "In fact, there's a young lady being fitted up just now." In the back of the shop, a young girl with slightly curly brown hair tied in a ponytail, bright brown eyes, and a pretty smile stood on a footstool, while a second which pinned up her long black robes. Madame Malkin directed Harry onto the stool next to the girl, slipped a long robe over his head, and began to pin it to the right length. The girl greeted him in a voice that was every bit as cheerful as her smile. "Are you going to Hogwarts too?" "That's right," Harry told her with a smile of his own, his mind and demeanor easily slipping into that of the polite and helpful boy he acted like whenever he was at school. "From how excited you are, I take it you're a first year as well?" "That's right," the girl said with a nod. "What year are you in?" "First year." "Really?" The girl looked at him wide-eyed. She eyed him up and down, and as she did, her cheeks gained a bit of color. Harry frowned when he saw her staring at him. It almost looked like she was eyeing him through the robe. "You don't look like a first year," she mumbled to herself. "I get that a lot," Harry admitted, and the mild blush that had been staining the girl's cheeks spread to the rest of her face, as she realized she had not only been caught staring at him, but also hadn't been as quiet as she should have been. The frown marring Harry's face deepened for a moment as he wondered why the girl seemed so embarrassed. It's not like she hadn't said anything he had never heard before. Or maybe it had something to do with how she'd been caught staring at him. Well, whatever. It wasn't like it really mattered in the end. Shrugging the thought off as irrelevant, Harry decided to restart the conversation by steering it toward the one thing they had in common. The new school they would both soon be going to. "Are you excited to be going to Hogwarts?" "You bet I am," the girl replied, enthused, her bright smile returning again. It was almost amusing how she seemed to bounce from embarrassed to excited so quickly, a thought Harry wisely kept to himself. "So what house do you think you'll be in?" "I'm not sure," Harry admitted, almost tempted to shrug, but held himself back for fear of accidentally getting stuck with a needle while Madame Malkin was fitting his robes. "Both of my parents were in Gryffindor, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's where I'll end up. I suppose I will go to whichever house they put me in." "So both of your parents went to Hogwarts?" the girl asked. Not giving him a chance to respond, she said, "Mine too. My mum was in Ravenclaw and my dad was in Slytherin." She paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you a pureblood then?" "Half injury," Harry corrected her. "My mum was a Muggle-born while my father was pureblood." At that the girl flashed him a grin. "Mine too. So what house do you think you'll be in?" "Well..." The girl actually seemed to ponder it for a moment before shrugging. "I'm not really sure. I would say Slytherin or Ravenclaw since my parents were in those houses, but the truth is nobody really knows where they'll be sorted until the sorting takes place. I just hope I'm not in Hufflepuff." "And what's wrong with being sorted into Hufflepuff?" asked Harry, honestly curious. He also filed away the knowledge that both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were the other two houses at Hogwarts. Harry had only ever known of Gryffindor because his parents were in it, and Slytherin, of course, because his father and his group of friends miscreants, his mum had called them one more than one occasion, pranked many of the students in Slytherin. They had not really spoken of the other houses, so Harry had not heard of them. "Don't you know?" the girl asked, before hurrying on with the answer before Harry could say anything to the obviously rhetorical question. "Hufflepuff's supposed to be the house of cowards and leftovers. No one who goes to Hogwarts ever wants to go there." The girl was leaning towards him slightly, as if what she was telling him was some great secret. which would explain why she had missed the look of anger on the face of the young woman pinning up her robes. However, while the girl missed it, Harry was in the perfect position to see the expression. "You were in Hufflepuff, weren't you?" Harry asked of the young woman. The girl's head turned in surprise as she looked at the woman pinning up her robes. Said woman gave the brunette a cold smile. "Yes," she answered Harry's question. "I was one of those leftovers, as you called them." "Irk." The girl made a strangled sound and her face began to pale, all except for her cheeks, which reddened as she realized her mistake. I'm really sorry about that." The woman huffed, but didn't say anything further as she continued working on the robes. "You really should learn to be more careful when you speak," Harry admonished lightly. "You never know when someone around you might be insulted by what you say. Also, you probably shouldn't judge a person based on what house they go into. Preconceptions about someone because of where they're sorted can lead to making assumptions made out of ignorance, which could lead to a confrontation if you're not careful and insult the wrong person." "Yes, Mum," the girl said with a slight roll of her eyes. "You may roll your eyes now," Harry spoke with a tone of warning. "But when you end up inadvertently insulting someone again and they take greater offense than this nice woman did, just remember that I told you so." The girl sighed. "Yeah, I get it," she grimaced. "You're probably right anyways. Dad always said I should learn to think before I speak." Which was exactly what he said just a few moments ago, he noted with amusement. "Your dad sounds like a smart man," Harry said, getting the girl to stick her tongue out at him. He chuckled a bit at the childish return. Lisa always did something similar whenever she lost in their arguments. "That's you done, dear," Madame Malkin said, interrupting any further attempt at conversation. Harry nodded and hopped of the stool. "Do you think I could also get several sets of dress robes?" asked Harry. "Of course." Madame Malkin smiled at him. "Just tell me how many, what colors, and what you would like them made out of." "I want 3, 2 black and 1 dark green," Harry began. "And what options do I have for the materials?" "We have several." Madame Malkin began to list off the materials she had on her fingers. "We have cotton, wool, though neither of those make for very good dress robes. Our other 2 materials are linen and silk. If you want my opinion, our silk is the best material to use for dress robes. We use acromantula silk." "And what is acromantula silk?" asked Harry, now curious. He had never heard of an acromantula before, though judging from the name he could take a guess as to what one was. Acromantula silk is the fiber spun by acromantula spiders to make their web. Not only is it very beautiful when woven together for clothing, it's also comfortable and heat and magic resistant as well. "I imagine it's also pricey," Harry pointed out. Not that price mattered much to him. From what he had just been told, acromantula silk was the best material to make robes out of. If it weren't for the fact that Harry didn't want to seem like some kind of rich snob, he would have probably even considered using acromantula silk for all of his robes. Yes, Madame Malkin looked reluctant to admit that. One robe made from acromantula silk costs 200 galleons. At that, the girl Harry had been talking with, who had been listening in on the conversation with growing enthusiasm, began looking dejected. Harry almost snorted. It seemed that even in the wizarding world all girls were fashionistas. "I would like all of my dress robes made in acromantula silk," Harry told the woman, shocking both her and the girl that had been listening eavesdropping in the conversation. "Very well." Madame Malkin quickly recovered her smile and pleasant demeanor. "The dress robes will take a while, but they should be done in a day or so if you would like to come back then. Or I can have them sent to you." "I'll come back," Harry said after a moment. "I'm probably going to be here often enough, so I'll just check in to see if they are done 2 days from now. Of course. Have a pleasant day, dear. And you as well." Harry gave her a small bow of the head, then turned to look at the brunette who was only just now recovering from her shock of someone spending over 600 galleons on dress robes. "I'm sure we'll see each other at Hogwarts, right? I'll see you around then." The girl waved at him as Harry walked out of the store. The next 2 hours were spent with Harry visiting various shops to get the rest of the school supplies he would need. He ended up buying a pewter cauldron. Had thought about getting the golden one, but that seemed really wasteful, as well as a set of scales for weighing potions ingredients. One of the things he had decided not to get was a telescope, which from what he had seen was a really old-fashioned model that would not look out of place in the 15th century. Harry had decided to instead buy a Muggle telescope, as even the ones that did not require batteries to power them were far better than what he saw there. Other items Harry did not get were quills and ink bottles, having decided to also buy a set of calligraphy pens in Muggle London that would give the same effect as an old-fashioned quill, only without the mess. He did end up buying quite a few potions ingredients, nearly 4 times the amount of ingredients required by Hogwarts at the apothecary, a fascinating place with a most horrible stench. The place had smelled like a mixture of bad eggs and rotted cabbages. It was quite possibly one of the most putrid scents Harry had ever picked up, and that was saying something coming from him. The last place Harry visited was the one place he had been looking forward to the most other than Flourish and Blot's place where he would get his wand. Ollivander's. The wand store was pretty run down from what he could see. It was a narrow and shabby-looking building, with peeling gold letters above the door that read Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Below that was a dusty window in which a single wand lay on a faded purple cushion. Harry was not quite sure what to think about the place at first sight. On the one hand, it was like being in the leaky cauldron, and he had to wonder if the owner of the shop cared at all for how his store appeared. On the other hand, he got the distinct feeling it was made to appear like this on purpose. Something in the air spoke to him as he looked at the shop, as if saying, this store doesn't need to look fancy in order to get its customers, and, upon entering, Harry found out why. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the back of the shop as he entered and looked around. The store did not look like much. It was small, dusty, and the only item in the room was a spindly chair. Despite its rather lackluster appearance, however, Harry felt as if he had entered hallowed ground. Magic hung in the air, tingling and reverberating through his mind. It seemed to sing in his soul with a quiet reverence. He could hear what sounded like thousands of voices calling out not to him he suspected, though he did not know why in union. And then he felt the presence behind him. Spinning on a dime, Harry prepared to enter a combat stance, his mind going completely blank as he entered what he had taken to calling his combat mode. His feet slid exactly shoulder-width apart, left hand tucking into his torso where he could punch, with both incredible force and speed, right hand stretching forward in order to parry any attack or pull someone into a grapple depending upon the situation. Already his left hand was coming out in a straight jab aimed at where the solar plexus would be on his own body, which would leave anybody winded, before he had even finished his spin. And then he stopped with his fist halfway to its mark. He blinked once, twice, thrice. After making sure his eyes were not deceiving him, Harry spent a moment trying to figure out how this old man managed to sneak up on him without him even noticing. "Mr. Potter?" the old man said, and Harry couldn't help but notice that the man's pale eyes had not even touched upon his scar hidden behind his bandana when he spoke. It was as if this man had known who he was before even entering the shop. "I was wondering when you would be coming by. I suspected I would be seeing you soon. You have your mother's eyes. Seems like only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charms work." Harry relaxed his stance as he realized that this man was likely the store owner. In return, Ollivander seemed to take notice of Harry's posture relaxing and nodded to himself. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Now that he seemed to be out of danger, Ollivander moved closer to Harry. The boy in question tensed again, but relaxed a bit when he did not sense any hostile intent from the old man. And that's where, when Ollivander was no less than arm's length apart, his hand came up and touched the bandana just where Harry's lightning-shaped scar was. Harry almost flinched, but withheld the action by taking a slow breath. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it," he said softly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I had known what that wand was going out in the world to do. Hindsight is always 50-50, sir, Harry told Ollivander, not feeling any anger at hearing that this man sold Voldemort his wand. It would have been irrational to be angry at someone who was just doing their job. You couldn't have known at the time that Voldemort would end up becoming one of the darkest and most powerful wizards of the century. That's wisdom speaking, Ollivander said as he took a step back, not flinching at Voldemort's name like Professor McGonagall had. You are indeed correct. When the one who would become known as Lord Voldemort entered this store, he was but a boy no older than you are now. No one could have known then how he would turn out. Still, I cannot help but feel regret at knowing the part one played in his rise to power. Harry shrugged. Had he not ended up with the wand you sold him, it would have simply been because he had another wand instead. Indeed, the old man murmured in a bit of a dazed tone, before seeming to perk up, his eyes snapping towards Harry. Which is your wand arm? He asked, pulling a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Neither, Harry answered.
I'm ambidextrous.
It was a skill he had been born with as far as he could tell. He had never favored one hand over the hand, using both and switching up whenever he felt like it. Harry suspected it had something to do with his eidetic memory, but didn't know for sure. Fascinating, Ollivander said, seeming to ponder Harry's words for a moment. Hold out both arms then. That's it. The tape measure suddenly sprung to life, and Harry very nearly smacked it across the room when it started measuring him. It measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. Harry found the actions of the measure to be more than a bit intrusive, but stilled his tongue and fists by telling himself that all of this was so he could get his wand. As his tape measure measured, Ollivander flitted around the shelves, taking down boxes. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. Harry frowned as the tape measure began measuring between his nostrils. He wondered if this was absolutely necessary in order for him to get his wand, or if perhaps Ollivander had simply forgotten to stop the tape as it measured him and it was now simply running on autopilot. As if hearing his thoughts, Ollivander said, "That will do," and the tape measure stopped and crumbled to the floor in a heap. Ollivander then came up to Harry bearing a wand in his hand that he offered to Harry. "Now then, Mr. Potter, try this one. Aspen, 9 1/4 inches, with a dragon heartstring core. Powerful yet supple. Perfect for dueling. Just take it and give it a wave." The moment Harry took the wand, a frown came to his face. Not even bothering to wave it, he handed the wand back to Ollivander. "No, this one won't work." Ollivander blinked. "I don't feel anything from it," Harry explained, feeling the need to extrapolate on his reasons for not doing as asked. "Don't feel anything, you say?" Old Ollivander seemed very interested in what Harry was saying. His eyes seemed to shine even more, a pair of silver moons gleaming within the shop. "Yes, I don't feel anything when I'm holding this wand." Ollivander peered at him very closely, his eyes boring into Harry's with an intensity that almost startled the younger male. "And what is it, Mr. Potter, that you expect to feel?" "I'm not sure," Harry admitted, "but I expect that if a wand chooses me to be its partner, I should feel something." He held up the wand given to him by Ollivander. "When I hold this wand, it just feels like dead wood." Most peculiar, most peculiar." Ollivander took the wand from Harry's hand, even as he continued to study the raven-haired youth. There was a building excitement in his eyes as he continued to speak. "It seems I have underestimated you, Mr. Potter. With the way you had almost attacked me, I had suspected you would be a duelist. But it appears you are far more complex than I thought." Harry had the decency to blush as he remembered getting ready to break the old man's nose before coming to his senses. "I do apologize for that," he said contritely. "I had sensed you behind me and was so shocked I reacted on instinct." "I noticed," the old man replied as he walked back to the stack of boxes, frowning a bit as he began to rearrange them. Some of the boxes he grabbed and put back in their place, while at the same time pulling other boxes from the shelves. "That is why I first suspected you would be a duelist. The way you reacted was on instinct, quick, and impossible for anyone who does not have experience in fighting to do. I had thought an aspen wand would suit you, since aspen is the most suited wood towards dueling, but it appears as though I was wrong. Rather than being put out by this, Ollivander appeared excited. It seemed that, rather than taking the fact that he was wrong poorly, the old wand maker took it as a challenge. Here we are. 9 inches exactly, and with a phoenix feather core. Try it out. Harry held the wand, and almost immediately handed it back. Ollivander frowned. Nothing, not nothing, Harry said. It rejected me. Rejected. Ollivander's eyebrows rose into his hairline, surprise clearly evident on his features. That's what it felt like. Harry frowned as he tried to place what he felt into words. It's hard to describe, but it felt as though the wand was telling me that I was not the correct person to use it. Interesting, Ollivander mused. It seems that you are very in tune with your magical core, Mr. Potter. That is a very rare feat, unheard of in one so young. Many adult witches and wizards go their whole lives without ever touching their core. That you seem to be in tune with it is most remarkable. Magical core? Harry frowned. Your magical core is where the magic inside of you comes from, Ollivander answered. All beings who possess magic have it. This includes witches and wizards. It's your magical core that allows you to use magic in conjunction with your wand. There are also some people who are so in tune with their magical core that they can even cast magic wandlessly, though such instances are very rare. Ollivander gave him a knowing look. He didn't say anything, but Harry could tell from that single glance that the old man knew, or at least suspected, that the young man with the lightning-shaped scar was capable of producing wandless magic. Did this mean the man could see his core? Or see his magic at least? Was it even possible to see magic? Harry could feel magic when it was in the air, at least he was pretty sure he could, but he had never heard of someone actually being able to physically see magic. It was just another thing he would have to look into when he got to Hogwarts. Your core, Harry started, haltingly. For a second he wondered if he should continue, but reasoned if the man truly knew as much as Harry suspected, then it wouldn't matter if he knew a bit more. And something else told him that his secret would be safe with the old wand maker. It's generally shaped as a sphere, yes? So you have seen it? Ollivander breathed, excited. It wasn't a question. Now this changes everything. I highly suspect, Mr. Potter, that we will need to make a new wand for you, for I doubt your partner has entered this world just yet. Still, why don't we try out a few more wands just to make sure? And try out wands they did. Harry held every wand made from every wood with every core and of every length. None of them felt right in his hands. Some gave him a distinct feeling of wrongness, a few gave him feelings of negativity, others reacted almost violently. One even blew up in his hands and gave him several splinters, and still more than most he simply felt nothing from when held. It was nearly 2 hours later when Ollivander handed Harry the last wand he had in the shop. The last one, an unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, nice and supple. Before Harry could even touch the wand he felt an immediate rejection from it. His hand stopped, halted right before his fingers could touch the wand, and he quickly withdrew it. No, he said, shaking his head. That one will not work for me. I suspected as much, Ollivander admitted. It seems that I was correct, and your wand still has yet to be born into this world. Rather than seeming discouraged, the old wandmaker looked excited, as if someone had breathed new life into him. Reaching under the counter, he pulled a long, thin piece that held the appearance of metal, but seemed far too organic to be such, whose shape roughly resembled that of a wand. I will need you to pump your magic into this. As you are already in touch with your core, you should be capable of accomplishing this task rather easily. Harry grabbed the thin object and closed his eyes. His breathing began to slow down, mind calming as he reached deep into himself, searching for his core. He could see it within his mind's eye, the large ball of light that crackled and sparked as if containing the power of a thunderstorm. Large wisps of energy seemed to exude from it, wafting off the ball like smoke from a roaring bonfire. It was very bright, brighter than the sun, this rolling mass of energy. Were he seeing this sight with his actual eyes, Harry would dare say looking at his core would have blinded him. And then Harry opened up the floodgates. It was an act he had only done once and never did again, mainly due to the fact that he had nearly destroyed his room when he had done it. Usually when Harry used his magic, he simply opened the door a smidgen, allowing just enough to leak out that he could direct it into whatever form of magic he planned on using. That was actually a part of the reason he got so tired. The concentration required to keep his own magic at bay was astronomical, and often left him anywhere from mildly winded to utterly exhausted depending on how much he was forced to direct. In this instance Harry followed his instincts, releasing his magic in its entirety. Harry did not direct the energy, merely letting it flow freely out of his body. The candles within the shop began to flicker out. The window frames rattled, several objects began floating into the air, and the small organic-looking silver stick in Harry's hands began to drink in the energy with greed. Like a man dying of thirst, it sucked all of the energy up, and as it did it began to glow in a green light the same color as his eyes. So bright Ollivander was nearly blinded. "Mr. Potter, I believe that's enough." Ollivander's shout broke through the thick haze that had become Harry's mind. A part of him didn't want to close the gates to his magic. This part of him wanted to revel in the feel of his power being released for the first time in so long. But another part, the more sensible part ruled by logic, told him it would be wise to listen to the wandmaker's words, lest he want to blow up the store. Thankfully, Harry's logical side was more powerful than his other side. With a great will of effort, the metaphorical gates that kept Harry's magical core slammed shut. The flow of magic stopped near instantaneously. The feel of magic all but disappeared, and the tingle that reminded one of static electricity hung in the air. The remnants of Harry's unleashed power was sucked up into the organic stick, which now glowed and crackled with repressed green energy. Well, Ollivander sounded quite frazzled. He looked frazzled as well, Harry noted with some amusement. His eyes were wide, his clothing rumpled, and his hair was sticking on end, reminding Harry greatly of that cartoon, Tom and Jerry, where the cat would get his tail plugged into a socket and subsequently electrocuted. "I believe that we are done for the day. Why don't you head home, and I will send for you when your wand is ready?" Harry nodded. "Very well. I look forward to seeing what you bring into this world." Recovering his wits, his hair still reminiscent of a mad scientist catching the tail end of an explosion from an experiment gone wrong, Ollivander's eyes lit up as he replied, "And I shall look forward to showing you. Now off with you, Mr. Potter. I have work to do." With another nod, Harry left. He had a feeling that the old wand maker was looking forward to getting started on making his wand. He was not wrong, for as soon as he exited the shop, a closed sign appeared within the window. Yes, it appeared as though Ollivander was as excited to make Harry's wand as Harry was to receive it. As if sensing his presence leaving the store, Hedwig flew down and landed on his outstretched arm, which had been extended at the same time the owl began flying down to him. "I think this day has been rather productive," Harry told Hedwig, feeling giddy from all the magic he had used in Ollivander's shop. It was a very strange feeling, he had to admit. A part of him wondered if this was what it felt like to be high. Hedwig cocked her head to the side and hooted. "Yes," Harry answered with a nod. "We'll be heading home now." Hedwig gave another hoot. "Hungry again? You sure do eat a lot, Hed." "No, that wasn't a comment on your weight. Though if you are concerned about that, you should probably lay off the bacon." Another angry hoot followed by Hedwig pecking at his head was her answer. "Ouch! Cut it out, Hedwig. It was just a joke." "Gah! Stop it, Hedwig. Hedwig." Harry arrived home at nearly 7 o'clock with Hedwig sitting on his outstretched arm. All members of the Dursley household had done their best to ignore him as he walked up to his room. It seemed as if they were worried about Harry becoming even more of a danger now that he was going to be learning magic, and were intent on hoping that by pretending he didn't exist, he would simply disappear. This suited him just fine, however, as he had other things to occupy his thoughts. Entering his room, Harry set his trunk down and opened it. He began pulling out several items, including an owl stand for Hedwig, the book Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, and the backpack he had first taken with him that now carried the few items he had gotten from his mother's vault. After setting the book and backpack on his bed, Harry unzipped the small pouch at the front of the backpack and pulled out the box containing his mother's wand. He stared at it and wondered, would it be possible for him to use his mother's wand to perform spells? Unlike all the wands he had tried in Ollivanders, his mother's wand gave feelings of acceptance and love. Did that mean it would allow him to use it even if they were not really partners? He supposed he would find out when he began practicing spell casting. But that would come later. Right now there were things he needed to get started on, mainly acquiring the knowledge he would need to catch up with the most recent history of the wizarding world. Placing the box containing his mum's wand on the desk, Harry went back to his bed, picked up the book, got himself comfortable and began to read. Chapter 8, Tonks Tonks, maddening. That was the word I'd used to describe my thoughts in that moment. Another week had passed and I was no closer to understanding what my teacher meant by his words. What did he mean when he said I needed to admit my real reasons for being there? I already knew my reasons. It was to prove my superiority over the Dursleys, to show them that I was better than they are. That was my reason, my only reason, right? Harry swept into Gringotts and made for the nearest available teller. Wearing new clothing that would help him blend in better, he looked every bit the part of a young wizard. With an outfit consisting of black dress slacks, polished dragon hide boots, a black button-up shirt with a larger-than-average collar, black gloves, and a long dark green cloak, the young raven-haired boy couldn't help but feel kind of like a Jedi. It was an amusing notion, especially when he considered how everyone else was dressed in similar robes. They were like a Jedi conclave and the goblins were like ruder versions of Yoda. I would like to speak with my account manager at his earliest convenience. Harry spoke the moment he stopped in front of an empty teller station. Do you have an appointment? Asked the goblin without looking up from the ledger he was writing in. Yes. Name, Harry Potter. At his name being told, the goblin finally looked up at Harry. He eyed the boy for a second, his eyes going to the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The goblin grunted. Ragnarok is currently busy. He will see you when he has the time. Please wait over there and he will be with you momentarily. Harry did not offer any words, only giving a nod before moving to stand at the place the teller had designated for him to wait. Closing his eyes, he began to focus his magic on enhancing his hearing as a basic meditation excessive. Enhancement was one of the 5 magics that Harry could do, and according to what he had read, so far it was the only branch of magic he had that didn't have an equivalent in the wizarding world. Much like its name stated, enhancement was the simple act of enhancing a physical aspect of himself. He could enhance just about anything from increasing the acuteness of his 5 senses to increasing the durability and strength of his body. Of course, enhancing his body took a lot more effort and would often leave him beyond exhausted when finished, which was the reason he never used it in combat. It was simply too dangerous. Harry had theorized that it had something to do with the way his magic flowed through him during that time. His belief was that due to the magic increasing his physical abilities, they would become acclimated to having that power in them. When the magic left, the muscles would become tired because they no longer had any power bolstering them. It was a workable theory, and one that he would be testing as much as possible when he had the time. The sound of footsteps drew his attention away from his meditation. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself staring at a familiar goblin. Griphook, he said in greeting. The goblin, Griphook, paused, seemingly surprised that Harry actually remembered him. He got over his shock quickly, however, and gestured for Harry to follow him. Follow me. Once more Harry was led to the office where his account manager worked. Ragnarok was sitting behind the desk just as he had been the last time they had spoken. The goblin was leafing through several scrolls, documents most likely, but looked up when Harry came in. Lord Potter. Ragnarok placed the scrolls off to the side. What can I do for you today? I would like to start investing. Harry began without preamble. He had been studying up on Goblin Society in the hopes that by doing so, he would not only be able to work with the goblins, but also gain their respect. After all, they did control his money, and ill-begotten was the fool who insulted those who controlled your vaults. He had learned much about goblins and their society, but one of the most important things he had learned was that to a goblin time is money. They do not like to waste time with inane pleasantries. They do not appreciate the posh and circumstance that surrounds many wizarding traditions. The best thing for anyone to do when dealing with a goblin is to get right to the point so they can get on with their life and begin making more money. Invest. Ragnarok looked at him in surprise. It only lasted for a second, but it was almost enough to make Harry lose his calm and collected facade and smile. Looking at him with an intense look of interest, the goblin account manager leaned forward on his desk and spoke once more. And just what would you like to invest in, Lord Potter? I have several businesses I wish to invest in, Harry began, pulling a scroll with a list of various business and ideas from within his cloak. He set it on Ragnarok's desk for the goblin to peruse through with his own eyes. However, I am also unsure of how investing in a company works in the wizarding world. Tell me, does the wizarding world have a stock market? A what? Ragnarok looked up from the list to Harry, blinking several times at the unfamiliar term. Ragnarok clearly didn't know what Harry was talking about, making it easy to deduce that the wizarding world did not have their own stock market. Or perhaps they did, but it was just called something else. Straightening his shoulders a bit, Harry began to explain the basic concept of the stock market. He went into the idea of how a company's stock could be bought as shares, a single unit of ownership in a corporation, mutual fund, or any other organization, and how a shareholder could buy and sell their shares in order to turn a profit. The explanation was very basic, very brief, as Harry knew that going into detail would take a long time and would likely end up angering Ragnarok for wasting his time. Throughout his small lecture, the goblin in charge of his accounts sat behind his desk, elbows propped up on the surface, fingers laced in front of his face as he listened to Harry speak. He gave no indication on whether or not he was even interested in what the young wizard was saying, merely listening silently before the explanation began to wind down. Interesting, there are some business in the wizarding world that hold a somewhat similar concept, Ragnarok told Harry after the explanation was finished. However, they are not the same as this stock market. The closest example I can think of is the Daily Prophet, which is owned and controlled by a board of governors, rather than a single person. Harry hummed for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. In that case, what do you believe is the best way to invest my money? The best way to increase the amount of money in your vault is to own several businesses, Ragnarok answered easily. You can do this easily by buying a business outright, but that is also dependent on whether or not the owner will sell their business to you. If you want my opinion, right now the best way for you to make money would be to buy out the property and land upon which specific businesses are built on and charge them a monthly fee for using it. It's a rather simple way to earn money, but very effective in this day and age. After thinking on Ragnarok's advice for a moment, Harry nodded his head. Very well, since I am unable to access the Potter Vault, we'll be using my mother's vault to begin investing. He paused, cocking his head to the side for a moment. Aside from those businesses I have listed on there, I also plan on investing some money on a few Muggle ventures. Does Gringotts have a way to connect their vaults to a Muggle bank account? Ragnarok frowned for a moment, clearly thinking. Theoretically, it is possible, he allowed slowly. However, such a thing has never been attempted before. If we could get some people on the inside of a Muggle bank and know which account we are connecting one of our vaults to, we should be able to magically link the two together. It would likely take a while though. How long? I suspect it would take maybe 6 months, Ragnarok admitted reluctantly. It seemed to Harry that the goblin did not like to admit that it would take so long to do something. He was probably disappointed, as that would mean less time to make money, Harry reasoned. In that case, I'll be heading down to my mother's vault after this meeting is over. I'll take 10,000 galleons, convert those into pounds, and open up an account under my name at HSBC Holdings in London. I'll send the information on my account via OWL once it's set up so that you can have your people begin linking the account to my vault. Also, while I begin investing money into several Muggle ventures that I feel will turn a profit, I want you to begin investing the rest of the money in the Evans account into the businesses on that list, as well as any ventures you feel will help increase the vault's revenue. Tell me, what is the standard rate an account manager makes off of the vault's increased worth? Standard rates are a 15% of the profit. Harry nodded. I want you to take 20% of whatever profit is made, he told Ragnarok. getting a set of wide eyes from said goblin in return. This time, Harry did allow a smile to show on his face at shocking the goblin. Think of this as incentive to make sure the gold within the Evans vault grows. After taking a few seconds to get over his shock, Ragnar grinned. You would make a good goblin, Lord Potter, he complimented, and for the first time since Harry had met him, the account manager actually seemed to be a bit more at ease and visibly excited to be making more money. That is, thank you, Harry said with a nod. And now that this is done, I just have one last question to ask before I head down to my mum's vault. Ragnar quirked an eyebrow in curiosity. And that is, which solicitor would you recommend I see for legal matters involving my name being used without my consent? The building to the solicitor office that Ragnar had directed him to was located in, of all places, Muggle London. It turned out that the solicitor in question, a woman who went by the name Andromeda Tonks, was actually a very popular solicitor working for the legal company Tonks Tonks, which, according to Ragnar, was owned by Andromeda and her husband Theodore Tonks. The building that held the office was 2 stories tall, made from red brick, and was very nondescript. There were several windows, which Harry could not see through due to the shutters on them being closed. Judging from the feel of magic surrounding it, Harry could only assume that it was also where the Tonks family lived. The second floor was likely their home, while the first was where they did their business. The sound of a bell tinkled as he walked into the building, and Harry found himself in a well-furnished room with several comfortable armchairs and a desk a little ways away, where a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair in a professional slicked-back style sat. He was wearing an expensive suede suit that looked more suitable on a muggle than a wizard. Only the hint of magic that clung to this man let Harry know he was not a muggle. The man looked up from where he was reading a Buka science fiction book and blinked in surprise when he noticed that the person entering his building was a kid. Not wanting this man to mistake him for a child who'd gotten lost and walked in to ask for help, Harry quickly said, "You are Theodore Tonks, yes?" The man blinked several more times before nodding. "Yes, that is correct." He paused, frowning. "Can I help you? I have an appointment with Andromeda Tonks set for half an hour past 2, Harry said, subtly telling the man that he was not only a customer but also a wizard. Theodore Tonks' eyes widened very briefly, before returning to normal. He gave Harry a nod. "Yes, she told me that a Mr. Evans would be coming in to see her." He frowned as he eyed Harry for a moment. Since the solicitor was living amongst muggles, he had opted to dress in more normal clothing, black pants, a dark green short-sleeved collared shirt, and his Converse shoes. He also had a beanie on his forehead, hiding his scar from view. However, Harry suspected that the reason Theodore was glancing at him so curiously was due to his age, not his clothing. He'd probably never expected to receive a customer so young. "Let me go and see if my wife is ready to receive you." "Thank you," Harry said gratefully as the man stood up and walked through a door in the back of the room. Sitting down on one of the chairs, Harry looked at the selection of magazines and newspapers available for reading. His eyes eventually caught sight of the Daily Prophet newspaper under several magazines. He was surprised to see the newspaper used in the magical world in this workspace. It was well known to him by now that the magical world had a strict isolationist policy, and that it was against the law to reveal its existence to those who were not magical. It made him wonder why these solicitors actually made the Daily Prophet available for reading. Those thoughts left him when he touched the newspaper and his fingertips began to tingle with the familiar feeling of magic. There seemed to be some kind of spell on the newspaper, perhaps the same one the leaky cauldron used to keep itself hidden from the non-magical populace. Or maybe some kind of variant due to its smaller size. He shook his head, dispelling his thoughts and possible theories on the magic being used to hide the newspaper. It wasn't like he could find out at the moment, and there were more important things to worry about. Picking up the Daily Prophet, Harry read the first article he laid eyes on. Gringotts break-in latest. Investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on the July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. "But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you," said a Gringotts spokes goblin this afternoon. Harry frowned as he read the article, his mind whirring in thought. From what he now knew about Gringotts, the goblin-owned bank was supposed to be one of the most magically secure places in the entire world. Traps, enchantments, guards, dragons. If it was dangerous and had the potential to kill, then it was probably being used to guard the vaults below Gringotts' main building. The fact that someone would be stupid enough to actually attempt to steal from the bank was shocking. The fact that they had not been caught even more so. He discarded the knowledge that the break-in was the same day as his birthday. It was an interesting fact, but not entirely relevant. More to the point, he was rather curious to know what the alleged dark witch or wizard had been after. It was obvious to him that whatever it was, the person who owned the vault had obviously been aware of it being in danger and had it taken out before it could be stolen. A good thing too, as the item or items seemed to have been taken out that very same day. The sound of footsteps reached Harry's ear, and he turned his head in time to see Theodore Tonks open the door and walk back in. "She's able to see you now. Just go through the door and down the hall. Her office is at the end of the hall on the right. I would show you where, but I'm needed to man the front. Our normal worker is out sick today." "It's fine. I'm sure I can find my way there," Harry replied, before setting the Daily Prophet down and doing as instructed. Andromeda's office was very easy to find, not only due to the directions given, but also because there was a plaque with her name on it on the door. Knocking once Harry entered after receiving permission from someone inside. The room looked like every office he had ever seen. The carpet was colored beige, and the walls and ceiling were a light cream. A bookshelf sat next to a filing cabinet at one end of the office, while a window with its blinds closed was embedded into the other. Near the back of the room was a desk made out of a varnished dark wood with a woman sitting behind it. The woman in question was very beautiful. She had long black hair that fell down her back in gentle waves and framed a face that was regal and aristocratic, reminiscent of royalty. Her eyes were a dark brown that held within them a warmth Harry recognized as belonging to a mother, and her ruby-red lips contrasted nicely with her porcelain skin. Like her husband, she wore a business suit, dark black with a white undershirt, a blouse, black stockings, and a pair of high-heeled shoes. The suit gave her a very professional image, yet did not detract from her femininity. In spite of the fact that he'd never seen this woman before, and he would know, Harry thought she looked very familiar. Not in the way of someone he had met but did not remember, but more like he'd seen someone who looked similar. Shaking the thoughts away, he walked further into the room. "You are Mr. Evans?" Andromeda asked, looking up at him from where she sat. Her eyes looked him up and down uncertainly. She probably hadn't been expecting the person who hired her to be so young, much like her husband, Harry mused. Or perhaps her husband had told her and she had not believed him. Not that he could fault her either way. "Not exactly," Harry answered, causing Andromeda's brows to furrow. "Evans was my mother's maiden name, which I used because I wanted to keep my anonymity until I could be assured my identity would remain secret. Before I go into who I am, I would like to know your policy on client confidentiality." Andromeda raised a single eyebrow and studied him for a moment before answering his question. "We hold client confidentiality to the highest level possible. Whenever we take a case for a witch or wizard, we swear a magical oath to never reveal the secrets of our client, even after the case has been closed." Hearing this set Harry's mind at ease. He had read about magical oaths sworn on one's very magic and had to be upheld, or the one who took the oath would lose all their magic, thereby becoming a squib, a muggle born to magical parents but had no magic to speak of. It was one of the highest forms of oath-taking one could make, second to unbreakable oaths, and not to be done lightly. "In that case, would you mind terribly if you took an oath not to reveal anything that I disclose to you during this meeting and further meetings should I decide to hire you?" Harry saw Andromeda's brow furrowing further and could almost see her thoughts. On the one hand, what he was asking was very unorthodox. He had not even hired her, yet he wanted her to swear a magical oath? It was not only unusual, but something that would have immediately turned off most witches and wizards. On the other hand, she was intrigued. What could possibly be so important that he would ask her to swear a magical oath before they had even brokered an agreement? It was her curiosity over that single question that ultimately won out. "Very well," Andromeda replied as she took out her wand and placed near her heart and prepared to speak her oath. I will need to know who you really are before I can take the oath. Right? Harry sighed, slowly raising a hand to pull down the beanie. His messy black hair fell free, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead showing prominently between choppy strands of raven-colored hair. He looked at the now shocked Andromeda with a slight smile. My name is Harry Potter. It took the woman a few moments to regain her wits. She recovered from her shock much faster than he expected her to, and before long was exuding the same aura of professionalism she had before finding out his real identity. I can see why you want to remain anonymous. I do not know why you are here, Mr. Potter, but I am sure there would have been an entire article speculating about it in the Daily Prophet by tomorrow morning should the knowledge leak. You are correct about that, Harry told her with a nod. She was only half right, however, as it wasn't that Harry wished to keep what would happen here a secret, just that he wanted to be the one in control of when everybody learned of what took place this day. Can you take that oath now, please? I would like for us to get down to business. Of course. Andromeda cleared her throat and once more pointed the wand at her heart, before reciting her magical oath. I, Andromeda Tonks, do hereby swear on my magic to keep all the secrets of Lord Harry James Potter and uphold his confidentiality to the highest degree before, after and during the course of our business. So mote it be. A brief flashlight emitted from her wand, letting the two know that the oath had taken hold. Setting her wand on the table, Andromeda folded her hands in front of her on the desk. Now then, Mr. Potter, perhaps you can explain to me what it is you need a solicitor for. Harry nodded and reached into the small knapsack he was carrying on his back. Andromeda raised her left eyebrow when he placed a book on the table. It was one of the many books about him. This one was dubbed Harry Potter and the Princess Curse. I have just recently discovered that this book along with 16 others were released between the years 1984 and 1989. Harry began, taking a moment's pause to regain control of the anger he felt. Even now it was difficult not to be angry about this. These books are completely false. I do not know what the wizarding world assumed I was doing or where I was after Voldemort's. Andromeda flinched at the name, but Harry ignored her, as he continued, demise. But the truth of the matter is that I was living in the Muggle world with my mum's relatives, and have only rejoined the magical community a short while ago. I did not even know these books existed, much less given the people who published these stories permission to use my name in their work. Another pause followed as Harry took a calming breath. These books are not the only items that bear my name on them, Harry continued softly. I've found everything from action figures to brooms to advertisements, all of which have claimed that I endorse their products. And you want to take legal action against the companies that have used your name without your consent, Andromeda said, getting a nod from the young man. She leaned back then, letting her posture relax slightly and folded her hands in her lap. This is a very unique situation you have found yourself in, Mr. Potter. If the person presenting me with this case were anyone other than yourself and a few other people, I would not be able to do much, because of the publishing law of 1955, right? The law that states all stories used for entertainment purposes need not contain factual information or require consent of the person or persons in question, Harry said, surprising Andromeda. He smiled at her. Don't think I didn't come to you prepared for this. There is a reason I waited so long after entering the magical world before I scheduling an appointment with you. I've done extensive research on all laws pertaining to the problem I am presenting to you. Gathering her wits about her, Andromeda said, if you have studied all of the laws, then does that mean you know of the one pertaining to the heirs of pureblood families? You mean the Pureblood Media Protection Act of 1743, which states that, without documented proof that could be verified in front of the entire Wisengamot, there can be no slander or misprint of information about a noble, pureblood family. This law also implicitly states that it is impossible to use the name or image of the person in question without their express permission to do so, so long as they belong to a pureblood family that has been given the title of a noble house. Yes, back then the newspaper media was much smaller than it was today and did not have much control over the population as it does now. Of course, Andromeda added after a moment's inflection. Back then the newspaper was used for keeping people updated on current events, not entertainment like it is today. At the time there had been an article written about a scandal that involved the pureblood scion of a noble house. The pureblood was outraged and had managed to gather like-minded individuals who believed in pureblood superiority by claiming, if it could happen to him, what's to stop the newspaper from running other pureblood names through the mud as well? Needless to say, the newspaper was hit hard, and the Pureblood Media Protection Act was put in place shortly after. Yes, I am well aware of that act, Harry told her. That's why I came to you, because unlike a muggle-born or half-injury who does not belong to a family of any esteem, I happen to be the heir to the Potter fortune, one of the 5 founding families who had a hand in creating the Ministry of Magic. Even though I am technically a half-injury, the laws behind the Pure Injury Protection Act apply to me because I belong to a powerful, pure blood house. And not only am I the heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, I am also the boy who lived. My fame combined with my title would make it political suicide for anyone to go against me. That is very true, Andromeda said as she studied the boy with a curious gleam in her eyes. Even without an airtight case, you would still likely win due to the political minefield simply from being the boy who lived. And that's not even going into the public outrage those companies would face when it is learned they have been wrongfully using your name. This case is easily going to be the biggest one I've ever seen, and the only question I need to ask now is what you want to get out of it. What do I want? Harry closed his eyes as he parroted the question. Personally, what I want is for those companies who have used my name to be sued for every single canute they are worth, publicly disgraced, and cast out on the street in rags. He told the woman with complete, brutal honesty, getting Andromeda to raise both eyebrows in surprise, most likely at the harsh punishment he wanted for those using his name. But we both know that such a thing isn't possible, even with my fame and fortune. And doing that would not only put the people up top out on the streets, but also those working under the people who used my name and image without consent. Harry would not let innocent people who were only doing their job get caught up in his desire for revenge. Doing so would put him on a level lower than the Dursleys, and he would never again allow himself to stoop so low. Instead, what I am thinking is that we sue them for 65% of the profit they have made off my name and image. I doubt we'll get the full 65, but if we start off big, we can probably end up with somewhere around 40% of the profit. I also want 30% of the revenue any company makes for selling anything that has been making money off my name, which we will not negotiate with them on. Also, all the companies who wrote those books about me will write a public apology that will be put on the front page of the Daily Prophet, stating that the stories are not true and were merely written for entertainment purposes. Furthermore, I want the companies that have published these books to sign a magical contract stating they will no longer make any new stories about me, unless I give them my consent. As Harry began listing all of the things he wanted to accomplish with this lawsuit, Andromeda's eyebrows had been steadily raising higher and higher, until they completely disappeared behind the bangs of her dark hair. It seemed she had not been prepared for just how much thought Harry had put into his plans for suing the people who had used his name. She recovered quickly, however, before he had gotten halfway through his list, and had since been dutifully jotting down everything he said on a Muggle notepad. When Harry finished, she went over everything written down, carefully clarifying certain points with Harry before she was satisfied. I believe that everything you have asked me to accomplish is doable, Andromeda told him, much to Harry's secret delight. Were it anybody else, I would say this lawsuit didn't stand a chance. But since it's you, it is not only very possible, but very likely that we will win. Especially if we threaten to take this all the way up to the Wizengamot. Harry leaned forward eagerly. How long do you think it will take for the lawsuit to go through? That would depend, Andromeda said slowly, leaning back in her chair. The first thing I will need to do is research to find out which companies have been using your name and image. You may not know it, but Britain is not the only country in which your name is famous. While you know who did not do much terrorizing outside of our country, he was still feared in every country that holds a seat on the ICW. There has to be at least 100 companies that have used your name to turn a profit in some way. Another problem is that you are a minor. You may be the heir to an ancient and most noble house, and you may be the boy who lived, but that does not change the fact that you are a minor who has no magical guardian. It won't change the outcome of our case, she assured Harry when he began to frown. but it will take a little longer before I can present the case before the court. There are legalities that I have to go through in order to get permission from the ministry, which will take even longer if you want to keep yourself anonymous until our case is presented. I can see how that would cause a delay. Harry grimaced. He'd not thought of the legalities involved. How long do you suspect it will take? I would hazard a guess that it will take about a year, all things told, she informed him. I should have all of the information regarding the companies we plan on suing within 6 months. And then another 6 months to turn that into an airtight case they have no chance of escaping from without agreeing to your demands. Thinking over what she had told him, he nodded. That's fine. I can wait. It was slightly annoying, but he didn't want his lawsuit to gain any hitches down the road because he was impatient and overzealous. And it wasn't like Harry couldn't wait. Wasn't there an old saying, good things come to those who wait? All it would take was a little patience, something he had an abundance of. Excellent. Andromeda smiled at him. Now all we need to talk about is your payment. I will need a deposit of 1,000 galleons. This is simply for the time I'm going to be putting into your case. Consider it a down payment for services rendered. If the case itself is successful, which I have no doubt it will be, the required payment will be 15% of what we get off the lawsuit. This does not include the money you would make after our successful campaign. Just the percentage of what they pay up front. Also, I will need you to sign a magical contract stating your agreement for our deal. Closing his eyes, Harry took a moment to think about her required payment. Truthfully, he thought it a good deal. If the companies made even half of the money off him that he thought they did, then it was very likely Harry would be making well over several million galleons off this lawsuit. However, he was a bit leery of signing a magical contract, which would bind his magic to the contract so he couldn't break it without losing his magic. Still, Andromeda had already given a magical oath freely at that. In the face of her doing that for him, how could he doing anything less? Do you have the contract written up? Harry asked, eyes snapping open, his sharpened gaze landing on her. Not right now, Andromeda admitted. Because all cases are different, all of our contracts are written differently. I can write one up for you to read over in a few days, however. That sounds agreeable. Harry pulled his money pouch out of his backpack and retracted the necessary funds. He placed the money on the table in front of Andromeda in neat stacks. Thank you for your time, and for agreeing to my request for a magical oath before even hearing my desired case, he said with a bow of his head. Andromeda smiled. You're welcome. To be honest, it's no trouble at all. Aside from my dislike of people who are willing to use a child's name for their own gain, I dislike the fact that they are using your name even more. While I did not know either of your parents very well, as I was a few years ahead of them at Hogwarts, I did consider them to be friends of mine. I was greatly saddened when they passed on. At her words, Harry's look turned a bit uncertain. Speaking of family, do you think I could ask you something? Andromeda looked curious at his words and his sudden change in demeanor, but nodded nonetheless. Go ahead. Forgive me if this is a little personal, but do you know a man by the name of Sirius Black? The surprise she exuded was far more pronounced when he spoke that name than anything he had said thus far. Andromeda's entire body seemed to stiffen and her eyes went wide as saucers. How? The dark-haired woman choked for a second before finding her voice, though when she spoke, it was very hoarse. How do you know that name? Harry squirmed at her look. He'd not been sure what to expect when he brought this up, having pretty much asked his question in a bout of spontaneous curiosity due to her odd familiarity, but whatever he'd been expecting, it was not the sudden wave of emotions she unleashed upon him, the heartrending sadness, the deep-seated anger of betrayal, or the gaping sense of loss that Harry could feel coming from the woman made him flinch. I found my mum's journals in her vault when I went to visit it, Harry answered softly. She spoke about Sirius Black. She wrote that he was my father's best friend, and had formed a group with my father and 2 others called the Marauders. All of this was the truth, of course. Harry had found his mother's journal, and it did talk about Sirius, his father, and the Marauders. However, he had known about these things long before finding his mum's journal. His parents had spoken about their Hogwarts days a lot, and Harry had met Sirius Black on many occasions before he and his parents went into hiding. I have a few pictures of them, my parents and their friends I mean, and you look kind of similar to Sirius. Same general facial shape, similar eyes, and the same hair color. When I first saw you, I thought you might be his sister. You're close, Andromeda admitted with a sad smile. Sirius was my first cousin back when I was still a black. Still a black? Harry asked, furrowing his brows. Andromeda looked at him for a moment, as if deciding what she should tell him, before nodding. Yes, you see, I used to be Andromeda Black before I got married. Now, while I would have still been considered a black if I married a pureblood, I ended up falling in love with and marrying Ted, who's Muggle-born. My family is one of those who believed in pure-blood superiority to the point of hating Muggles and Muggle-borns without justification or cause. Upon discovering my nuptials with Ted, they, in a fit of rage, disowned me from the ancient and most noble house of Black. I'm sorry, Harry said softly after she finished speaking, feeling ashamed of himself. Was he really this insensitive? I shouldn't have asked such a personal question. No, it's fine, Andromeda assured him. She wiped at her suspiciously wet eyes, then offered him a small smile. I can understand your curiosity. Out of all my family, Sirius was the only one who kept in touch with me after I was disowned. We had always been close. I was even closer to him than I was to my own sisters. I was very shocked to hear about his betrayal of your parents. A prominent frown grew on Harry's face. He had learned from his books that Sirius Black was the one who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. Nowadays the man was suffering in Azkaban prison, the wizarding world's most notorious prison due to the jailers there. If Harry were completely honest, he was not sure what to think. When he had first learned that Sirius had betrayed his parents, he couldn't believe it either. Out of all the people his parents knew, Sirius Black had been the one who visited them the most before they went into hiding. Even now, after learning of the man's betrayal, Harry still fondly remembered the mischievous man who often received more lectures from his mum than even his dad did. Unfortunately, he also had no proof that the man was innocent. His mother's journal was mostly filled with her time at Hogwarts, and only touched what happened after they all graduated very briefly. Harry assumed she had simply stopped writing once she and his father had entered the war. So was I, Harry said, fighting down his own emotions. Clearing his mind with a simple breathing exercise, he looked back at the woman. Thank you. I know it was rude of me to ask you something so personal, and it must have been even more difficult to tell me this. Smiling at the polite young man, Andromeda shook her head. It wasn't that difficult. In fact, it feels kind of nice to be able to unload on someone. I love my husband, but he didn't have any connections to Sirius like I did, and he had never really liked the man after getting strung up by his underwear during one of the Marauders' pranks. Harry snorted a bit as his mind conjured an amusing image of Theodore Tonks in nothing but his boxer shorts as he was hung off a flag pole. Dispelling the image with a small shake of his head, he decided that there was one other thing he wanted to ask of the woman. So you're also a member of one of the founding five? Then, I was. Andromeda put an emphasis on the was, to signify that she was no longer of that house. Right, was. Harry nodded, not really finding an issue with her not being in that family anymore, not for what he wanted to ask. Does that mean you were taught pureblood customs, etiquette, and traditions? Yes, Andromeda replied slowly, her eyes searching his, no doubt trying to ascertain where he was going with this. Harry gave her a charming smile. In that case, I was wondering if perhaps you could help me with something else besides my lawsuit case? Chapter 9. The hardest part is saying goodbye. It happened during my second week after speaking with Master Wei. I was angry, filled with black rage that caused my mind to become hazed with red. Dudley had been being his usual pesky self, annoying me with his spoiled attitude and generally unpleasant disposition. I want to go to Disneyland. I want to go to Disneyland. He cried and shouted and screamed and raged. Petunia did everything she could to make him settle down. She promised they would go eventually, that he just needed to wait for Vernon's next paycheck. But it was no use. The boy continued whining. He wanted to go now. I'd had enough. Shut up, calling upon my magic. Feeling it course through my body like a maelstrom, I wrenched Dudley out of his seat and slammed him against the wall. Dudley! The The scream tore from Petunia's throat. She turned her attention on me, her eyes filled with the rage of a protective mother. Let go of him. As Petunia charged me, I directed some magic towards her. I watched, apathetically, as her body flew headfirst into the island in the dining room. From the way her limp body crumpled to the ground, I could tell she was unconscious. I turned back to Dudley, still pinned to the wall, dazed but struggling. I stalked up to him, the fire of my rage burning ever hotter, fueling me with the dark desires even I had not thought myself capable of. The boy became more cognizant. I watched as his eyes locked with mine. I saw the realization in them. I saw the fear. It made me pause. I stared into those eyes, so familiar, so horrifyingly familiar. I knew those eyes. I knew that look. I recognized them. Those were the eyes I used to have every time Uncle Vernon was angry at me. Every time he threatened me with violence. Every time he locked me in the broom cupboard. Whenever I saw my reflection during those times, I had those eyes. My body lurched. I suddenly felt sick. As my magic dispersed like a violent wind and Dudley dropped to the ground, I raised a hand to my mouth, trying not to vomit. The need to run overpowered me. Without a backward glance, I rushed out of the house as a horrible realization struck me far harder than Vernon's fist ever could. And so I ran. I ran far and hard. I ran to the one place, the one person who might be able to offer me advice. I could only hope he could help me. I could only pray I wasn't too late. Harry woke up with rays of sunlight shining in his eyes. After blinking several times for his eyesight to adjust, the young 11-year-old looked around and saw that, much like he had suspected, he was laying on the couch in Lisa's living room. Also, much like he had expected, Lisa was still with him, curled up like a cat as she lay on his chest. Her arms were wound tightly around his torso, preventing him from moving much. Despite how the girl was a heavy sleeper, even the littlest of movements seemed to make her tighten her grip, as if she knew he was trying to escape. Somehow, despite the fact that Harry had expected to find himself in this situation, he was still surprised. It had been a long time since he and Lisa had fallen asleep together. The last time it had happened was when they were 9. The Dursleys had gone on vacation to Italy, and he had not been allowed to go with them. In an act of incredible kindness, Anastasia Croft had offered Harry a place to stay, since he would have otherwise been forced to stay with Mrs. Figg, a strange old lady who owned several dozen cats. The first night he had stayed over, Lisa had them staying up well into the night watching movies of all kinds, mostly Disney movies, and the two of them had fallen asleep on the couch together. That was also the first time he had woken up to find Mrs. Croft taking snapshots of him and Lisa, to frame them on a wall that had many other pictures of Lisa, mostly baby picture, which she showed to her guests. Lisa had never been more embarrassed in her life, or so she always told him. Harry noticed that someone had put a blanket over them sometime during the night. He suspected Lisa's mum to be the culprit, as the television had also been turned off. Thinking of how Mrs. Croft had most likely come in last night to cover them with a blanket reminded him of how he had been convinced to stay over for the night by Lisa. Yesterday had been the last day before he left for Hogwarts, which he had told the Crofts was a very prominent boarding school in Scotland. They had accepted his words without question. Harry suspected magic was involved somehow, and his friend had all but demanded he stay with them for the night. The two of them had then proceeded to stay up late watching movies, before falling asleep together on the couch like when they were younger. Harry had to admit that even to this day, he was not sure how he felt about waking up to find himself being used as a giant teddy bear. Uncomfortable, because of how close this girl was and how deceptively strong her grip seemed, or warm because this girl, who was the closest thing he had to a sister, cared for him so much that she would stay up late just to be with him for as long as possible before he went to Hogwarts. He supposed it was a mixture of both. Harry carefully shifted in the girl's grip, ignoring the way her arms tightened against him, then proceeded to gently tap certain points on her wrists and arms. The pressure points he touched caused Lisa's hold on him to loosen, and he swiftly removed himself out from under her and replaced his body with a pillow. Lisa frowned for a moment, no doubt sensing the lack of warmth the pillow emitted, but thankfully didn't wake up and just buried her face into the sack of feathers. The first thing Harry decided to do after escaping was take a quick shower. Having stayed over at the Crofts many times in the last 3 years, he had grown comfortable enough to use their facilities. These days Harry was practically considered a member of the family even if Mr. Croft didn't like him all that much due to how close he was to their daughter. Absently, he wondered why Mr. Croft disliked him so, but shrugged the thought off as the man just being an overprotective father. He had read about how some fathers could get very protective of their children, especially their daughters, though he couldn't for the life of him understand why. He would never hurt Lisa. Surely Mr. Croft knew that. Harry spent a good long while under the hot spray of the shower before actually cleaning himself off. By the time he was clothed it was nearing 6 a.m. He could hear the sizzling of the stove and caught the scent of bacon wafting along the air. Lisa's mum was awake and cooking breakfast. Moving into the living room, Harry saw that Lisa still had yet to wake up. The girl had changed positions and was now laying on her back. The blanket had been thrown off at some point while he'd been in the shower, and one of her legs was dangling off the couch, while the other was raised up on the couch's arm. Likewise, her left arm hung off the couch while her right lay at a slightly awkward angle behind her head. With a shake of his head, Harry walked past the couch and into the kitchen/dining room where he found Mrs. Croft cooking what he had already deduced from the smell to be bacon, eggs, and hash browns. "Good morning, Mrs. Croft," Harry greeted amicably as he walked up to her. "Do you need any help?" "Good morning, Harry," Mrs. Croft said with a smile. She did not seem surprised to find him in her kitchen at such an early hour asking if she needed help. Why should she? This particular scene had occurred so regularly whenever Harry slept over that it was practically tradition. The smile soon turned into a pout, and Harry didn't even need to guess to know what was coming. "Though I do wish you would stop calling me Mrs. Croft. It makes me feel so old. Perhaps you call me Anastasia." The smile returned with a vengeance. Only this time there was a teasing glint to it. "Or better yet, why don't you call me Mum?" And there it was. This was not the first time Lisa's mother had suggested he call her Mum, and it would most definitely not be the last either. Within the last year alone, Anastasia had asked him to call her Mum exactly 652 times, which was exactly 16 times more than last year. She seemed to be increasing the amount of times she asked him to call her Mum every year. Since they had suspected her reason was due to his less than desirable living conditions. Harry resisted the urge to sigh. He didn't dislike Mrs. Croft. Truth be told, he was very fond of her. She was everything a mother should be in his opinion. Kind and compassionate, yet also firm when needed, and wise in certain aspects of life. She also had a slightly mischievous side that came out quite often. Just seeing how Lisa had turned out showed how well the woman was at raising her child. He had great respect for the woman's abilities as a mother and truly appreciated the hospitality and acceptance she had shown him. The problem was that Anastasia was not his mother. His mother had died tragically, nobly sacrificing her life to protect his. It didn't matter that he had only known his mum for a year. That year had been more than enough time that no one could replace Lily Evans in his heart. He loved his mother, for the life she had given him, a life he would not have were it not for her. Mrs. Croft could not compete with that, no matter how much he liked her. Still, that didn't mean he was going to be rude. Even if Anastasia Croft was being serious and not just jesting, he did like and even appreciate her attempts. "So, do you need any help with breakfast?" Mrs. Croft huffed a bit as Harry changed the subject, but decided not to call him out on it and instead went back to scrambling eggs. "Breakfast is almost ready, so I don't really need any help here. But if you could set the table, that would be nice." "Very well." Harry knew where all the plates and utensils were, and he quickly and efficiently gathered the plates, forks, knives, and cups, and began arranging them on the table with 4 people in mind. "Harry," Anastasia called to him. He looked over to see that she hadn't turned from her self-appointed task as she spoke. "I'm going to start putting breakfast on the table. When you finish setting the table, could you please go and wake up Lisa?" "Sure," Harry replied, and after he finished his task made his way into the living where Lisa was still sleeping heavily on the couch. He noticed with some amusement that the girl's mouth was wide open, and she had a small trickle of drool escaping the left corner of her mouth. Harry knelt down next to the girl and began to gently shake her. "Lisa, it's time to get up." Despite his attempts, it took a while before his friend actually began to stir. Lisa had always been a heavy sleeper. Her mother had once joked that the world could come to an end and she would probably sleep through it. MMMGGGGG. Lisa let out a long, drawn-out groan as her eyes began to open blearily. She was forced to shut them almost as soon as she opened them due to the light hitting her face. "Could someone turn that light off?" she asked, her voice coarse from disuse and sleepiness. "Unfortunately, the light you're talking about just so happens to be the sun," Harry informed the girl. "Which, by the way, is impossible to turn off." Lisa just groaned some more, turned onto her side, and tried to go back to sleep. Harry frowned as he realized that his friend was going to be stubborn this morning, and decided that more drastic measures were needed to wake her. Reaching out, he grabbed her side and gave it a light pinch. This action earned a loud squeal from Lisa, who shot into a sitting position and jerked away from Harry. She rubbed the spot where Harry pinched her, glaring at the boy in question, who could only watch her in amusement. "Breakfast is almost ready," he told her without preamble. "Your mum asked me to wake you up. Did you have to pinch me?" Lisa asked with a grumble. "I probably could have found another way to wake you," Harry admitted with a shrug. "But this was the most expedient method." Lisa tossed him a glare. Harry matched her glare with a smile so bright it had to be fake. After a moment his friend grumbled about good-for-nothing best friends, causing him to chuckle. "Did you wake my daughter up yet, Harry?" Anastasia asked as she stuck her head out of the kitchen door. "I thought I heard her squealing." "I was not squealing," Lisa said with a huff as her cheeks took on a slight red tint. "Yes, she's awake now," Harry told the mother of his best friend. Standing up, he offered his hand to Lisa who, after several seconds of glaring at it, took the proffered hand and allowed him to pull her up. They walked into the dining room to see that Mrs. Croft had already put all of the food on the table. Both of them moved to what was essentially their assigned seats, Harry near the head of the table on the left side and Lisa right next to him. "No need to stand on ceremony, you two," Mrs. Croft said as she moved around the counter that separated the dining room from the kitchen, a pitcher of orange juice in hand. She filled their glasses with the freshly made beverage and beamed at them. "Dig in." Not needing to be told twice, Lisa was quick to grab the large spoon stuck in the bowl of eggs and serve herself up. Harry shook his head at his friend's enthusiasm, and decided to help her out a bit by setting several pieces of bacon and a serving of hash browns on her plate. When finished, he served himself with a much larger serving of food that had Lisa shaking her head at him in turn. "I don't know how you can eat so much," she mumbled as she gave his plate the evil eye. "Especially when you're so tiny." "I'm taller than you are," Harry grumbled. It was true that he was technically thin. While his body was layered with muscles that really had no right existing on one so young, they would never be very big. He just wasn't built that way. Besides, with all the exercise I do, as well as my martial arts and football, I burn a lot of energy. I need more food than you to keep my body going. There was another reason for his need to eat more, he believed. But it was something of an untested theory, and definitely not something he could tell Lisa or her parents, even if he did manage to find ample evidence to support it. Right. Lisa rolled her eyes as she took a fork full of eggs and put it on her mouth, chewing carefully before swallowing. "And just what do you think I do when I go to my dance classes? Sit there like a lemon and watch everybody else dance." "You're smaller than me," Harry argued. "Much smaller than me. And I didn't say you were lazy. Plus, I'm a male. Generally speaking, the male body requires more sustenance than the female body. The theory is that—" "I don't need to hear your technobabble," Lisa interrupted him, causing Harry to shrug indifferently. "Then you shouldn't have said anything." Lisa grunted, but didn't reply as she turned fully to the task of eating. This kind of banter was nothing new. More often than not he and Lisa would trade barbs back and forth when they weren't engrossed in something both of them enjoyed. However, it rarely happened when they were eating sans dinner. Harry knew why she was doing it, of course, and couldn't begrudge her for it. He felt much the same way she did. And so when she grew silent, he started up on another subject, forcing her to speak some more while they ate. Sitting farther away at the other end of the table, Mrs. Croft watched them with a sad smile. The banter between the pair was interrupted when the door to the dining room opened and Mr. Croft walked in. Daniel Anderson Croft was a tall man, much taller than most people Harry had run across. His dark raven hair with flecks of gray was cut to just below the chin and slicked back, giving him stylish yet professional appearance. Like his hair, his eyes were very dark. They were brown but almost looked black. He was also in decent shape for a man of 40, with a build that, while not athletic, was at least fit. Despite his age, he looked rather young. The only signs of him getting up there in years being the distinguished-looking gray hairs and the small age lines around his mouth and eyes. And, Lisa, Harry, he greeted as he marched into the room, straightening the tie to his business suit. Harry didn't miss the hesitation in the man's tone when greeting him. He was well aware Mr. Croft didn't approve of how close he and Lisa were, and it showed. The only reason he didn't say anything against Harry was because both Lisa and his wife would become cross with him if he did. Daniel Croft was a rather prominent businessman, a manager at HSBC Holdings, and was very successful when it came to investing money in the stock market. It was actually thanks to him overhearing Mr. Croft speaking with his wife about some of his investments that had gotten Harry interested in learning how to properly invest his money in the first place, not that he ever had enough money to invest until now. He was a businessman through and, in Harry's opinion, not a very good dad. That was not to say that Harry thought the man didn't care for his daughter, or that he was a bad person. Just that he focused more on his work than he did his family. The few times he did focus on Lisa was when they were having a difference of opinion, which they had quite often, as Harry could attest to. It was only during dinner that Mr. Croft actually acted like a father towards Lisa, and Harry was almost positive that Mrs. Croft was the largest reason for that. The woman could be quite persuasive when she wanted to be. "Off to work so soon, dear?" asked Mrs. Croft, pouting a bit as she watched the man grab a cup of coffee and a piece of toast from the toaster. This was as much tradition as hers and Harry's "call me mum" moments. "And I went through all this trouble preparing a large breakfast to see Harry off before he goes to that boarding school, too." "Sorry," Daniel replied, though Harry already knew the man wasn't. If anything, he was most likely relieved Harry was leaving. Beside him, Lisa stiffened at the mention of Harry's school. He did his best to ignore that right now, knowing that bringing it up would only make the current situation worse. The man of the house looked at him and inclined his head. "Good luck at your new school." Well, at least that had been a sincere statement. If nothing else, Harry could count on the fact that, while Mr. Croft may not like how close Harry was to Lisa, he at least respected him for his intelligence and drive. "Thank you," Harry returned as Lisa's father kissed his wife on the cheek, before taking his leave. Breakfast finished fairly quickly after that, and before long, Harry found himself standing in front of the doorway while Lisa and her mother stood in front of him. "Are you sure you don't want me driving you to your relatives, Harry?" Mrs. Croft asked him. Harry shook his head. "It's fine," he said. "I don't have to be at the train station until 10, and it's still only 8:30. Mrs. Croft sighed, but didn't argue with him. "Very well. I know you like your independence when it comes to these things." She leaned down and gave Harry a tight hug, which, after a moment, was returned. "Good luck at school. We'll miss seeing you around here." "Likewise," Harry replied softly. When the mother of one released her hold on him and backed away, Lisa walked up to him and stopped just short of being able to touch him. She bit her lower lip, and Harry could already see the tears barely contained in her eyes. He knew this would be hard on her. Lisa had been his best friend for years. They had done practically everything together. Well, almost everything, and the idea that he wouldn't be around for an extended period of time no doubt hurt her. Suddenly, Harry wasn't so sure going to Hogwarts was a good idea anymore. For a moment, he was tempted to forget about learning magic, if it would keep the only person he'd ever been close to from feeling so sad. Just looking at the girl as she tried not to cry made him feel like someone was trying to tear his heart out of his chest. However, the feeling only lasted for a moment, before he strengthened his resolve. He needed to do this, not just because he was a wizard, but because of his parents. They had spoken of Hogwarts so much when he was younger, about how amazing it was. The joy in their voices had been undeniable when they spoke fondly of their times at the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry wanted to follow in their footsteps, to make them proud by becoming the greatest, most powerful wizard in the entire world. He couldn't do that if he stayed here. In a rare display of open affection, Harry moved forward and initiated their hug. While he had never denied the girl physical affection indeed, he probably allowed her to be more physically intimate with him than was proper for children. Their Ajihi rarely ever initiated such instances. He would go along with her because she meant so much to him, but it was always Lisa who started any contact between them. If she was surprised by the contact, she did not show it. She returned his hug fiercely. Her arms wound tightly around his torso, and she buried her face in the crook of his neck, while one of his hands slowly stroked her hair and the other rested against her back. "Promise you'll write to me?" she croaked, and Harry could feel a few tears hitting the bare skin of his neck. He felt a moment of intense guilt threatening to overwhelm him, but reined in it. He also managed to rein in the suspicious moisture that gathered in his eyes. He would not allow himself to show weakness by crying, especially not when his friend needed him to be strong. "I promise," he whispered. He had actually spent quite a bit of time making sure that it would be possible to send her letters. He couldn't send Hedwig to her. While that wasn't quite breaking the law or jeopardizing the secrecy of magic, it would cause a lot of unwanted questions to be asked. Fortunately, there was a way to send letters to non-magical people via the wizarding post office. Harry didn't know the mechanics behind it, but knew they had a way of transferring letters to a regular post office using some kind of magic. While it would be interesting to study at some point, at that moment, the only thing he really cared about was that it meant he could send letters to Lisa. Every day, he chuckled, though it was lacking any humor. "I'll see what I can do." Harry could feel her nod against his neck. For a moment, no one spoke, and the only sound were the small sniffles coming from the girl in his arms. "I'll miss you." Harry's arms tightened around the girl who was a sister in all but injury. Why was this so much harder than he thought it would be? "And you." He carefully loosened his hold on the girl, his hands going to her shoulders. He pushed her back a bit, forcing her to let go of him. Giving the girl a small smile, Harry gently wiped the few tears that had fallen from her eyes. "Try not to be too depressed, okay?" he said, trying to give her a smile he didn't feel. "I know it seems like a long time, but it won't be forever. I still get Christmas off, and I'll see you then." "It seems like it's going to be forever," Lisa muttered, and Harry looked away uncomfortably. He wished he could make her feel better, wished he could say or do something to assure her that everything would be all right, that he could take away all the pain she was feeling, but there was nothing he could think of that would help in a situation like this, because even with all knowledge Harry gained, there were some things that you just couldn't learn from a book. Because sometimes the only way to learn is through first-hand experience. And unfortunately for Harry, this was one situation he had never been in before, and so all he could do was hope that things would get better with time. Chapter 10. The beginning of a journey. The moment Harry arrived home, he received the very expected summons from his uncle. "Boy," sighing, Harry made his way into the living room where his uncle sat watching television. Over at the table, Dudley was scarfing down food like it would disappear if he ate too slowly, and Petunia flitted around her son heaping praises on how adorable he looked in his school uniform. It was a sight that Harry only spared a brief glance towards before focusing on Vernon. "Yes, Uncle Vernon?" The walrus of a man released a brief grunt, not bothering to look away from the news channel he was watching. "Spending time at that Trollop's house again, were you?" Harry's fingers twitched as the desire to blast Vernon through a wall for insulting his best friend nearly overpowered him. He resisted, but only just. The man seemed to be getting bold now that the day for Harry to leave had finally come. Harry could only hope Vernon Dursley would not be completely insufferable during the trip to King's Cross. At the moment, he wasn't all that sure if he could hold himself back from reacting violently. He still felt the keen ache from his goodbye to Lisa. "What time do you need to leave?" "As soon as I get packed we can go," Harry answered. Vernon grunted. "Then hurry up. I don't have all day. I need to be at work soon." Harry nodded, resisting the urge to roll his eyes, and made his way upstairs. As he closed the door to his room, he sank down to the floor using the wall to support his back and sat on his side. This day had started off much worse than he had initially expected. Everything was more difficult than he had assumed it would be. He had known that leaving his best friend would be hard, but he hadn't been prepared for how much it would hurt. His emotions felt raw, as if someone had peeled his carefully crafted defenses and then poured the proverbial salt over his open wounds. It was so bad that he had very nearly used his magic on his uncle, something he had not done since he was 7. Needing a moment to center himself, Harry forced himself to go through some light breathing exercises. It would not do for him to be an emotional wreck when he arrived at the Hogwarts Express. He needed to present an image of strength. He could ill afford to be seen as weak. Thankfully, he had grown accustomed to meditating and didn't need much time to clear his mind and regain control over his emotions. It only took 5 minutes at the most, though it was the longest 5 minutes of his life. His eyes were forced open when a pair of clawed feet landed on his left knee and a hoot garnered his attention. "Hey, Hedwig!" Harry softly stroked the snowy owl's feathers. Hedwig gave him a hoot of concern, amber eyes staring into his green ones. "I'm fine," he reassured her, only to yelp when she nipped his fingers hard enough to draw injury. "Okay, I'm not fine," he admitted with a sigh, "but I'll get over it, so you don't need to worry." His reassuring smile didn't seem to work on the strange bird. Hedwig gave him a deadpanned look that somehow seemed to say, "It's when you tell me not to worry that I worry the most." Harry shook his head ruefully. He still wasn't sure how he could understand Hedwig so well, or how she seemed to understand him so perfectly. It was almost like they were reading each other's minds. Whatever the case was, Harry planned on looking up any information pertaining to their situation when he got to Hogwarts. "I'm being serious, you don't need to worry about me," he told Hedwig as he used his magic to make the injury on his finger disappear. The wound had already healed over. "Change like this is always difficult at first, but I've read that the pain will eventually fade. And it's not like I won't be seeing Lisa again. You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder." Hedwig gave a hoot before flying off Harry's knee, allowing the young raven-haired boy to stand and begin gathering his belongings. His trunk was already prepared. He had taken care of packing it 2 nights ago. All of his books were put away. Well, almost all of them. He did want some reading materials for the train ride to school. His clothes were neatly folded and organized in the compartment he had made specifically for them, and the few possessions he wished to take with him were all packed up as well. There were only 3 items left that he needed to grab. "Do you want to come with me when I get on the Hogwarts Express?" asked Harry as he moved over to his desk. "Or are you going to fly there on your own?" Hedwig tilted her head from side to side in slightly jerky movements. Harry waited as his owl pondered the question posed. After a moment, she gave a hoot. "All right then." With a small gesture of his hand, the window to his room opened up, allowing a small breeze to blow through. "Be safe while flying. I hear traffic's rough this time of year." Hedwig gave what pretty much amounted to an eye roll at his horrible joke, and with an affectionate nip of his ear, took off through the now open window. The window closed behind the owl as if on its own accord, and Harry grabbed one of the 2 items he had decided not to pack in his trunk. The item in question looked like 2 small straps of leather that ran parallel to each other, and were attached together by a small pocket about as wide as his finger. Sitting inside the pocket was his mother's wand. Leaning down, Harry undid the clasp and attached the wand holster containing the willow wand to his left ankle. He watched with a smile as its form shimmered in the light before wand and holster vanished. Truly, magic was a wonderful thing. The next object was another wand holster, only this one looked much different than the other one. This particular holster had a small slice of leather for the wand to draw near, though it was nearly 2/3 longer, quite a bit wider, and was shaped like a rectangle, possessing a hard casing instead of the softer and pliable material used in the creation of the holster holding his mother's wand. This was because of the catch located near the front of the opening which, when released, would cause his wand to shoot into his hand. It was called a dueling holster, for obvious reasons, and Harry had spent much time simply practicing the motions of releasing and reloading his wand until he could do it with the same economy of motion used in hand-to-hand combat. Carefully, he slid the holster around the wrist of his right forearm, then tightened the leather straps that kept it attached, and slid the sleeves of his long-sleeved shirt over the holster until just the tip poked out. With swift and sure movements, he released the catch, allowing the wand to shoot out at startling speeds. He caught it, and a smile came to his face as he looked at the wand that Ollivander had told him was his greatest work. It was about a week after the first time he had been to Diagon Alley that he received a letter from Ollivander informing him that his wand was ready. As Harry entered the store, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The magic of this place was much more heady than the last time he had spent here, more potent. He wondered if there was a reason for this, but put the thought out of his mind and walked into the shop. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Ollivander did not appear behind him this time, but, rather, walked out from the door near the back. He looked tired, Harry noted. There were bags under his eyes, and his posture was stooped. Despite that, he also seemed very pleased with himself, the reasons of which soon became clear. "It is good that you are here. I have your wand all ready for you." From within the old man's robes, Ollivander produced a simple black box. Harry waited on bated breath as the old man with silvery eyes opened it. When the lid was pulled off, Harry saw his wand lying on top of a plush, purple pillow reminiscent of satin. The wand was light brown, long, with a spiral pattern starting from the tip of the wand and moving down before it reached the handle, which was thicker than the rest by a few centimeters and had notched grooves Harry recognized were for his fingers. Harry found himself transfixed on the wand as Ollivander moved closer. 13 inches, made from the wood of an elder tree. Elder tree, a rare tree found only in the most inhospitable regions. The wood from one made excellent wands, but was rarely ever used due to their scarcity. Ollivander continued, "Dual wand cores are used as the focus, the heartstrings of a griffin, willingly given to my many times great grandfather. It has been dusted in ground dragon scales from a dragon whose very legend has transcended time, Odivine." Ollivander's eyes held an intensity that Harry had yet to see in the man as he spoke. "This wand is powerful, very powerful, but also incomplete." Incomplete! Harry's attention snapped away from the wand that lay in the box. As he looked at the old wand maker, his brow furrowed. Why would Ollivander call him here to inform him that his wand was ready if it had yet to be finished? "Unless you need me to finish it." "Indeed," Ollivander said, seemingly delighted that Harry had figured it out so quickly. "The 3 components I have used for this wand are all very powerful, incredibly so, but because of that, they are also unstable when used together. This wand cannot be used safely unless I have a powerful catalyst that can bind the wood and 2 cores together." "Injury," Harry answered again. It was the only logical conclusion he could come to. Injury had power. There was a reason purebloods believed themselves superior to Muggleborns, regardless of their inaccurate beliefs on heredity. "You need my injury." "How much?" "Enough to fill this vial." Ollivander held up a small tube-like vial about 6 inches in length and half an inch in circumference. Harry took it from the wand maker and held it aloft to his eyes. "I assume you have something I can cut myself with?" His question was answered when Ollivander produced a gleaming white dagger that shone in the light. Taking it from the wand maker, Harry sliced open the vein in his wrist and held the wound to the vial's opening as injury flowed out. When it was full, Ollivander healed the wound before Harry's magic could do the job, and took the vial from him. "It will take me about an hour to perform the ritual that will bind the wand's materials to your injury," Ollivander told him. "You may wait right here, or come back later today." "I think I'll wait here," Harry informed the wand maker, and with that he walked over to the spindly chair, sat down, and pulled out a book on potions from within his robes. In turn, Ollivander flicked his wand at the door, changing the sign from open to close, and walked back through the door at the end of the room. It was only half an hour later that Harry was forced to stop reading when the power coming from behind the closed door forced his attention off his book. Like a jolt of electricity racing across his skin, Harry could feel the magic in the air like an electric current. The atmosphere became filled with the heady scent of ozone, as if the magics within the shop were actually beginning to burn the stale air due to its potency. Whatever ritual Ollivander was doing, it must be very powerful, Harry concluded. The power surge lasted for a total of 15 minutes before diminishing, and in another 5 it dwindled down to nothing. Harry stowed his book away and rose from his seat just as an exhausted yet elated Ollivander walked into the room. "It is finished," the old wand make said, once more presenting Harry with the wand sitting in the box. It did not look that different from the last time he had seen, save for one exception. Moving from the tip of the spire, down into the handle where they abruptly stopped, were ancient-looking symbols that he recognized as Norse and Anglo-Saxon runes. He saw Soilo, the same rune that was carved onto his forehead and was associated with the god Baldur. There was also Uras, corresponding to the god Thor and a symbol of mental and physical strength. Harry could see many others that he recognized from his studies of ancient Norse history. Naudis, the rune of necessity. Tawaz, the warrior's rune. Iwaz, the rune of momentum. Iwaz, the rune of defense. Jera, the rune of success and continuity, and Dagas, the rune of transformation. They moved along the spire, tiny black symbols of ancient runic language that continued in a string of combinations. Harry had no idea what these runes meant from a magical standpoint. He had only ever studied them from a historical standpoint, but he knew that these symbols of old had been written in his injury and soaked so thoroughly into the wand that they had become a part of the very grain of the wood. "Go on." Ollivander gestured with the box, his voice a breathy whisper. "Take it." Harry reached out. His fingers found purchase in the notched grooves of the wand's handle, and he grasped it tightly. A gasp escaped his lips as a powerful current of energy surged through him. The runic symbols running along the wand's spire glowed a bright silvery green. Harry's eyes closed, and his body shuddered as his magic began to sing in harmony with the wood and twin cores. He could feel them. He could feel the twin cores harmonizing themselves with him and the wood that made up his wand. He could feel the elder wood synchronizing itself with the cores and himself, becoming one with him in ways he had never in his wildest dreams imagined possible. It felt like a part of his soul was being restored to him, like a piece of him that had been missing for so long he never knew it was gone had suddenly come back. It was impossible for him to tell where he ended and the wand began. If he had to sum up how he felt in a single word, it would be complete. Harry opened his eyes and Ollivander actually took a step back in shock. His eyes were burning with emerald green fire, and the outer edges of the iris were lined with silver. The colorful irises bathed the room in light. His pupils were ganino, not gone. They had been replaced. The once black dots were now a bright silvery green that was only visible if one looked very hard. The glow in Harry's eyes soon died down, and the power seemed to not quite diminish, but more like it simply decided not to manifest itself for any longer. It disappeared within Harry and the wand, thrumming beneath the surface as it waited eagerly to be released again. "That wand you have there is very powerful, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said softly. "It is the most powerful wand I have made to date, and now it will only ever work with you. No one else will ever be able to use it. Your wand is also unique." "Unique how?" asked Harry, looking from his wand to Ollivander. "Due to the way I had to use your injury as the catalyst that bound the cores to the wood, the wand has become intimately tied to you and you alone. Your growth as a wizard will be reflected by your wand. Whatever magics you excel in, your wand will be able to accomplish with ease. If you were to become a master in every single branch of magic, then your wand will excel in every single branch of magic. On the other hand, if you excelled at nothing, your wand will excel at nothing." Ollivander gave him a slight smile. "However, I believe that the latter case will prove unfounded. I expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled at the man who had given him what was quite possibly the best gift anyone ever had. The lost piece of himself that he had never known was missing. "I'll be sure not to disappoint." "Boy!" A shout from Harry's uncle interrupted the raven-haired youth's musings. "You'd better be down in 5 seconds or I'm leaving without you." Sighing, Harry made sure both wands were in place and that the holsters were secure, then grabbed his trunk and made his way out of the room. He came downstairs to see Vernon Dursley's, his face the color of puce, glaring at him behind his bristly mustaches. "About time you got down here," he grunted to Harry. "Well, get a move on. I don't have all day." His uncle must be feeling awfully bold to talk to him like that. Normally, the man would just ignore Harry to the best of his ability. Probably had something to do with the fact that they would not be seeing each other for 9 months. Harry dismissed those thoughts. It's not like it truly mattered. He would be out of their hair and they would be out of his soon enough. "Very well, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied as he moved to the car, his trunk rolling behind him. The trip to King's Cross was long. About an hour all told. Harry sat in the back of the car so he wouldn't have to deal with his uncle glaring at him, reading a book on magical theory. He normally would have taken amusement in how twitchy his walrus of an uncle got at seeing the book, but right now he just wasn't feeling it. In fact, he wasn't feeling much of anything. Something he attributed to his recent inner turmoil from his goodbye with Lisa. When they arrived at the train station, Harry got out, grabbed his trunk, and watched as Vernon sped off without even so much as a goodbye. Yes, the man truly wanted nothing more than getting Harry out of his presence for good. Turning, Harry made his way into the train station. The place was very packed, with hundreds of people jostling their way through the crowded walkways. Considering how many people used the trains to get to work, it was to be expected, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Harry wove between the crowd, making his way towards the platforms of 9 and 10. His destination was marked by a big plastic number over platform 9 and another big plastic number over platform 10. There was nothing in the middle, nothing that could be seen at least. It was not hard for one attuned with magic to sense the tendrils of energy coming from the dividing barrier between platforms 9 and 10. There was most definitely something there. An illusion? A gateway, perhaps? It was hard to tell, but Harry knew that in order to get to platform 9 and 3/4, all he had to do was walk through the divide between the two barriers. Taking a deep breath, Harry attempted to center himself, preparing for the journey that would make his parents proud. His journey to greatness, to become the greatest wizard this world had ever and would ever see. Chapter 11. The Hogwarts Express. Passing through the barrier that led to platform 9 3/4 was an experience in and of itself. It felt like his body was being hit with a very mild electric current, not enough to be painful or even uncomfortable, but enough that the hairs on the back of his neck and arms stood on end. It was a most unusual experience. While most people would never think twice about something like TSAT, at least he assumed none of the witches and wizards who passed through here did. Harry couldn't help but wonder at the barrier. What was it? How was it made? Was it a gateway? Some kind of passage that warped the boundaries of time and space to instantaneously take one to their destination? Or was it something as simple as an illusion that had been placed over the platform to hide it from the non-magical population? Harry promised himself that he would eventually find out and replicate the feat someday. The feeling of amazement and wonder at the magical barrier soon left him when something else caused him to look around in awe. On the other side of the barrier, signified by a large plastic sign, was platform 9 3/4. Everywhere he looked, witches and wizards milled about, filling nearly every nook and cranny of space available. Families were giving tearful goodbyes to sons and daughters, and many friends who looked to be returning students chatted with each other excitedly. Animals of all kinds roamed the platform as well. Harry saw everything from owls hooting in their cages, to cats prowling around the legs of people, and even tiny mice darting to and fro to try and get away from the cats, underneath the legs of students and parents alike. And sitting behind it all was a massive scarlet and gold steam engine. Many of the students were boarding, and a few already had and were poking their heads out of the windows to speak with their parents. After taking a moment to take the sight in, Harry lifted his trunk, which now had a feather-light charm to make carrying it easier, over his shoulder and started off towards the train. He wove in between several people, gracefully sidestepping a pair of students, first years from the looks of them, that had nearly run into him. It wasn't long before he boarded the train, and after searching through the aisles for an unoccupied compartment found one that he quickly entered. Setting the trunk down on the floor, Harry smiled as he pressed the catch on his wand holster. The wand shot out, and in a smooth, practiced motion, he caught it by the handle, his fingers already resting within the grooves. As soon as his fingers were clasped around it fully, the runes on the wand started to glow a silvery green. The glow was very dull, however, nowhere near as bright as when he had first gotten it. In fact, most would probably play it off as a trick of the light. Harry was thankful for this, as he didn't want people asking questions about his wand when they saw it. Pointing his wand at the trunk, he watched, his smile growing brighter by the minute as it began to lift itself into the air. Using his wand to guide the trunk's movements, he carefully stowed it in the compartment above the seats. He then sat down and reached into his pocket, where he pulled out a small book the size of his palm. A small wave of his wand later, and the book on magical theory enlarged to its normal size, and Harry began reading. As his eyes wove their way across the pages, memorizing everything they saw, his mind began wondering about the school he was going to. And the small part of him that was nothing more than an 11-year-old boy couldn't help but feel excited about the coming school year. What would he learn when he got to Hogwarts? What would his classes be like? What were the teachers like? The other students? Would he make any friends? He frowned a bit at that last thought, even as his fingers absently turned a page. Harry couldn't help but wonder where that thought had come from. He had never really been interested in making friends. Back when he was at the Muggle school, he hadn't seen any point in doing so. There simply hadn't been any benefit in befriending someone when he would eventually be living in a completely different world from them anyway. That was not to say Harry was a loner. At first, he may have been, but about a month or two after Lisa had stormed her way into his life with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop, many of his peers began looking up to him. He guessed seeing him with Lisa made him seem more approachable. And while he still didn't particularly care for any of those people, Harry would not deny he enjoyed the admiration and respect they afforded him. It had also helped him learn to interact with others. He knew that intelligence could only get one so far. If you didn't know how to talk to people, how would you get a good job? How would you make your mark on the world? How could you gain allies willing to rally behind you when you tried to make said mark? The answer was you couldn't. Thus, Harry had thrown himself into becoming someone the other students looked up to and admired, the kind of guy you wouldn't hesitate to come up to and ask for help or advice, be it for something as simple as school or more complex problems dealing with life issues. But now that he was going to a school where he would be meeting people like him, perhaps it would be a good idea to have friends. Real friends. People he could actually share things with, who would stand by him not because he was a leader they were rallying behind, but because they actually cared about him. It was a childish thought, and Harry felt a bit embarrassed to even be thinking it, but could not deny that the idea to have real friends was appealing. Because as much as he may love Lisa as the sister he never had, the simple fact of the matter was that she was not a witch. She knew nothing of magic, and as much as he wished he could inform her of its existence, knew that telling her, at least for now, would cause problems. "Mom, Giraffe!" A shout was heard over the din of noise from outside and drew Harry's attention to what looked like a rather large family of redheads. There were 5 in total. A plump woman with a pleasant smile on her face and motherly air about her. 2 older boys who looked like identical twins. A girl who looked to be around a year younger than Harry himself, and what Harry assumed was the source of the voice, a boy that looked to be around his age. He was very tall, maybe even an inch to 2 taller than Harry, and gangly. He had large hands and feet that looked slightly out of place on his body, and a long nose. Like the others, he too had bright red hair several shades lighter than Harry's mother's. One of the things Harry noticed about the entire family straight from the get-go was that they seemed rather poorly off. The robes the 3 boys wore were worn and slightly ragged, probably second-hand robes, and the trunks they were carried looked just as old. The family was probably having financial troubles. With so many kids, Harry could see why. Has Uncle Ronnie got some fink on his nose? Asked one of the twins in a teasing voice. Definitely older brothers, Harry concluded, remembering how he had once read that older brothers often tend to tease their younger siblings. It was actually part of the reason he sometimes teased Lisa, because even if they weren't related, he wanted that brotherly feeling for himself. "Shut up," the one Harry now knew as Ron groused. At that point Harry decided to stop listening. It was very rude to spy on people having what looked like a personal conversation between family, after all, and he didn't want to be like Petunia and return to his reading. To help with this, because even if he wasn't looking he could still hear every word being said, he put up a very basic spell on the window that muffled the voices outside. It wouldn't silencing them, but it would at least make sure Harry couldn't understand what they were saying. It was several minutes after he had put up the muffling spell that the train started to move. Out of curiosity, he looked out the window again to see the mother of the boys waving, and the sister half laughing, half crying as she ran alongside the train. For just a moment, Harry's mind superimposed an image of Lisa over the red-haired girl, and he once more felt the sting of unshed tears in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he quickly looked away and was once more forced to meditate in order to calm down. Leaving Lisa really was hitting him much harder than he thought it would. It seemed that, for all the preparing he had done to make his leaving easier, none of it had worked. Even now he felt an immense sense of loss, a gap in his heart where Lisa's presence had once been, and even the knowledge that he would see her during Christmas didn't seem to help. Harry really didn't like this feeling of loss. It made him feel weak, and he had no clue how to fix it. He only hoped this terrible feeling in his heart would fade soon. He wouldn't be able to accomplish anything if he was busy mourning the loss of Lisa's presence. A loss that was only temporary. The door to his compartment slid open and Harry's head snapped up to see the youngest son of the red-headed family walk in. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite of Harry. "Everywhere else is full. Help yourself," Harry said with a small gesture towards the seat, actually glad that someone had decided to sit with him. If nothing else, the red-haired boy would prove an able distraction from his depressing thoughts. Ron sat down. Harry absently finished the page in his book and closed it without marking the page number down. It wasn't like he needed to do so to remember where he left off. He then turned to look at the redhead, who kept giving him curious glances before looking away, and opened his mouth to greet his fellow first year when the door to the compartment suddenly sprung open. "Hey, Ron," one of the twins that had just barged into the room started. "Listen, we're going down to the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there." Ron shuddered, "Right?" The two twins then turned to Harry, a curious glint in their eyes. "And who is this?" the other one asked. For a moment Harry thought about giving them a false name. He had no real desire to have what happened in the Leaky Cauldron happen here, even if it was on a much smaller scale. But he knew that if he did give a false name, he wouldn't really engender himself to them. Lying to people never did, and Harry hated lying anyway. Deciding that it was better to simply get this over with now rather than later, Harry introduced himself. "Harry Potter." The reaction he got was almost as comical as it was expected and annoying. 3 sets of eyes widened to the proportion of dinner plates, and 3 jaws dropped. "Are you really?" asked one of the older boys, the one on the left. "As far as I know," Harry replied coolly. He wasn't really sure what to expect. Granted, he'd created several plausible scenarios for what would happen when he gave people his name, but that didn't mean any of them would ring true. If there was one thing his first entrance into the wizarding world taught him, it was to expect the unexpected. "So do you have the scar?" Harry looked at the one on the right, George, he was sure his name was. After several seconds of staring at him intently, which Harry was pleased to note caused the boy to squirm a bit, he lifted the bangs covering his hair so they could see the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. "Wicked." Both older boys breathed as they looked at the scar that had become a symbol to the wizarding people. The younger redhead, Ron, simply stared at him with an open jaw and wide eyes. Well, the one on the left, Fred, Harry was sure, said, "It was awesome meeting a celebrity and all that, but George and I are going to head over to Lee's compartment." Harry sighed in relief as the two left. That hadn't gone nearly as horribly as he imagined it would, though he was displeased to note that, despite his appearance to the contrary, he had been quite nervous. It was to be expected, after all, as the last time people learned his identity he'd been mobbed before he could even get a word in. But that didn't mean he had to enjoy this feeling of anxiousness. "So you're really Harry Potter then?" Blinking, Harry turned to look at the boy who had finally managed to snap out of his stupor. "I am," Harry replied, his voice a bit less tense than it had been as he relaxed into his seat. "And you are?" "Oh, I'm Ron Weasley." Ron introduced himself, and while Harry didn't give any reaction other than to nod, on the inside his mind was already going over everything he now knew about the boy. Or, to be more specific, it was going over everything he knew about the boy's family. The Weasley family, according to Andromeda Tonks, was a very poor pureblood family with a lot of children. They were considered to be something of a joke amongst the more fanatical injury purists, and many of those who were considered dark families felt that they were a bunch of injury traders, people who had betrayed the purity of their injury by consorting and sympathizing with Muggles and Muggleborns. On the plus side, they were a well-known light-sided family firmly placed in Dumbledore's camp, and were related to the Pruitts, a now extinct yet once very powerful ancient and most noble house. The Weasley matriarch was the last of the Pruitt line from what he knew. Harry's mind was already working out the advantages and disadvantages that would come from befriending the Weasley family. The biggest benefit, of course, was that any who associated with the Weasleys, namely, any light-sided families in Dumbledore's camp, would be on his side. The downside was that it would make getting an alliance with the so-called darker pureblood families very difficult. Of course, the same could be said for gaining allegiance with one of the dark side families, something he was well aware of. So that scar is where Harry's mind shifted gears when he heard the boy speak. He focused on Ron, who he noted with some disdain was still staring at where his scar was hidden by his bangs. He didn't blame the boy. Meeting Harry Potter on a train heading for school was like meeting Sean Connery in a Muggle shopping center. Yes, Harry answered quickly in the hopes that doing so would get the boy not to ask any more questions. Just because he understood the boy's curiosity did not mean he had any desire to sate it. The mere mention of his scar brought that night to mind, the night he had lost his parents. He had a hard enough time when he dreamed about it. He didn't want to force himself to relive it during the day. Unfortunately, the boy did not seem to get the subtle warning in Harry's tone, for he was still gawking at the scar when he said, "Do you remember when? Are you asking me if I remember the night my parents were murdered?" asked Harry, his voice stone cold and his body stiffening in incredulity and anger. It was taking all he had not to snarl at the boy currently shrinking back in his seat. Harry stood up and glared down at the redhead, his eyes glowing with fury and his fists shaking. While there were many things that upset him, very few could actually force their way past his carefully crafted facade. Of those things, bringing up the night his parents died was at the top of that list, as his Uncle Vernon once found out when he was thrown through a window after stating that Harry's father was nothing but a good-for-nothing drunk who'd gotten him and his mother killed in a car crash. In fact, it had been that very statement that had caused Harry to become such an angry and violent person in his youth, or at least a big proponent of it. "Where do you get the gall asking me something like that? How would you like it if your parents were murdered by a psychopathic killer and I asked if you remember that night?" By now the boy looked about to faint. His body was positively shaking, and his face had gone white. When combined with his wide eyes, Ron looked like he might die from a heart attack. It was only in that moment, looking at this petrified boy, that Harry realized his magic was beginning to act up. The air was heavy with the smell of ozone, and the very potent feeling of anger. It was as if his rage was manifesting itself on the physical plane. Taking a deep breath, Harry willed his magic back down, locking it away. The feeling soon vanished, and though Ron's body relaxed slightly, he still looked quite fearful. Harry walked towards the door, wand already in hand, as he jabbed it near violently at his trunk, which floated down beside him. Jerking the door open, he looked back to say, "I would suggest you learn some tact before speaking to me again," before walking into the hallway and slamming the door shut. Releasing the magic holding the levitation spell, Harry's trunk set itself down on the ground, and he quickly lifted it over his shoulder and began marching down the hall. Many other students looked out their compartment doors when they heard the one Harry had slammed shut, but he paid them no heed. His mind was too busy trying to calm the tide of rage he felt. How dare that ignorant, uneducated, tactless fool ask him such a personal question? Did the boy know nothing of manners? Even a child should realize such an obviously personal and painful question should never be asked to anyone under any circumstances. It was the most foolish and rude thing anyone could ever do, and a complete and blatant violation of privacy. That boy had seriously better learn some manners before they met up again, because if he didn't, then Harry would be sure to educate him, and it would not be pleasant. It took a moment for Harry to notice that he was losing control of his emotions. Realizing that he needed to regain his bearings, he stopped walking and set his trunk down, then leaned against the wall and clenched his eyes shut, before beginning his breathing exercises. It took him a lot longer than he would have liked to regain control over his anger, and he was disgusted with himself when he found that he still felt so angry. He should have better control over himself than this. He did have better control over himself than this. It bothered him that he seemed to be slipping back into his old self before meeting Master Wei. Frowning, Harry dug deeper into his repertoire and used the advanced exercise for meditation, that being to find out the exact cause for his anger so he could promptly deal with it, rather than push it to the furthest recesses of his mind. It was rather easy to realize the source of his feelings, or at least the reason why he was having so much trouble reeling them in. Lisa. Ever since their goodbye his mind had been a wreck. He kept conjuring the last image he had seen of her, shedding silent tears before running to her room, unable to look at him because of the pain his leaving brought. Of course, that wasn't only the reason he didn't have as much control over his emotions as he should. That boy, Ron, had asked him what was quite possibly one of the few questions that truly angered him. That the redhead had asked so tactlessly only added fuel to the conflagration. It was one thing to be curious about someone who was essentially a celebrity in the wizarding world. It was quite another to allow that curiosity run rampant and bring up such horrible memories for the sake of satisfying said curiosity. As his mind worked through his feelings, Harry's face began to relax. His scrunched eyes untensed, the crinkles surrounding them disappearing. After taking a few deep breaths, Harry let the anger he felt dissipate into the air. "Excuse me, but are you all right?" a voice behind him asked. Harry turned around to see a girl about his age with a lot bushy brown hair, brown eyes, and 2 large front teeth. She was already wearing her school robes, and seemed to carry herself with an inquisitive air. It was not hard for Harry to deduce that this girl was probably a bookworm. Currently said, Bookworm's face was looking at him in mild concern. "I'm fine," Harry told her. For a brief moment, he thought about giving the girl a smile, but only for a moment. He didn't think himself capable of smiling for a while yet. Instead, he offered the girl a calm, if slightly neutral look as he addressed her. "Can I help you with anything?" "Oh, yes," the bushy-haired girl said. "You see, I was wondering if you've seen a toad anywhere." Neville's lost his. Harry tilted his head at the name Neville. He recognized it. Both his mum and dad had mentioned that their 2 friends, Frank and Alice, had given birth to a son named Neville around the same time they'd had him. He wondered if this was the same Neville as the one his parents spoke of. "I'm sorry, but I haven't seen a toad anywhere," Harry informed the girl, whose shoulders slumped. Deciding to offer her some helpful advice, he said, "Might I suggest speaking to one of the prefects and asking them if he or she can use the summoning charm to summon the toad?" The girl blinked several times, then her eyes widened. It seemed she hadn't thought of that. Mumbling a hurried thank you, the girl set off to search for a prefect. That done, Harry made his way down the hall in search of a compartment. He quickly found out that there were no empty compartments. All of them had at least 2 people in them, and in some cases they were filled to capacity. He passed by several such compartments in his search, before eventually finding one that would suffice. Knocking on the door, he managed to get the attention of the 2 girls within the compartment. One of them was a blonde-haired girl with pigtails, and the other a redhead whose hair was a shade or 2 lighter than the Weasleys, running more along the coloration of his mother's hair. Both of them looked up when he knocked, and Harry opened the door enough to poke his head in. "Would you 2 mind if I sit with you?" he asked, taking in more of their features. The blonde girl had blue eyes and fair, unblemished skin, while the redhead had brown eyes and exactly 7 freckles dotting her nose cutely. He couldn't see much more than that because they were wearing their Hogwarts robes, but even that was useful, as it told him they were probably raised in the wizarding world or were very excited muggleborns. The 2 girls looked at each other, before the blonde looked back at him with a bright smile. "Not at all," she said, her voice just as cheerful as her face. "Come on in." "Thank you." Harry walked into the compartment, setting his trunk down before absently pointing his wand at it and using the levitation charm to put into its new place overhead. 2 gasps were heard before the voice of the blonde said, "How did you do that?" Harry turned to see 2 sets of eyes staring at him in awe. He blinked. "You mean the levitation charm?" he asked for clarification. When they both gave him a nod, Harry shrugged. It's just one of the first-year spells that I read about in the standard book of spells. That's so cool, the blonde girl said. I've tried doing some magic before as well, but I've never been able to get any of the spells to work. And you did it without even speaking. Well, I always felt that speaking a spell is more of a way of focusing, rather than because it's necessary, Harry said diplomatically as he sat down. Not wanting to speak about his skills in magic and possibly incriminate himself, he decided to switch topics. I'd like to apologize for barging in here. I'm sure you two would rather be on your own. Oh, it's no problem. Once again the blonde spoke up, waving her hand airily. Already Harry was beginning to notice the dynamics between the two. The pigtailed girl was clearly the more talkative one. Meanwhile, the redhead was much more quiet and more than a little shy. Even now he could the way she would turn to look at him, blush, then look away. But now that you mention it, why were you still searching for a compartment? The train has been moving for like an hour already. Let's just say I ended up sitting next to someone who doesn't know the meaning of the word tact. And leave it at that, Harry said with a sigh. The two girls looked at each other, both probably wondering what he meant. Thankfully, they seemed to understand the word tact better than Ron did, because neither of them asked for clarification, something he was very thankful for. I'm Hannah. The blonde girl introduced herself after a slight pause. Hannah Abbott, and the redhead with me is Susan Bones. Harry started at the name, recognizing it as one of the founding 5 families that had formed the ministry. He also, thanks to Andromeda, knew that if this girl was a Bones, then she was also related to Amelia Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A pleasure to meet you, Harry said, taking the hand that Hannah held out to him. He brought her hand to his face and let his lips gently brush against her knuckles in the manner Andromeda had shown him was proper when greeting female witches. The blonde girl, Hannah, blushed, and Harry turned to look at a blushing Susan who was already offering her hand to him, which he repeated the gesture. And you as well. He took a deep breath, wondering if this would end in disaster. My name is Harry Potter. Are you really? Asked Hannah while Susan's eyes widened. Harry flicked his gaze towards the blonde girl for a moment, sighed, then sat back down after letting Susan's hand go. With his hand free, Harry brushed away the bangs covering his scar. This is so cool. Hannah breathed excitedly. I can't believe we're sitting with the Harry Potter. I don't think meeting me is that big of a deal, Harry edged, just a little bit annoyed. He knew people were going to get excited when they saw him, but that didn't make dealing with it any more comfortable. Not a big deal. Hannah gaped at him for all of 2 seconds. Harry, you're like a wizarding celebrity. Everyone and their mother knows you. Not to mention you defeated, you know. She trailed off when she saw the look on Harry's face. And all it cost me was my parents, he told her, his lips forming a thin line. He didn't look quite angered, but he was clearly agitated. And why wouldn't he be? So many people seemed to forget that his parents had sacrificed their lives for him that night Voldemort was defeated. Maybe he wouldn't have been so bothered by his celebrity status if his parents had survived, or if people actually took the time to think about how he might feel, but from what he had seen so far that wasn't going to happen. Sorry, Hannah mumbled lowly, his words seemingly sucking out all of her previous enthusiasm about meeting a celebrity. It's fine, Harry said. He knew he was being too hard on her just as he'd been too hard on Ron. After all, who wouldn't be curious about him? It was just as Hannah said, he was a celebrity in their world. To top it off, the people on this train were children. Tact and understanding weren't exactly concepts they were familiar with. With a small sigh, he decided that the pair deserved an apology and explanation so they knew he wasn't actually angry at them. I apologize for snapping at you. The boy whose compartment I just left asked me if I remembered the night my parents died when he found out who I was. Both of the girls' gasps told him all he needed to know, and he offered them a small smile. He didn't quite manage it, his face making more of a grimace than anything, but it seemed to do the trick of putting the two at ease. I didn't mean to take my anger at him out on you two. No, it's all right, Hannah said, shaking her head back and forth, her blonde pigtails swaying behind her. I can see why you were angry at me. I didn't mean to remind you of your parents' death or anything. I was just so excited to meet you. I understand. Harry resisted the sigh wanting to pass his lips. It seems everyone in the wizarding world is excited to meet me. Wanting to change the subject to something less personal, Harry switched topics. So why don't you two tell me about yourselves? The conversation became much less strained after that. Harry learned quite a bit about the two girls he found himself sitting with. Both had apparently been friends for a long time. The Abbotts were a minor pureblood family that were decently wealthy due to the wine vineyards they owned on the mainland, namely France and Italy, and had been allied with the Bones family for the last century. Susan, he had learned, was indeed related to Amelia Bones, as he had first suspected. In fact, she was the woman's niece, and due to the fact that she and her aunt were the only members of the Bones family remaining, was also the heiress of the family. Harry knew right then that befriending them would prove advantageous for him in the future, if for no other reason than that. He also learned much about the two as people. Hannah, for example, was very talkative and even more confident. She didn't have much trouble stating her opinions and wasn't shy about speaking her mind. Her friend Susan, on the other hand, was much more shy and soft-spoken. She tended to let her friend do the talking, and the few times she did speak it was with a light tinge of pink dusting her cheeks. Harry also noticed that the redhead couldn't seem to keep eye contact with him for more than 5 seconds, before averting them, and her face would flush a deeper shade of red. He wasn't quite sure what to make of that, but put it out of his mind for the moment. More than what he had learned about the two with him, Harry was surprised to discover how easy talking with them was. While the conversation hadn't taken all of his attention away from his thoughts of Lisa, they had proven to not only be an able distraction, but the two girls were also quite pleasant to converse with. A part of him chalked it up to them being girls. Since Lisa was not only his best but also his only friend at the moment, and had been for over 3 years, Harry found it easier talking to the opposite gender. Another reason he felt his mind was so at ease among the two was because they were witches. He didn't have to pretend to be normal in front of them, and that simply made acting more natural easier. So wait, Hannah said as she chewed on a pumpkin patty Harry had bought for her from the trolley. He was a gentleman, after all. You mean to tell me you didn't even know about the wizarding world until you got your Hogwarts letter? No, I only knew the basics, Harry said as he looked over the card of Albus Dumbledore he had gotten from a chocolate frog. He watched the man with half-moon glasses, a long, crooked nose, and flowing silvery hair, beard and mustache disappear from inside of the picture frame, before turning his attention back to Hannah. You see, my aunt, that is to say, my mum's sister, is a muggle, but because my mum was a witch she knew about magic. However, she only told me a little bit, so I didn't know very much about the wizarding world itself, just that it and magic existed. But what about all the stories? Asked Hannah, the expression on her face looking just as shocked as her voice sounded. You mean the stories about me fighting dragons and trolls, and adventuring through Africa while fighting against indigenous tribes and ferocious Nundus? Asked Harry with a quirk of his left eyebrow. They're all lies. I didn't even know dragons and trolls actually existed. I've never heard of a Nunda before, and I've never even seen a banshee, much less fought one. I didn't even know those books existed until I went shopping for my school books. But that's illegal. Susan gasped in shock, right before she blushed when Hannah and Harry turned to look at her. Despite this, she managed to continue on with only a little bit of stuttering. Since you're the heir to the Potter family, it's illegal for them to use your name without your consent. I know, Harry said, giving her a thin smile. Do you want me to contact my auntie? Asked Susan, her face getting redder the longer she spoke. If I tell her about this, I'm sure she can help deal with this matter. She trailed off, her face turning nearly as red as her hair, when Harry gave her the first genuine smile he'd had all day. Thank you, he told her sincerely. But there's no need to worry. He paused, wondering if he should continue, before figuring there wasn't much they could say that would give away what he was doing so long as he didn't let them know what he had planned. I already have a plan put into motion that should solve this problem nicely, so there's no need to concern yourself over it, though I do appreciate the offer. You're welcome, Susan whispered softly, looking almost like she wanted to both shrink in her seat and bask in Harry's smile at the same time. The good mood that had begun to permeate the compartment would have continued, but at that moment, the compartment door slid open and in walked 3 boys. Harry knew from the moment he glanced at them that these 3 would likely be trouble. The one in front was the obvious leader, a boy with slicked back blonde hair, blue eyes, and a narrow chin. He didn't look like much, and truth be told Harry was more worried about the too much larger boys standing on either side of him. The term gorillas seemed to fit them both well. They were large, easily towering over the blonde boy and probably around a half a head taller than Harry, and that said nothing about their girth. Both of them were wearing rather stupid expressions on their faces, which Harry took as them trying to look intimidating. They reminded him of Dudley. Is it true? The one in the middle asked. They're all saying that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, said Harry, wondering who had informed this boy that he was in his compartment. It wasn't like he had told anyone. Then again, he hadn't made much of an effort to hide his scar, and a lot of people had been staring when he was walking down the hall. My name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, the boy introduced himself. He then gestured behind him carelessly. And this is Crabbe and Goyle. Ah, then you would be the heir to the Malfoy family, yes? Harry asked, tilting his head with just a touch of inquisitiveness. He had heard a great deal about the Malfoy family from Andromeda. According to her, they were a family to watch out for and not ones to be crossed lightly. I see you've heard of me. Draco preened under the knowledge that Harry knew who he was. We've all heard of you, Malfoy, Hannah said with more than just a little disdain. You're the son of a cockroach. Now why don't you bugger off? And just who are you? Draco asked with a sneer. Some uppity little witch with no pedigree? You should learn to show respect in the presence of your betters. Hannah opened her mouth to retort, however. Susan gripped the girl's arm. Don't. The redhead hushed the girl softly. Hannah looked at her friend for a second, before sighing and deciding to heed Susan's advice. Draco leered at the two girls, then turned his attention back to Harry. You'll find that some wizard families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. As Draco Malfoy held out his hand, the raven-haired young man with the lightning bolt scar went over what had just happened in his mind and come to several conclusions. The first was that this Draco was arrogant, a bully, and one of those people who held on to the belief that those of pure and noble injury were better than other witches and wizards out of principle. This was not unexpected, considering what Andromeda had told him about the boy's father, though. The woman had hoped the son of her estranged sister would have been brought up better. The second was that Draco Malfoy wanted his allegiance. For what purpose, Harry didn't know. Then again, just by being able to say he was friends with the boy who lived was enough of a reason to want an allegiance. Harry's mind worked at light speeds as he tried to figure out what he should do to quell this situation before things went south. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite sure what to do. He did not want to form an alliance with Draco Malfoy, not only because of the boy's apparent disdain for people he believed were beneath his station, but also because forming an alliance with a family like the Malfoys meant many other possible allegiances he could gain later in the future would become closed off to him. What do you mean there are some wizard families who are better than others? Asked Harry, adding just the right inflection of curiosity to make the question seem innocuous. It was a stalling tactic, he knew. Hopefully the blonde boy wouldn't be keen enough to pick up on it. Fortunately for Harry, Draco did not seem to realize this and began speaking with great enthusiasm. Those families of pure injury who have power and know how to use it are, of course, better than some no-name family with not a canute to their name. Naturally, my family is quite powerful. My father even has the ears of the minister. You mean your father bought the ears of the minister? Hannah replied snidely before Susan could stop her. Watching Draco's face turn pink at the insult, Harry decided he needed to nip this in the bud before it came to blows. You've given me much to think about, he told Draco in a very serious voice. Perhaps some other time we can discuss this at greater length. Of course, Draco Malfoy replied. His pleasure at hearing that Harry was at least thinking about his offer seemed to make him forget about Hannah's comment. I look forward to speaking with you more. Draco and his two henchmen left. Harry turned to Hannah and said, You really should be a little more careful with what you say. That situation could have easily devolved into violence if I hadn't appeased Draco in some way. Why should I have to be careful with my words around that jerk? Hannah asked with, from what Harry had seen so far, uncharacteristic anger. Because if you don't, then that boy could easily make your life miserable, Harry answered calmly. Trust me on this, I've seen his type before. Draco Malfoy is a bully and has a superiority complex the size of Asia. Not only that, but his father is a very powerful political figure in magical Britain, not to mention a Death Eater. Death Eater was the term coined for those who had served under Voldemort, a group of witches and wizards who held on to the inherent belief that purebloods were better than other witches and wizards, and whose hatred of Muggleborns and all things non-magical was well known. Before the war had ended, many non-magical families had lost their lives to Death Eater raids, and more than a few magical families became extinct because of them. Don't you mean former Death Eater? Asked Hannah, saying the word former with enough sarcasm to fill the compartment.
No.
Harry shook his head. I mean Death Eater. People don't just reform their ways so easily. From what I heard, Draco's father got out of going to Azkaban without even getting a trial simply by claiming he was under the Imperius curse and throwing some money at the ministry. Anyone who does something like that to get off scot-free clearly hasn't reformed their ways. How do you know so much? Asked Susan, once more speaking before her mind caught up with her. She blushed a bit, but plowed on regardless. I mean, you just told us that you've only been in the wizarding world since you got your Hogwarts letter. It just seems odd that you would know so much about our world. Hearing such a well-thought-out question caused Harry's estimation of the girl to rise. Truth be told, while he had thought the girl to be a pleasant person during the first few minutes of their conversation, he had not really been able to form much of an opinion about her. Compared to the outgoing and talkative Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones had seemed a bit diffident. However, hearing her questioning his story in such a way, and giving supporting evidence to back it up, let Harry know that while the red-haired girl may be quiet and unassuming, she was also intelligent and had a sharp mind. He gave the girl an honest smile filled with more than a healthy dose of respect. The girl took one look at him and blushed to the roots of her hair. While I may have only been in the wizarding world for a short while, that doesn't mean I've been idle, Harry informed them. The moment I learned that I was the heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, I determined that it would behoove me to learn as much about the current climate and most recent events of the last few decades. Considering most of those events involve me in some way, it was definitely a good idea. He did not mention Andromeda, or that he had someone helping him learn everything he would need to know about politics, etiquette, and the who's who of the wizarding world. He didn't want the possibility of his dealings with the former Black getting out. Yet, you mean you've been studying all this time? Hannah sounded aghast that someone would spend their entire summer reading. We haven't even started school yet. Harry's lips twitched in both amusement and slight depression. A strange combination. But then again, it wasn't every day someone he just met said something so Lisa, and he couldn't help but compare the two, which explained why he felt both elated and saddened. Well, Harry drawled a bit. I figured it was prudent to learn as much as I could about the current climate of magical Britain after I was mobbed by an entire restaurant of witches and wizards wanting to shake my hand in the leaky cauldron. Both girls gasped. They didn't? Hannah asked with a gaping mouth. Harry just gave her a nod. They did. At the time, I didn't even know that I was famous, so you can imagine my surprise. I figured that if I was going to be mobbed everywhere I go, then I should at least know why. I suppose I can understand why you would want to read then, Hannah said, before she scrunched up her nose. Still, I don't think I could stand doing nothing but reading all summer long. Harry gave her a mildly amused look, the kind he often gave to Lisa when she said something he thought was stupid. Now why do you think all I did was read during the summer? I'll have you know I did a lot more than just sitting around reading books all day. Like what? Well, Harry licked his lips for a moment as he pondered what to tell her. I did spend a lot of time practicing my martial arts. Chapter 12, Hogwarts. As the train ride wore on, Harry found himself actually relaxing his guard around the two girls he shared a compartment with. He had even been willing to tell them more about himself than he would have normally been comfortable with. Like his martial arts, his love of learning new things, and most importantly, his friend Lisa. It was a great surprise to Harry when he actually began telling the two about his non-magical friend. While Harry wouldn't call himself introverted, he wasn't extroverted either, but more of a mix of the two. He would speak with anybody and everybody, and could be outgoing when required, but he tended to be a private person when it came to his personal life. This presented Harry with a great mystery. Why was he being so forthcoming? Was it because they were both magical like him? Because they were both girls? He would admit to being more comfortable around females, but was that enough to make him comfortable about personal information with two people he'd just met? Or could it be due to how the two reminded him of Lisa? Sure, neither of them was exactly like Lisa. No two people could ever be the same, not even identical twins. But that didn't change the fact that he saw bits and pieces of his best friend in these two, Hannah, with her outgoing demeanor, and Susan with her shy personality. Admittedly, Hannah reminded him more of Lisa than Susan. His non-magical friend rarely ever showed such shyness as the red-haired girl. But there were instances, quite a few in fact, where his friend would act inexplicably demure. Whatever the case, he could not deny that he enjoyed speaking with Hannah and Susan. It eventually began to darken outside, and the three realized they would arriving at Hogwarts soon. After putting his robe on over his normal clothes, Harry left the compartment and stood with his back to the glass window, allowing the girls some privacy to change. As he waited outside, the train began slowing down and a voice echoed through the hall. "We will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to Hogwarts separately." A minute after the voice had spoken, Hannah and Susan stepped out, and not long after that the train slowed to a halt. Harry and his two new acquaintances moved with the throng of people as they stepped into the cold night air. He shivered for a moment as the cold air seeped into his bones. However, the coolness didn't last long before his own magic surged forth to counteract the weather's effects, warming his body until it matched his standard temperature of 98 degrees. "Furs years. Furs years over here," a loud voice called out into the din. Harry turned with the other first years to see the largest man he'd ever laid eyes on. Easily standing over 7 feet tall, the man towered above the frightened first years. The giant, for that was all Harry could think to call him, had long messy hair, a just as messy beard and mustache combination, and black beady eyes that peered at them from in between scraggly locks of hair. Despite his imposing and downright terrifying figure, the large man possessed a friendly air that belied his size. Harry frowned as a brief memory played in his head. The image was blurry, almost like something had been interfering with his sight, but he distinctly remembered this man soaring over London on a flying motorcycle shortly after his parents' death. "Come on, follow me, more Furs years? Mind your step now. Furs years, follow me." Harry moved with the others, following the man down a dark, narrow path. The only thing visible beyond the lantern the giant of a man held was the barely visible outline of trees on either side. So dark was it that it took Harry a moment to realize that neither Hannah nor Susan were with him anymore. He wondered when they had gotten separated. "Ye all get your first sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," he called over his shoulder. "Just round this bend here." The narrow path soon opened onto the edge of a great black lake that Harry could only guess the depths of. Several boats lined the shore, obviously their transport to Hogwarts. And there, sitting perched atop a high mountain, was the school they would be going to. While Harry was not among those who let out a loud "oh" at the sight, he would never deny to being impressed. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was an enormous castle that appeared to have been taken right out of the 1st century. Tall and imposing, it seemed like a veritable fortress that could and had withstood numerous sieges in the past. Its many turrets and towers reached up as if to grasp the heavens, and the windows he could make out sparkled in the moonlit night. It was not the castle itself that got Harry's attention, however. No, while the school was imposing and grand enough that Harry felt as if he had gone back in time during King Arthur's reign, it was not the outward appearance that truly held his intrigue. It was the feeling of power the castle gave off. The way the hairs raised on the back of his neck, as if some kind of mystical energy permeated the atmosphere. The way his injuries surged through his veins at an increased rate, like some foreign energy had invaded his body and was being pumped into his bloodstream and nervous system, heightening his awareness to levels previously unperceived by man. More than that, it was the joyous singing that rang inside of his mind, as if 1,000 voices were calling out in union. More lively than the feeling Diagon Alley gave off, more hallowed than the reverence given off at Ollivanders, more powerful than both of those places combined. Hogwarts felt alive. Harry wondered at this. He had come to suspect that places where magic took place, or where a lot of magic users congregated, became imbued with said magic, enough that someone in tune with the mystical energy could feel it. Was that what he felt here? Had the thousands upon thousands of students Hogwarts had hosted throughout the centuries imbued so much magic into the castle walls that the entire school had become sentient, being of pure magic that went beyond the rock and stone that composed it? Harry didn't know, but like everything else he had seen and felt since entering this world, he had every intention of finding out. "No more'n 4 to a boat," the giant called out as he pointed toward the small fleet of boats sitting on the shore. Harry didn't particularly care who he sat with, though a part of him did wish he hadn't lost Hannah or Susan, and just sat in the closest boat to him. He was joined by 3 other people, including the brunette girl he had met in Madame Malkin's. "Everyone in?" asked the large man in a loud voice. Right then forward, as the boats began to glide across the water's surface, Harry took a second to look at the 2 occupants he had yet to meet. His gaze first drifted toward the male of the duo, tall and dark-skinned, with high cheekbones and slanted eyes. His facial structure held a distinct Italian appearance. His eyes flickered towards the other member of their troupe, a pretty girl with long blonde hair flowing down her back in gentle waves and cold blue eyes like 2 chips of ice. Her cheekbones were slightly higher than average and a bit more defined, yet still soft. They gave her a much more regal bearing, much like Andromeda. Harry suspected she was a pure injury which. She looked much more mature than the brunette beside him, and not just her physical appearance. "Hey, I remember you from Madame Malkin's," the brunette exclaimed upon getting a better look at him as the moon cast its gentle glow upon their boat. The other 2 turned to look at Harry upon hearing the exclamation. Harry's lips twitched ever so slightly as he stared at the brunette. "And I remember you," he replied, only a small hint of the amusement he felt entering his voice. "Not that I'm surprised by this. Our meeting was quite memorable." The girl flushed as she, too, remembered their first meeting. "I don't believe we properly introduced ourselves back then," he said, holding out his hand to the girl, who took it without hesitation. Harry gracefully brought it to his lips, brushing them lightly against her knuckles. In light of the moon, her blush became incandescent. "My name is Harry Potter." Harry felt his eyebrow twitch when the dark-skinned boy's eyes widened and traveled to Harry's forehead, and the scar shone there. Like her counterpart, the blonde's eyes also widened and looked toward his scar. However, those icy blue irises narrowed a second later and a calculating appeared on her face. The brunette's reaction was by far the most amusing of the 3. She squeaked, her hand jerking back as if burned and her face turning so red he thought it might catch fire. "Harry Potter?" she asked in shock. "You mean to tell me that all this time I was talking to the Harry Potter and I didn't even know it? Why didn't you tell me?" Harry shrugged. "It never really came up in our conversation. And besides, you didn't ask for my name." "Well, I suppose I didn't, did I?" the girl asked, embarrassed as she realized he was right. She had been far too busy discussing Hogwarts and making a fool of herself by insulting the house of the person pinning her robes. "Still, I wish I had known I was talking to Harry Potter back then." "Would it have made a difference?" asked Harry. The brunette opened her mouth to reply, no doubt to inform him that, yes, it would have made a difference, but he spoke first. "You know now, and you still haven't given me your name." She blushed again. "Right, sorry." A second later she gained her second wind, and all embarrassment emanating off her person vanished as if it had never existed. It was almost like she had flipped a switch.
"I'm Tracy
Davis. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Davis." Harry inclined his head, before turning to the other 2. "And may I know your names?" "Blaise Zabini," the dark-skinned boy said and, after a moment's hesitation, held out his hand. Harry grasped it firmly within his own and gave a strong shake. "Blaise," Harry murmured. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a French name derived from the Latin Blaisus, and was the name of the tutor and later biographer of Merlin when he started traveling around Britain." Blaise's left eyebrow raised. "You are correct on both accounts, and yet Zabini is an Italian name," Harry continued with a smile. "Your eyes suggest you are of Italian descent, yes?" The right eyebrow joined the left in being raised. Right again. Harry smiled and nodded his head, pleased to see his assumptions were correct, then turned his attention to the blonde girl. In turn, she looked at him for several long seconds, and when he held her gaze without flinching, inclined her head. Daphne Greengrass. She introduced herself in a voice every bit as cold and aristocratic as her eyes. A pleasure. Harry gave her a slight bow of his head in return. He also took note of the fact that she hadn't offered her hand, which meant she had no intention of entering an alliance with him, or at least no desire to at this time. Isn't this exciting? Tracy asked as she looked up at Hogwarts Castle. I can't believe we're finally going to get to learn magic. I must confess to being quite jubilant myself, Harry admitted, his eyes flickering over to Daphne. He had seen her lips twitch upwards for a moment when Tracy spoke, as if she were going to make a remark, but had held herself back due to his presence. It suggested familiarity to the other two in the boat. Perhaps these three were friends, or at least Tracy and Daphne were friends. Jubila what? Asked Tracy, blinking several times as her eyes were pried away from the castle and onto him. It means excited, Tracy, Daphne answered before Harry could. He cast his eyes over to her once again, but she studiously ignored his gaze. It seemed that mask of coldness had slipped, if only for a moment. How interesting. Ah. Tracy nodded. Why didn't he just say excited? I did, Harry said with a raised eyebrow. I just used another word to do it. Tracy rolled her eyes at the answer, and her mouth opened to give a retort when she was interrupted. Heads down, the giant of a man yelled out as the boats reached the cliff. Blaze, Daphne and Tracy bent their heads down as they passed through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. Why are you three ducking? Asked Harry, amused. Tracy and the other two looked up to see him sitting straight. When he noticed their looks, he offered a wry grin. That man is over 10 feet tall. He paused, then added. And standing up, naturally, he would need to hunch over to pass through. Oh! Tracy murmured with another blush. She sat back up and tried to regain whatever composure she had left, the other two doing the same, though with much more success than the brunette. Those two were definitely purebloods. Harry surmised they had likely been trained on how to keep themselves collected, as tradition dictated, according to Andromeda. After taking them through a dark tunnel that Harry imagined brought them right underneath Hogwarts itself, they came upon an underground harbor. As the ships began to stop, Harry stood up and stepped out, then turned to the closest person to him. Surprisingly, it was not Tracy, who had been sitting right next to him. She was already out of the boat. It was Daphne. Despite her stoic demeanor toward him, he offered his hand and, after another second of intense staring, the blonde girl gently set hers in his palm and allowed him to help her out of the boat. They made their way along the path, following the giant man as they and the others walked up a flight of stone steps, only to stop in front of a large, oak door. The giant, whose name Harry had yet to learn, knocked on the door exactly 3 times. Chapter 13. The Sorting. The door swung open and Harry saw Professor McGonagall standing just inside the entrance, looking as stern as ever. The first years, Professor McGonagall, the giant announced in a happy voice. Thank you, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall said. Harry filed the giant of a man's name away for future reference. I will take them from here. She pulled the doors wide, and Harry would admit to being impressed with the size of the entrance hall. It was easily large enough to fit 2 or more houses of the Dursley size and still have some room left over. The floor, walls, and Harry suspected the ceiling, it was too high up for him to see, were all made of large, gray stone. Off to the side, at the other end of the hall, was a magnificent marble staircase leading to other parts of the castle. Professor McGonagall led the group across the flagged stone floor. As they walked, Harry could hear the droning of 100 voices coming from a doorway to the right, and correctly guessed that the rest of the students must be in there. It was strange to him, then, when Professor McGonagall led them not into the room where the older students resided, but to a small empty chamber off the hall. There was a moment of discomfort when everyone began crowding around each other. It reminded Harry briefly of his encounter in the leaky cauldron, which still brought chills down his spine. Thankfully, No one tried crushing him with their enthusiasm, allowing him to shove his discomfort away easily enough. He turned his head when Tracy bumped into him as they were forced into close quarters. She stumbled, and Harry allowed her to steady herself by grabbing onto his arm. "Sorry," she mumbled over the din of chattering voices. "It's fine," Harry replied as he let the girl continue holding his arm for support. He was so used to Lisa holding on to him that physical contact with a female didn't bother him, though he would admit it felt a little odd with this new girl grabbing him, but chalked it up to being more familiar with Lisa than Tracy. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began, silencing any and all conversations. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Harry saw her gaze linger on a round-faced boy whose cloak was fastened under his left ear, and the redhead known as Ron who had a smudge of dirt on his nose. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." As Professor McGonagall left, Harry peered at his surroundings. All the other first years looked nervous. The bushy-haired girl he'd met earlier was muttering spells very quickly under her breath. Ron was tittering nervously as he told anyone near him that his brother said they had to pass some kind of test, and even Daphne and Blaise suddenly looked quite pale. "Calm down," Harry told the 3 he near him in a hushed whisper. It wasn't hard as it was so loud with so many students chattering nervously at once one whisper would be impossible to overhear. He could feel Tracy's grip on his arm tighten as she continued to worry herself. "Worrying about the sorting isn't going to do you any good. How can you be so calm?" asked Tracy in a nervous voice. Daphne and Blaise both looked at him as well, and for a moment he thought he saw a glint of respect coming from the blonde girl when she saw he wasn't showing any signs of nervousness. Easily, Harry replied, "The sorting ceremony is designed to place you within the house you would do best in based upon the traits that the 4 founders felt were most important to them. That means they must have some kind of enchantment or perhaps a spell that will be able to tell which of the 4 founders' traits you possess the most of and sort you based on that." Truth be told, Harry did not approve of how people were sorted based upon their most prevalent trait. He had studied much this summer and learned about the most recent history of his world, and after reading up on the war between Voldemort and his Death Eaters and the rest magical Britain, he had come to a single conclusion. It was because of the way children were sorted that had allowed Voldemort to gain so many followers. Children were very malleable. Everything from their personalities to their beliefs were created based upon influences both external and internal. By sorting all of the children who were ambitious and desired power into a single house, Hogwarts had allowed Voldemort to gain a foothold in the younger generation. Worse still, Slytherin House was generally considered the house of the pure, due to so many children of darker pure blood. Families went there more as a matter of tradition than because they held the traits Salazar Slytherin so admired. "But aren't you worried about what house you might be sorted into?" asked Tracy. Though it was her who asked the question, Harry could see both Daphne and Blaise perking up. Clearly, they were just as interested in what he had to say as their friend. "Not really," said Harry, shrugging. "I care not for what house they sort me into. It's not as if being placed into a specific house will change my goals. It will simply present me with a different set challenges." He noticed that while Tracy was looking at him in shock and awe, the other 2 were giving him curious glances. Blaise looked intrigued by his words, as if wondering about the veracity of them. Daphne, on the other hand, was giving him a calculating look, making Harry wonder if perhaps she was trying to determine his worth. He was torn from his musings when a scream rang near the back of the crowd. Harry reacted instantly. Pulling himself out of Tracy's grasp, he spun around on the balls of his left foot, body shifting, feet spreading, center of mass lowering as he moved into the ready stance he favored when sparring master way. His magic flared as adrenaline pumped through his veins at an accelerated rate. Already his mind was coming up with strategies and counter-strategies as he determined the best course of action. The room was crowded, filled to the brim with children his age. That meant he would need to find some way to weave through them if he wanted to deal with whatever threat had presented itself. Perhaps if he levitated himself in the air and floated over them, he wouldn't be able to hold it long. But he should at least be able to. What the hell? His thoughts were completely derailed when saw the cause of the scream. Ghosts. About 20 of them in all. Human apparitions made from what looked like ectoplasm or some other form of spiritual matter. Pearly white and semi-translucent, they glided across the hall, not even paying attention to the first years. They seemed to be having some kind of argument. Forgive and forget, I say. What looked like a fat monk was saying, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here? A ghost wearing a ruff and tights suddenly noticed the first years. Nobody answered. New students, said the fat friar, smiling around at them. About to be sorted, I suppose? A few nodded mutely. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff, said the friar. My old house, Move along now, said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. Now, form a line, Professor McGonagall told the first years, and follow me. Harry found himself getting in line and following the stern professor with Tracy directly behind him, followed by Daphne and then Blaise. In front of him was a girl with dark red hair and a few freckles he had yet to meet. Feeling more nervous than he allowed anyone else to see, Harry remained silent as he walked out of the small chamber, across the hall, and through a set of large double doors. The chamber Harry found himself was large, very large. He couldn't begin estimating its size, but it had to be at least 3 times larger than the entrance hall in length and width, if not height. A sea of candles floating in mid-air illuminated the room, casting light and shadows along the many hundreds of faces within. There were 5 tables laid out in the room, 4 long tables running parallel from each other where all of the students sat, and 1 table near the back where Harry could see the teachers conversing with each other. It was not hard for him to determine that the 4 tables were the dividing barriers between houses. He could see the variations in house colors on the students' robes. Gryffindor in their gold and red splendor at the far right, near the windows, followed by the bright yellow and dark black Hufflepuffs to their direct left. Ravenclaw came next in with their regal bronze and blue coloration, and on the direct opposite of where the Gryffindors sat were the Slytherins, marked by the dark green and silver colors lining their robes. Taking a glance up, Harry caught his first glimpse of the magnificent ceiling he had read about. According to Hogwarts, a history, the ceiling had a powerful enchantment designed by Rowena Ravenclaw herself to look exactly like the sky outside. Currently, it was dark save for the hundreds of twinkling stars that filled the velvety night sky. As Harry lined up with the other first years, his mind began to run wild. He wasn't nervous about the sorting, but rather, if he would be able to live up to the expectations that he had placed upon himself. Could he truly become the greatest wizard in the world? Would the many students peering at him and the other first years, and those he stood next to, look up to him as one of those people who became a great leader that accomplished great things? For a moment, thoughts of failure pressed against his mind. What if he didn't accomplish his dreams? What if he ended up leading a life of mediocrity? How would he ever be able to face his parents when he passed on? How would he even look them in the eye? He squashed those thoughts immediately and took a few slow, deep breaths. It would not do to dwell on what-ifs, especially when they had yet to happen. He couldn't allow himself to be clouded by doubt. He would be the best, and he would make his parents proud. There was no room for failure. Professor McGonagall soon placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years, and atop of the stool she placed a hat. It was a very worn hat, raggedy and frayed. It looked old enough to have been around since the founders. Harry stared at the hat with everyone else, wondering just how this would sort them into their houses. What enchantments did this old, worn-looking piece of cloth possess? He found out a moment later when, much to his great surprise, a tear opened near the brim like a mouth and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffies are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." Harry clapped with the others, though his applause was for a very different reason than the other students. What an extraordinary piece of magic! He couldn't help but conjure up wild theories on how such a thing as a singing hat was possible. Perhaps it was some very advanced animation charm used to mimic human speech. Or could it be some kind of advanced combination of enchantments and runes? Maybe the four founders had even poured all their considerable talents and gave the hat sentience. The possibilities were endless. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a parchment in hand, and Harry brought his mind back to the present. It looked like the sorting was finally about to begin. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott! Hannah!" Harry watched as the blonde girl he had met from before walked up to the stool and sat down. She looked nervous, he noted. "Hufflepuff!" shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. "Bones, Susan!" "Hufflepuff!" shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah, who hugged the girl the moment she arrived. "Boot, Terry." "Ravenclaw." Harry sighed as he realized it would be a while before they called his name. Sometimes he hated how his last name started with a letter near the end of the alphabet. As his ears picked up the names of the people being called and his mind catalogued what house they were sorted into, he decided to focus most of his attentions on his own thoughts. Mainly, Harry tried to determine what he would do depending on the house he was sorted into. During the summer he had come up with many plans on what he wanted to accomplish, and while all paths led to the same goal, each one he could take branched out in many different directions. Each plan would change depending on what house he fell in with. Of course, he hadn't planned for every occasion. Naturally, while Harry knew quite a bit about magical Britain thanks to his self-studies and Andromeda, he didn't know everything. It would be impossible to plan for every eventuality, especially when he didn't know anything about his peers. How would they react to his plans? Who would oppose him? Who would align themselves with him? These things would take research before he could put any of his half-formed plans into action. Harry took careful note of the few people he had met when they were sorted. While both Hannah and Susan went into Hufflepuff, Blaise, Daphne and Tracy were sorted into Slytherin. On the other end of the spectrum, Hermione Granger ended in Gryffindor. One of the people who caught Harry's eye the most when they were sorted was Neville Longbottom, the round-faced boy whose robe was fastened under his left ear. He looked far more nervous than all of the other students, almost tripping on his own 2 feet in his haste to get his sorting over with. Unfortunately for Neville, the hat took much longer to decide where it would sort him, and he was forced to endure the stares until then. Gryffindor. More and more people went, and Harry's mind automatically identified and memorized each and every one of them. His keen mind and observant eyes catalogued everything he could about the people he would share classes with. The way they walked, the way they held themselves, the expressions on their faces. Nothing escaped his notice, which was good, because he would need every bit of information he could glean if his plans had any hopes of getting off the ground. "Potter, Harry," and then it was his turn. Harry straightened his back and set his shoulders as he strode forward with confident steps that belied his nerves. He held his head high, projecting the air of someone who did not feel even the slightest bit apprehensive. Whispers broke out amongst the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Wow, he's really tall for a first year. Look at how cute he is." Harry almost lost his demeanor when he heard the comments being made. He truly hoped he would not be subject to any of the cheek pinching some of the older girls at his former school had done when he was younger. Well, if they did, at least it wouldn't be around Lisa to give her any ammunition to tease him with. Sitting down, the last thing Harry saw before the hat drooped over his eyes was the entirety of the great hall staring at him in breathless anticipation. For a moment nothing happened, and Harry suddenly felt incredibly stupid for wearing this large hat that didn't even fit his head. How could something like a piece of cloth, albeit a magical piece of cloth with the ability to talk, possibly sort him into his house? Those thoughts left him when he felt it, an intrusion in his mind. It felt like someone was poking around in the head with a stick. It was invasive, intrusive, and Harry reacted in the same manner he had done when he heard the scream. Violently, his magic roiled forth, a hurricane that seemed to build within his mind. Like a pressure valve about to explode, the gates holding Harry's magic creaked as he prepared to unleash his power and shove the intruder out. And then a voice entered his mind, stopping him in his tracks. "Be at ease, Mr. Potter. I am not going to harm you in any way." Harry blinked once, twice, thrice.
Sorting hat?
He asked tentatively. "It is I," the hat replied, sounding amused. "And might I say that was an impressive display of power you just showed. Had I not said anything, I dare say that would have shoved me out of your mind quite violently." "How are you even in my mind in the first place?" asked Harry, his own natural inquisitiveness coming to the fore as his magic settled down. Now that he knew who was in his mind, he wasn't as worried. Well, he was, but he was more curious and eager to learn about this seeming impossibility than he was at the thought of having a magical hat poking around in his head. At least for the moment, the hat seemed to sense this, for Harry got the distinct impression it was amused. "I was created by the 4 founders with the ability to enter a person's mind so that I might be able to sort them. The ability is not dissimilar to a skill known as legilimency, which is the human art of delving into the mind and discovering the secrets contained therein." "I see." Harry processed what he had just learned. "So invading the mind is possible." "Yes, it is, though people who are skilled in the art are very rare, even when I was first created. Given that you seem to already have a decent grasp on occlumency, the art of defending the mind, without even knowing what that is, I suspect you will have an easy time learning legilimency provided you find someone to teach you, of course." "Can you teach me?" "Unfortunately, what I know is not actually legilimency, but an enchantment placed upon me by Rowena Ravenclaw that allows me to delve into the minds of the young," the hat answered, much to Harry's disappointment. He had been hoping the hat would be able to teach him something, or at least point him in the right direction. Such an inquisitive mind. The hat spoke again. Such intelligence. "You would do well in Ravenclaw, Mr. Potter." "Very well. But let us see what else makes you tick. Tell me," Harry spoke up suddenly. "Do you plan on informing anyone about what you find inside my head?" He had many plans that hinged upon them remaining a secret until he deemed them ready to be unveiled. And even if those plans had to be changed later on due to an added or subtracted variable, he didn't want others learning about his goals. "Not at all," the hat replied. "The magics cast on me have also made it so that I cannot tell anybody about what I find within the minds of those I sort. If I could have done such a thing, the man you know as Lord Voldemort would have never been allowed to attend here." "You seem perfectly capable of speaking about Voldemort," Harry countered. "Indeed, but that is because Voldemort has already made his mark on the world," the hat answered. "The magic that keeps me from speaking only extends to those who are still attending Hogwarts, not those who have long since graduated from these halls. Besides, you and everyone else know of him, and I did not inform you of anything incriminating. You may not have said anything, but sometimes it's what you don't say that allows people to make deductions they shouldn't have." "Such an advanced and analytical mind for one so young," the hat chuckled. "Truly, Rowena herself would have been envious of your talents. That eidetic memory of yours is quite the boon. It's also quite the curse. Indeed, for one such as you, who has seen the horrors of this world at such a young age, it would be. Still, you cannot deny that your unique ability to remember everything has made you stronger than you would be otherwise. Harry did not say anything, choosing instead to remain silent. Not that the hat needed an answer from him to know it was right. Now, while you have been gifted with an extraordinary intellect, you seem to have many other talents as well. The hat was silent for a moment. For such a young boy you are very ambitious. Few are the people who have already set themselves a goal that many have deemed unachievable in their lives. And few are the people who obtain greatness because they do not dare to try to reach for the stars, Harry countered. Even if I should fail in my goal, at the very least I can have the satisfaction of knowing that I was not willing to shoot for mediocrity when I could achieve excellence simply because I was afraid of failing. The hat chuckled. Salazar once said something very similar when he and the others were making me. Your ambitions definitely make you worthy of being a Slytherin. Rarely have I seen such drive to accomplish your goals. If the founders still existed, I suspect Salazar himself would have offered you an apprenticeship. Thank you, though he may have been a bit disgruntled by your sense of honor. Your courage may have been tempered with your cunning, but I can already see the warrior you can one day become. You are much like Godric in that regard. He was never the kind of person who was willing to stand in the background when the going gets rough. The man was quite reckless, always leading the charge no matter the kind of battle he may face. A good leader is the kind who is willing to fight alongside those who serve under him, Harry defended. It is the job anybody in a position of leadership to ensure the safety and well-being of his subjects. One cannot protect those who have placed their faith in him by hiding behind those he is charged with protecting. You are correct. Harry could tell the hat was enjoying their conversation. He sounded almost like Ollivander when the man found out Harry would need to have a wand made for him. And it is not for the first time someone has compared me to the wand maker. Now let me see here. What about Hufflepuff? Yes, you would do well there as well. You know the true meaning of hard work. Your dedication to learning and your lessons in hand-to-hand combat show me this. In fact, you work so hard I would almost call you obsessive. But what about loyalty? That seems to be a hard thing to earn with you. You are only willing to give loyalty to those you feel have earned it, and the only one who has earned it in your mind is that friend of yours. Loyalty not earned is loyalty that's easily betrayed, Harry informed the hat. He had read many historic events of great people who were betrayed at the height of their power. They did so not because they allowed themselves to trust, but because they trusted the wrong people. He would not make the same mistake. I will not allow myself to be stabbed in the back. Yes, I can see that. I can also see that once earned, your loyalty is more fierce than a lioness defending her cubs. That Lisa girl is very lucky to have your friendship. I can see that you truly love the girl as your own kin. Harry was just about to reply when the hat spoke again, only it was out loud this time. Can I help you, Minerva? Albus Dumbledore watched with great anticipation and joy as the first years all lined up to be sorted. He looked out into the sea of faces watching the nervous children as they no doubt worried about where they would be sorted. Of course, not all were worried. The Malfoy heir seemed completely unconcerned, but that was to be expected, given who his father was. As Professor McGonagall called up the first few students, Dumbledore watched with barely contained excitement as they were sorted into their houses. It was always a pleasure seeing young faces light up as they were welcomed into their house by the older students. It did his heart good to see such camaraderie. However, even while his eyes took in those who sat upon the stool and had the hat call out the house they would belong to, the vast majority of his mind wondered which house Harry Potter would be sent into. Professor McGonagall had told him about her encounter with the young boy, and Dumbledore had been concerned when he heard of the child's reaction to the people in the leaky cauldron. Granted, anybody would be freaked out over having so many people crowd around them like that, and he was disappointed that those people, in their haste, forgot to show consideration towards the person who had saved them from a fate worse than death, but the reaction Harry had toward those people worried him. He did not know what to make of it, and was concerned about whether or not the boy would be able to cope with the students that would no doubt be staring at the boy every chance they got. Much as he loved children, even he had to admit that most of them lacked the restrained to control their impulses about things that made them curious. Potter, Harry, when the name of the child who had consumed the vast majority of his thoughts was called, Dumbledore focused on the young boy as he walked confidently up to the stool. Harry was an attractive child from what Dumbledore could see. He was fairly tall for his age, easily one of the taller children in his year, and probably around the same height as some of the second years. His hair was very much like James Potter's had been, a fact that caused the old man to smile. However, his eyes were what the headmaster knew would capture most of the attention. Twin orbs of the most startling green, the same color as the killing curse that had robbed the boy of his parents. Those eyes glowed with repressed energy and power, and spoke of someone who was confident in themselves, but not quite to the point of arrogance. Dumbledore had never seen those eyes on someone so young. He watched with the rest of the faculty and student body as Harry sat upon the stool and had the hat placed over his head. He waited on bated breath, curious to see which house Harry would belong to. Would he be placed in Gryffindor like his parents, where the heart of the brave dwelt? Or perhaps Hufflepuff, where those who knew the true value of loyalty and hard work found their place? Maybe he would belong to Ravenclaw. His mother had been quite smart, the most intelligent witch of her age, and he seemed the intelligent sort according to Minerva. Perhaps he would even be in Slytherin, if the ambition he saw in the boy's eyes had anything to say about it. And so he waited to see where young Harry Potter would go. And waited, and waited, and when the 5-minute mark was hit, Dumbledore waited some more. However, as the 10-minute mark hit, he began to grow concerned. That concern soon turned into alarm when Harry stayed sitting on that stool for over half an hour. By this point in time, many of the students were muttering, some in concern, some in consternation. Not that any of them could truly be blamed. Dumbledore had been in these halls for a long time, over 100 years, and in all that time he had never seen or heard of a sorting taking this long. Curious, intrigued, and more than a little worried for the boy, Dumbledore decided to use a talent he had developed many years ago. It was called Mage Sight, and much like the name suggested, it allowed those who were sensitive to the intricacies of magic to see magic in a more literal sense. Normally, when using this ability, Dumbledore could determine much about a person's magic, what element they were aligned to, their predisposition to the light or dark. When using Mage Sight, many things that would have otherwise remained hidden about a person became visible. When Dumbledore activated this rare ability and focused it on Harry, he had to shut it off immediately afterward, lest he become blinded. He almost hissed in pain as his eyes stung from the small glimpse he had managed to catch of Harry. Staring at the boy was like staring at the sun. Being much more careful, Dumbledore tried a second time, making sure to only look at Harry out of the corner of his eyes so as not to suffer such pain again. What he saw was shocking, no, more than shocking. His thoughts on the boy's magic being akin to staring at the sun were wrong, oh so wrong. Looking at Harry Potter's magic was like staring into the heart of a star-gone supernova. The boy's magic shone so brightly that the only thing Dumbledore could determine about the raven-haired youth was that he had more power at his disposal than most adult wizards. To Dumbledore's sight, it looked like the boy's entire body was one large ball of light so luminescent it was impossible to see the boy's magical core. And to think he hadn't even gotten started his journey into the world of magic. Dumbledore could only imagine how powerful young Harry would be when he grew up. By now, Dumbledore estimated that Harry Potter had been seated on that stool for nearly 45 minutes, the longest time he had ever seen anyone being sorted. Usually 45 minutes was enough to sort all of the first years. Many people seemed to be getting anxious now. He could see many of the students looking on in confusion, wariness, worry, and annoyance. Whispers had already broken out as people wondered why Harry was taking so long. Phileas Flitwick watched in unmitigated anticipation. Pomona Sprout looked worried. Rubeus Hagrid also appeared concerned. Severus Snape was sneering at Harry Potter. And Minerva McGonagall seemed ready to tear the hat off the boy's head and sort Harry herself. In fact, the woman was already stepping closer to the hat and boy to ask them to hurry this along. "Can I help you, Minerva?" the hat asked before the woman could open her mouth. Minvera seemed unsure for a moment, but quickly regained her bearings. I am not sure if you are aware, but it has already been 45 minutes since you have been placed on Mr. Potter's head. Surely you can hurry up and sort him so the rest of the students can get sorted into their house. I apologize, Minerva, however. I seem to be having some trouble figuring out which house Mr. Potter should be sorted into. Dumbledore found himself intrigued by the hat's answer, and carefully leaned forward to study the boy sitting under the hat some more. There were only two reasons for the sorting hat to have trouble sorting a child into a house. Sometimes when a child possessed the traits of more than one house, the sorting sat couldn't where to put them. Dumbledore himself had this problem. His sorting had taken around 10 minutes as the hat tried to determine whether he should belong in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. The hat had eventually decided on Gryffindor due to the fact that Dumbledore was braver than he was intelligent. The other reason was that the child being sorted possessed none of the traits the founders wanted. In this instance, the hat would either leave that choice up to the child being sorted, or decide on the house it felt would help said child grow the most. Dumbledore wondered which was the case here, though he suspected it was the former. Trouble? Minerva raised an eyebrow. Just what kind of trouble takes 45 minutes to fix? The kind where I cannot determine which house someone should belong in. And just why can you not determine which house Mr. Potter should be placed? Again, I apologize, Minerva, but due to the magics placed upon me, I cannot tell you why I am having trouble sorting Mr. Potter. Now, if you'd please, perhaps you could let me continue trying to divine where I should sort the young man. Dumbledore watched as Minerva McGonagall huffed in annoyance. Harry was getting more intriguing by the second, and he couldn't help but wonder where the young man would go. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems we have run out of time, the sorting hat said, amusement once more seeping into its voice. I must admit I am surprised by how long it has been since I was placed upon your head. You are a difficult one to sort. I have only had such trouble with one other person, and even then he had one trait that stood above the rest. Who was that? If you don't mind my asking? Not at all. The man I am talking about has long since passed from this world, so there is no point in worrying over his identity. His name was Merlin Ambrosius, a man whose incredible ambition led him to becoming the advisor of kings. Harry raised both eyebrows in surprise, glad that no one could see him doing so. Everyone had heard of Merlin, the man hailed as the greatest wizard to ever grace this world. Even the non-magical people had legends about him. He had not realized that Merlin had been an actual historical figure and gone to Hogwarts to boot. So he was real then? Asked Harry, unable to contain his excitement. While he would vehemently deny it to anyone who asked, Harry's favorite stories had always been about Arthurian legend, particularly about Merlin due to how influential the man had been in his life. At least, if the stories told about him were to be believed. Yes, though not in the way you are thinking, the hat said. While Merlin was indeed the advisor to Arthur during the time of Camelot, none of the stories you have read hold any truth, beyond his role as an advisor. There was a moment's pause, before the sorting hat began speaking once more. Now then, let us continue with the sorting, the hat started again. As unfortunate as it is, I am unable to determine where to sort you. Unlike Merlin, you possess all the traits of the founders in equal amounts. No one trait is any more prevalent than another. So how should we proceed? Asked Harry, worried. He wasn't sure what it meant that he could not be sorted. If the hat would not place him, how would he get into his house? Now this is where the fun comes in, the hat said. You see, because you possess an equal amount of traits that all four of the founders cherished most, I cannot choose where you belong. That does not, however, mean that you can't. Harry took a moment to ponder the hat's words. So, you are telling me I get to decide which house I go into? Yes. Closing his eyes, Harry went through all the information he had on the four houses, and which one would best suit his plans. He immediately discarded Hufflepuff. Harry had none of the prejudices against the house like other people, but due to the reputation it had of belonging to cowards and lazies, it was the most ill-suited house to be in to accomplish his goals. Not even the challenge of turning Hufflepuff into a house the others respected was enough to make him see the benefit in going there. Slytherin was equally out. While Harry would enjoy the challenge of changing the house from the inside out and showing the other houses that the House of Snakes was not a den of dark wizards, it would take more time than he cared to spend on it. time that could be better spent working towards his goals. That left Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Both houses had their merits. Ravenclaw was generally considered a neutral house. The ones who went there preferred to observe the other houses and make their decisions based upon those observations. On the other hand, Gryffindors were known for being at the forefront of anything going on around the castle. They were the ones in the spotlight, so to speak. Both also had their disadvantages, however. Most people in Ravenclaw were considered bookworms. This meant the people of that house had a reputation of being more than a little antisocial, and if he tried to change the status quo it might alienate him from both his house and those outside of it. Going there meant any plans he made could backfire on him. And, while Gryffindor would make him seem more approachable without others being too wary, the fierce rivalry between the House of the Brave and the House of the Cunning would make getting an ally in that house exceedingly difficult. In the end, it came down to a single question: which house's pros outweighed their cons? His eyes surveyed the many students from underneath the hat, before locking onto one person in particular, who sat nervously watching him like the others. "Seems you have decided," the hat spoke up after a moment's pause. "Are you sure this is the house you wish to be in? Once I sort you, there is no going back." "I'm sure," Harry said without hesitation. "Very well," the hat began. "If that is where you wish to be, then let it be known by all that you are to be sorted into." Chapter 14. A charming breakfast. I burst through the doors to Master Way's dojo. No one was there but the little teacher, whom I immediately hurried up to. "I'm just like them, Master. I'm just like them. I'm horrible and cruel. I've become a monster. I'm a monster. I never imagined I could be like this. All I wanted to do was protect myself, but now I've become the very thing I hate, and I'm not sure what I should do, and I need your help," and I was babbling. I knew, but I couldn't stop. The words poured out, and the more I spoke, the more words that continued spewing forth like a waterfall. Master Way held up a hand. I stopped talking. "Calm down, young one," he said. "I cannot understand a word you're saying. Relax. Take several deep breaths. That's it. Breath in, now breath out." I did as told, breathing in deeply and then breathing out. I still felt like panicking, but Master Way helped me calm down. "Now," Master Way said, "tell me what happened." I nodded and did exactly as he asked. I told him about everything. My hatred, my fears, my darkness. His lungs burned with each breath he took. His legs felt like they were made of lead. His muscles were on fire, and every movement he made felt like someone was trying to tear his body apart. It was the ultimate form of torture, and Harry loved every minute of it. It was the day after the sorting ceremony. The sun was still hiding behind the horizon, not yet risen high enough to cast anything more than a pale yellow light into the sky. And like most mornings, Harry Potter found himself exercising before anyone else woke up. The morning air was crisp and cool as Harry pushed his body much harder than he usually did. Each ragged gasp that left his throat produced a light mist in the cold air of Scotland, though he knew most of it was due to his magic reacting to his overheating body. The cool morning air of Scotland combined with the elevated height made his workout this morning much more difficult than some of his other ones. Even as his lungs heaved another ragged gasp, a smile made its way to his face. There was something to be said about pushing one's body beyond its physical limitations, of trying to break your previous boundaries. Harry always felt his best when his workouts consisted of this kind of regime. By the time Harry finished, his body was caked in sweat and his shoulders heaved as he gulped in as much oxygen as his lungs would allow. The cool air of the morning hit his covered torso, and his pectoral muscles twitched from the contrast it presented between the cold morning air and his overheating body. Walking over to the tree whose limb he had used for his pull-ups, Harry grabbed both the towel and water bottle he'd set aside. The towel went around his neck after he used it to wipe the sweat off his body, and the water bottle was guzzled down seconds later. He took one moment to look over at the sun as it continued its slow, steady rise over the mountains, before making his way back to Hogwarts. Traveling along the path he had memorized from last night, Harry made his way to the Gryffindor Tower. He was forced to stop several times as the stairs moved on him, and sometimes he got sick of waiting and simply worked out a new path to follow. Eventually, he made his to the portrait of the fat lady, a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. The fat lady was asleep. The deep breaths she took and her shut eyes told him this. Despite having seen the moving images on the chocolate frog he had eaten on the Hogwarts Express, Harry had been quite shocked to see that the portraits lining the walls were all alive. The people within them moved and talked and acted just like real people. It was an amazing piece of magic, like all the magic he had seen performed, and the ever-inquisitive part of his mind couldn't help but wonder how this feat was accomplished. "Caput Draconis," Harry spoke softly so as not to wake the fat lady. The door swung open as the fat lady continued to snore, and Harry walked into the Gryffindor Common Room. The Gryffindor Common Room was a large, circular room where Gryffindor students could relax and study in relative peace. It was full of squashy armchairs, tables, and a bulletin board where school notices, ads, lost posters, etc. could be posted. A window looked out onto the grounds of the school, and a large fireplace dominated one wall. The walls were decorated with scarlet tapestries that depicted not only witches and wizards, but also various animals. Harry recognized many of them. Some were magical, such as the griffin, others were not, as was the case with the lion. The room itself wasn't bad looking. It actually was kind of cozy, though Harry was not very fond of the color. He had nothing against red and gold, but those two colors combined were just too bright and loud to have a whole room decked out in them. Still, it was his common room now, and he would be living there for the next 7 years. Might as well get used to it. Without sparing the room a backward glance, Harry headed toward one of the two doors on the opposite side of the common room. Each door led to a spiral staircase which led to a set of dormitories. One for boys, one for girls. Harry took the one leading to the boys' dormitory. The boys' dormitory was a circular room, much like the common room, only instead of armchairs and tables it held beds. There were four four-poster beds in total with deep red velvet curtains. Once more, the color scheme was gold and red. Harry noticed that everyone else was still asleep. Dean Thomas, a dark-haired, dark-skinned boy almost as tall as Harry, slept like a rock, occasionally mumbling something incoherent under his breath. Harry thought the boy was talking about football but couldn't be sure. Seamus Finnegan, a boy of Irish descent with pale skin and sandy-colored hair, lay on his back, his arms spread out and his mouth hanging wide open. And Neville Longbottom, the round-faced boy, was curled up in a ball laying on his side. Since no one was awake to see him, Harry waved his hand towards the trunk sitting in front of his bed. He smiled when the small charm he had placed upon his trunk spoke the password in a hushed tone. It was a very basic charm, one he had discovered during the summer when he looked up basic household charms. He had set up the speaking charm specifically for this instance, since he suspected quite correctly that he would be up long before any of his roommates were. The trunk unlocked with a soft click, and another wave of his hand caused the small, rotating circular lock with the numbers 1 through 4 to move until it reached number 2. The trunk opened up as Harry directed more magic at it. One of his 3 sets of school robes and a large towel flew out to land in his outstretched hands. After closing and locking the trunk, Harry made his way to the communal showers where he enjoyed a nice long soak under hot sprays of water. He came out nearly half an hour later dressed in his clothes with the towel laying over his still wet hair. Not long after arriving back in his bedroom, Harry found himself sitting down on the couch in the common room reading Hogwarts, a history. It was a very interesting book and he was nearly halfway finished with it, having read quite a bit of the book over the summer. Harry hoped to finish it before the end of the week. As he continued flipping through the pages, the sound of the door leading to one of the dormitories opening had his ears perking up. He turned just in time to see Fred and George Weasley walking into the common room. Unlike everyone else who couldn't tell them apart, Harry knew exactly which was which. The one coming up to him on the left, Fred, had 2 extra freckles on his nose, and the other one, George, had a very small, almost unnoticeable scar on the left side of his cheek. "Fred, George," Harry greeted the two with a small nod. The 2 twins grinned at him as they hopped over the couch and sat on either side of him. "Good morning, Harry," George greeted with a large smile. "And what a wonderful morning it is," Fred added. "Indeed, the day is young, the sun is shining, and the weather is mild." Which begs the question of just why you are reading on this fine morning when you could be doing something more productive, much more productive. Harry, who was keeping his ears on the conversation as it bounced between one twin to another, gave them a raised eyebrow to show his amusement. While he had not paid any particular attention to the pair last night during the sorting, he had seen them and listened to their conversation just like he had with everybody else at his table. That, plus his earlier observations during their meeting on the Hogwarts Express, let him know these two were troublemakers. It was very likely they were the marauders of this era. And just what could I be doing so early in the morning? Breakfast isn't until 8. True, very true, Fred said with nod. George began rubbing his chin in mock contemplation. Well, you could always think up new and inventive ways to cause mischief. I must concur with my dear brother, Fred added helpfully. Why would you want to read? He mock shuddered. When you could think up more and more ways to spread chaos and joy to the school? At those words, Harry's lips quirked up in a small half-smile. Aside from the fact that I don't think chaos and joy should ever be used in the same sentence again, perhaps I am just the kind of person who enjoys reading a good book in the morning instead of finding ways to get myself in trouble. The twins gasped in mock horror. You hear that, Gred? He doesn't enjoy pulling pranks. I heard, Forge. It's shameful how these young-uns are getting more and more boring over the years. Harry rolled his eyes before his attention turned toward the rest of the common room. During the time he and the two Weasleys had been talking, many other Gryffindor students had been making their way down the stairs. Already he spotted many older students as they walked out of the room, most likely going to the Great Hall, and 3 first years. Faye Dunbar, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Well, I do apologize for being such a bore. Harry spoke to Fred and George as he closed his book shut with a snap, shrunk it with a tap of his wand, then stood up. I'll see what I can do about becoming more exciting in the future. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. See ya, Harry, George said with a jaunty wave as he and his brother stood up. Don't be a stranger now, added the other. Harry shook his head at their antics, but waved all the same, before making his way over to Neville Longbottom. Good morning, Neville, Harry greeted with a smile. The other boy nearly jumped out of his skin when Harry spoke, and quickly whirled around to see the raven-haired youth next to him. Oh, Harry, Neville breathed, looking like he had just received the scare of his life. Good morning. Did you sleep well? I slept quite well, thank you. And you? Asked Harry cordially. Oh, yeah, I slept all right, Neville mumbled, and Harry almost sighed at the unenthusiastic response. Looking at him, one would never suspect this boy belonged to the House of Lions. Everything from his posture to his subdued way of speaking denoted to someone lacking the necessary self-assuredness to do well in the house Godric Gryffindor had created. Neville Longbottom, Harry had determined, was a very skittish and easily frightened boy with a complete lack of self-confidence. He was also the reason Harry decided to go into Gryffindor. As the heir to the Longbottom name and fortune, Neville would eventually inherit the title Lord of Longbottom and a seat on the Wizengamot. More to the point, his family was one of the founding 5, which made allying himself with this boy even more imperative. Having Neville on his side after they graduate from Hogwarts would definitely be a boon politically, if nothing else. Thus the reason Harry had decided to sort himself into Gryffindor. Right now, Neville was an easily frightened child with no confidence. Certainly, he acted nothing like the heir to one of the founding 5 families should. Harry planned on fixing that by taking Neville under his wing and bolstering the boy's flagging self-esteem. This would ingratiate the Longbottom heir to him, thereby giving him a powerful ally once he reached his age of majority. Sure, it was a little underhanded, using the boy's lack of confidence for his own gains. But Harry justified himself with the fact that he was also helping the Longbottom heir quite a bit. Not only would Neville gain Harry as a powerful ally, he would also help Neville become the kind of man other people could look up to and admire. More to the point, Neville would be able to have confidence in himself, something that Harry felt was imperative for anybody to have. After all, if you couldn't be confident in yourself, who would be willing to have confidence in you? During his 11 years of life, Harry had placed people into 3 categories. These categories, or archetypes as it were not conducive to everyone, but for the most part, Harry felt that most human beings fell under one of these 3 categories: sheep, shepherds, and wolves. The sheep were what made up the majority of the populace. They were the people who had no real sense of self beyond their unique personality. These were the people who followed the herd, as it were. They did things because everyone else was doing them. They followed those who had a better vision of the future than themselves or simply had more power, and they typically followed the whims of the crowd. Generally speaking, aside from how the vast majority of people were sheep, they were fairly useless to his overall goals. Shepherds were a just as obvious branch of people. These were the people who had vision. They were revolutionaries of their times, leaders in every sense of the word. Those who Harry had dubbed shepherds were the kind of people the sheep followed. Harry liked to think himself a shepherd, or at least a shepherd in training. Sort of like being a Padawan learner. Like shepherds, the wolves were a just as obvious euphemism. Wolves were predators, stalking their prey and pouncing when least expected. They were one of the apex predators, an animal well known for both their cunning and viciousness. Much like the wolves of the animal kingdom, human wolves acted very similar in execution. They preyed upon the sheep, devouring them in a not-so-literal way until they had what they wanted, which sometimes led to death and sometimes didn't, though occasionally death may be preferable. So far, the only people who Harry would have considered wolves in recent years was Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Of course, not everyone fell under these 3 categories. Lisa, for instance, was certainly no sheep, yet not quite a shepherd either. And she was far too nice to be a wolf. She was one of those people he could not place into a specific category, though that may have to do with her meaning too much for him to place into a stereotype. Perhaps the most accurate way to describe her would be a partner, someone he thought of as an equal, someone who could be a shepherd, but had no desire to take on the role. Hopefully, Neville would eventually become like Lisa in time. If he wanted to succeed in any plans he might make, he needed more than just sheep who blindly followed orders. Do you see him? The one next to the pudgy kid? It's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I can't believe he's actually going to Hogwarts. Oh, he's so adorable. Harry Potter listened to the students he passed in the hall and watched them gawk at him like he was some kind of circus animal. He made sure to memorize each and every one person who did and put them under the sheep category, which just so happened to include pretty much everyone he passed that morning. Really, Harry noted with some ironic form of amusement, the people in the wizarding world acted exactly like those in the Muggle world. He wondered what those injury purists would think if they knew that. They'd probably throw a fit. Something on your mind, Neville? Harry asked quite suddenly. The much shorter boy walking next to him looked up from where he'd previously been staring at the ground. His face scrunched up in thought. It's nothing, Neville mumbled, ducking his head back down to stare at the large, granite tiles on the floor. Neville, Harry admonished with a slightly chiding voice. If you have a question, please don't hesitate to ask. Asking questions is a fundamental key to gaining knowledge. If you don't ask questions, you'll never learn anything worthwhile. Neville looked back up at Harry in surprise. Harry just smiled in return. So what did you want to ask me? It's just... Neville's eyes darted around the hall, and Harry realized the boy was looking at the dozens upon dozens of people they passed, all of whom stared at Harry like he was the second coming of Merlin. How do you do? Ignore the stares, you mean? Harry asked for clarification. When Neville nodded, he took a moment to think before responding. I just don't let it bother me. Now that he'd gotten over the initial shock of his fame, he simply found the reactions too amusing to be bothered by them. There was just something funny about watching people make utter fools of themselves. It was kind of a twisted way of seeing things, but he couldn't help it. I don't think I could do that, Neville mumbled quietly. I think you could, Harry countered, once more getting a shocked stare from the boy next to him. He smiled and looked straight ahead to see they were nearing the Great Hall. Remember this, Neville, the only thing you ever need to worry about is how you perceive yourself. So long as you are comfortable with who you are, then you need not be bothered by how other people perceive you to be. Neville didn't say anything as they swept into the Great Hall, but if Harry were to judge by the look on the boy's face, he would have to say that his words had at least taken root in Neville's mind. Now, so long as he took Harry's words to heart, he would eventually become more confident in himself. Of course, a little subtle reinforcement every now and again never hurt anyone. As they entered the great hall, everyone inside stopped what they were doing and stared. Girls quit chattering about whatever it was the fairer privacy chattered about. Boys stopped talking about sports and ceased their good-natured ribbing of each other. All eyes turned to Harry and Neville. They must have made an odd sight, the tall, athletic boy and the short boy with the round face and skittish nature. Thankfully, Neville didn't seem to be paying any more attention to the stares, busy as he was going over Harry's advice. Harry kept his head high and his back and shoulders straight as he walked forward with the confidence of a person completely at ease in his own skin. Wanting to be seen as a little more approachable, he nodded in greeting to a few of the people he passed, regardless of whether they were in his house or not, this eliciting hushed whispers from many of the boys and excited and shy giggling from the girls. He wondered about that but shrugged the thought off as inconsequential. Soon he and Neville were sitting at the far corner of the Gryffindor table, and conversation picked up again, this time about him instead of whatever these people were talking about before. Harry sat on the window side of the table, allowing him a full glimpse of the other 3 tables so he could observe the other students. He piled food onto his plate, mostly eggs and fruits, the healthiest food he could find there, as the jumbled noise from 100 different voices filtered through his ears. Beside him, Neville was silently putting food on his own plate, contemplative expression still in place. As conversations continued, Harry's eyes strayed toward the door, leading to the entrance hall, as more and more students poured through. From those doors his eyes caught a glimpse of red hair, and he watched as Ronald Weasley slumped into the great hall wearing the yellow and black colors of his house, and sat down at the Hufflepuff table. To Harry, the boy looked disappointed, which was to be expected. The Weasley family were one of those families who were always sorted into a specific house without fail. For nearly 2 generations, every single Weasley who entered Hogwarts had been a Gryffindor until now. Harry wondered why Ron had been sorted into Hufflepuff. He would admit to not knowing the boy very well, but the ginger-haired boy didn't seem very hard-working. Perhaps that meant he was very loyal? Or maybe it was a form of reverse psychology. Had the Sorting Hat placed Ron in Hufflepuff because he wasn't very hard-working or loyal in an effort to make the boy understand the value of those traits? Possible, plausible even, though Harry suspected another reason might have been due to their confrontation on the train. Perhaps it wasn't comfortable with them in the same house? He supposed it didn't matter one way or the other. A few minutes after Ron entered the room, Harry saw Hannah and Susan walk into the great hall. Both had donned their school robes, which were the same house colors as Ron's. Harry stood up, drawing much attention to himself, but he ignored that and began making his way towards the 2 Hufflepuffs. It was time to begin the first phase of the plans he had concocted recently. It was a small step, but sometimes you had to crawl before you could walk and walk before you could run. This instance was no different. "Morning, Hannah. Susan." Harry greeted the pair with a congenial smile. "Harry!" Hannah exclaimed in pleasant surprise, while Susan's cheeks gained a light red tint. The blonde, pigtailed girl quickly regained her wits, whilst her friend shuffled a little. "Good morning. I trust you both slept well?" Harry said inquiringly. Hannah gave him a slight giggle. "Yes." Harry smiled at Hannah's answer, then turned to look at Susan. The redhead noticed this, and her cheeks turned a shade of red that nearly matched her hair. "I did as well," she answered in a soft voice, her eyes going from his to the floor, then back to his. "And you? Did you sleep okay?" "Like a rock," Harry said with a charming smile. Susan looked down at her toes. "Anyway," Harry continued after a few seconds, "I was wondering if you 2 would like to have breakfast with me?" "Breakfast? With you?" Hannah's mouth worked just enough to get that much out. Susan seemed even worse off, her eyes having widened to the size of galleons. "Am I really so awful that you wouldn't want to have breakfast with me?" asked Harry, affecting a hurt expression. Both Hannah and Susan looked at him in shock. "Of course not." Hannah hastened to assure him that she did not find his company unpleasurable. "It's just are we even allowed to sit with you? I mean, you're a Gryffindor and we're Hufflepuff. I mean, aren't we supposed to sit at our own table? It's generally expected that you sit at your own table, Harry explained patiently. But not necessary. There are no rules that state you must sit with your house, or that you can't sit with another house. When they continued to look unsure, Harry decided to make a bold move, a Gryffindor move. He grabbed the pair by the hand and began leading them to his table. So, come on. I want the first two friends I made on the train to eat breakfast with me. Everyone watched Harry once more as he did something that had most likely never been done in Hogwarts for a long time, if ever. If there hadn't already been a smile on his face, there would have been now. Perhaps his example would be followed by those who have friends in another house. He could only hope people would eventually begin following his lead. Well, all right, Hannah said with a giggle, her face slightly flushed. Beside her, being silently dragged along, was a red-faced Susan, who couldn't stop staring at hers and Harry's conjoined hands. She was blushing to the roots of her hair. I guess we could join you for breakfast. Great, Harry said as he walked over to a surprised Neville. He let go of Susan and Hannah, allowing them to claim the seats across from him, while he took his original seat next to Neville. I believe introductions are in order. Harry cleared his throat. Hannah, Susan, this is Neville Longbottom. Neville, this is Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. Neville stuttered for a moment, but quickly jerked his hand out and held it over the table to Hannah. Nice to meet you, Hannah. Hannah smiled as they shook. Nice to meet you too, Susan. Neville greeted with an unsure nod. There was no handshake involved, but unlike with Hannah, Neville spoke to Susan with familiarity. It's good to see you again. Good to see you too, Neville. Susan spoke softly, as was her wont. How is your grandmother? Oh, she's doing well. Neville edged, and Harry sighed. One of the first things he had noticed about the boy was how strained he sounded when he spoke of his gran. Harry had come to the conclusion that the Dowager of Longbottom was at least part of the reason Neville's was so underconfident. How's your aunt? Auntie Amelia is fine, Susan said. Busy. But she seems to enjoy her work. That's good. Harry hummed in the back of his throat as he listened to the two. I take it you two know each other from somewhere? He asked curiously. Ah, yes. Neville stuttered a bit as he realized he'd been ignoring the Harry Potter. My gran and Susan's aunt travel in the same social circles, which Harry took to mean they were in the same political circles. It would make sense, both Longbottoms and Bones were considered light-neutral families. Families that were light, but didn't necessarily fall in Dumbledore's camp. Of course, that was before Alice and Frank, who were good friends with Harry's mother and father, had joined Dumbledore in the fight against Voldemort. Despite this, the Longbottoms were still considered politically neutral, and had become even more so in recent years. Makes sense. Harry nodded, then smoothly changed the subject. So are you excited for our first few classes today? Yes, Hannah said, her face lighting up in an excited smile. I can't wait to see what we're going to be learning. I'm really looking forward to Charms class. Harry smiled, and thus the conversation went along this vein. Harry made sure to ask questions to all three of his companions, mainly focusing on school and what they wanted to learn, trying to get a feel for what they would be good in and what they didn't like. He made sure to ask questions in a way that required more than a simple one-word answer, and also made sure both Neville and Susan had an equal amount of speaking time as the more talkative Hannah did. As they spoke, their conversation had turned from Hogwarts to their favorite hobbies. Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall walked over to them, both smiling. Well, Professor Sprout was smiling. Professor McGonagall looked like she was trying to smile, but couldn't quite manage it. Pomona Sprout was a very plump woman, with a head of messy gray hair and a kind smile. She looked like the kind of woman who had a nurturing disposition and loved the outdoors. 5 points to all four of you, Professor Sprout said. It is good to see students seeking friendship outside of their house. Hannah beamed at her head of house, while both Susan and Neville gave the woman shy but happy smiles. Harry offered his own charming smile and nodded his head graciously. These are your schedules, Professor McGonagall spoke up, handing both Neville and Harry their schedules while Professor Sprout gave Susan and Hannah theirs. Have a good day, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom. As the two professors walked away, Harry peered at his school schedule. It looks like we've got charms first, followed by transfiguration. He looked at the two Hufflepuffs. What about you? Potions followed by transfiguration, Hannah answered, schedule in one hand and a muffin in the other. Harry smiled. Looks like we'll be sharing a class together on our first day then. Seems so. After breakfast, Harry and Neville said goodbye to Hannah and Susan, then made their way to the charms classroom. While they walked, Harry once again had to marvel at the interior of the castle. There were exactly 142 staircases at Hogwarts. Wide, sweeping ones, narrow, rickety ones, some that led somewhere different on a Friday, some with a vanishing step halfway up that you had to jump over. Then there were doors that wouldn't open unless you asked politely, or tickled them in exactly the right place, and doors that weren't really doors at all but solid walls just pretending. It made getting where you wanted to go very difficult, because sometimes the door or staircase or doorway that led to a certain hallway or room at one point might not lead to that same hallway or room during another. The people in the portraits kept going to visit each other, and Harry was sure the coats of armor could walk. Eventually, Harry and Neville arrived at the charms classroom. It looked very much like a lecture hall. Instead of desks lining the room in rows up front, there were long tables with chairs set on either side of the room, with another set of tables behind those that sat on a slightly raised platform so students in the back could see over the students in front. At the end of the room, in front of a large glass window, sat the desk Harry assumed was for the teacher. Harry and Neville found a spot near front, close to the teacher's desk, and idly conversed while waiting for class to start, during which more and more students arrived. Before long, all the tables were filled with excitably chattering first years. Harry immediately noticed something that bothered him about this class. The Gryffindors shared this class with Ravenclaw, clearly denoted by their differing colors. The Gryffindors all sat on the left side of the room, while the Ravenclaws had taken the right. This would need to be corrected soon. If all went well, Harry would rectify this instinctual need for house segregation. After all, he needed more allies than just those in Gryffindor, and the best way to do that was to rid everybody of this instinctive need to befriend only those people from their own house. Soon after all of the students had filed in, a very short man with short cropped black hair that framed either side of his face, a mustache and slightly pointed ears that vaguely reminded Harry of a goblin's, walked in. Perhaps the man had some goblin injury in him. He wore the robes that denoted him as the head of the House of Ravenclaw. Blue robes with silver trim, a vest and a large pointed hat. The class simmered down when they realized their teacher was in the room, only to start laughing when the tiny professor had to use a stack of books and stand on his desk to be seen by everyone. The short man didn't seem bothered by this, however, and merely smiled congenially as he waved his hands for silence. It is a pleasure to see you all this morning. The professor began what looked to be his start of the term speech. As my ravens already know, my name is Phileas Flitwick, and I will be your charms instructor for the duration of your stay here at Hogwarts. I hope we can all get along and have fun while learning the main subjects we teach here. And please, do not hesitate to ask me any questions you may have. You won't learn anything if you don't ask questions. High's small speech done, the diminutive professor began taking roll. Harry listened to each name as it was called, and observed those students, taking careful note of each one and keeping mental tabs on his observations. When Professor Flitwick got to Harry's name, the man gave an excited squeak and tumbled off his stack of books and out of sight, eliciting much laughter from the students. Harry did not laugh, but he did smile. He suspected that the professor had done that on purpose to take attention away from him. It was just a hunch, and he had no real proof, but was nevertheless grateful. It was hard to learn when people were gawking at you. Now all he had to do was see if this class met his expectations. Chapter 15. Animagus. After charms, Harry and Neville met up with Hannah and Susan on their way to Transfiguration. After shared greetings, the four entered the classroom and, at Harry's insistence, sat down together with Harry in between Susan and Neville, and Hannah taking a seat on Susan's left side. The group of newly formed friends then conversed about how their first classes went. Many of the other students present stared at them strangely, like they were expecting some kind of scandal to happen any moment. Their wide, disbelieving eyes making it seem as if seeing people from separate houses conversing had never happened before. Harry had the feeling it most likely hadn't, not in this day and age, at least. He was a bit curious at their shock, though. These students were all first years like him, so they shouldn't have any of the house biases others did. So why were they acting like the idea of two Hufflepuffs sitting with a pair of Gryffindors was unfathomable? Maybe it had something to do with their parents. He didn't know, and it probably didn't matter. Harry was sure that, given time, things would change. "Where do you think our professor is?" asked Hannah as she took a look around. Most of the desks were now filled up with students, all of them chattering excitedly. After the initial shock of seeing students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff sitting together, most of the other students seemed to just accept it and now spoke amongst themselves. Yet she could not find their teacher. "Who knows?" said Harry, his eyes straying to the cat with the strange rectangular markings around its eyes sitting on the teacher's desk. "What's with the cat?" asked Neville, having spotted the feline perched on the desk as well. "You reckon she's Professor McGonagall's familiar or something?" Hannah looked over towards the black tabby cat, then shrugged. "Maybe." Harry frowned. There was something off about that cat. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something about that feline just did not remind him of a cat. It was probably the stern glare the thing was giving everyone. About 5 minutes after the bell rang, signaling a start to the class, Ron Weasley and another boy, Zacharias Smith, a boy with blonde hair and brown eyes, rushed into the room. "Good, Professor McGonagall's not here yet, so we won't get into any trouble for being late," Ron said, breathing heavily, Zacharias nodding his head in agreement but not speaking. Just then, the cat that had been sitting on the desk leapt into the air. Harry and the other students watched in awe as the cat began to shift in midair, changing from a tabby cat into a person. Arms and legs stretched and expanded, claws became hands, fur became clothes, and before long Professor McGonagall was standing in front of the shocked crowd of first years, directing a stern glare towards the two Hufflepuff boys. "Think again, Mr. Weasley," the strict-looking professor said. "That will be 5 points from Hufflepuff for the both of you for being tardy. Now sit down before I dock more points." Ron and Zacharias hurried to their seats, properly cowed by the stern woman. Harry mused that it probably had something to do with Professor McGonagall's glare. It was very intimidating, as he could attest to. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall soon began, her voice just as stern as her expression. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Then she waved her wand and the students watched in awe as her desk changed into a large pot-bellied pig. Even Harry was not immune to feeling impressed by the display of magic. While he could transfigure one object into another, he'd never done such a large-scale transformation, and never transformed an inanimate object into an organic one. He could only imagine how complex that kind of magic was. It was very unlikely they would be getting into anything that complicated for several years at least. Another wave of her wand and Professor McGonagall changed the pig back into a desk. She then proved Harry's thoughts on not learning anything very complex correct by setting them up with the task of transfiguring a matchstick into a needle. Harry didn't do anything at first, choosing instead to glance around at the other students struggling with the task. Neville had a look of utmost concentration. His eyes and nose scrunched up almost painfully as he waved his wand at the matchstick, which just did not to change into a needle. Susan and Hannah were likewise not getting anywhere. In fact, the only person who seemed to be making any progress was Hermione Granger, whose match seemed to ripple for a second before going still, unchanged. It hadn't taken very long for Harry to decide just how well he wanted to do in his classes. Many people were already holding high expectations of him thanks to his title as the boy who lived, and while that did bother him some, it also provided him with the perfect excuse to not hold back. After all, if people were expecting him to be great, he might as well show them just how high he could shoot those expectations out of the water. Holding his wand in his hand, Harry went back to his matchstick. Almost absently, he waved his wand at it, and watched in satisfaction as it near instantly morphed into a needle. Another wave of his wand had it changing back into a matchstick. It was very easy to do. He'd been doing small-time transfigurations like that for 2.5 years now. Deciding to give himself a challenge, Harry began adding extra features to the needle. Sometimes he would make the point longer, other times he would make the head larger. He changed the needle's base composition to copper, brass, silver, iron, and back to steel. By the time Harry was finished, he had made a needle in Gryffindor colors with a decently complex lion head for the shaft. "How are you doing that?" The question had Harry stopping his work and looking over at Hannah. The girl, along with Susan, stared at him in shock and just a hint of envy. Neville, too, seemed to have stopped working and was now eyeing Harry's needle in undisguised awe. Harry blinked. His eyes almost widened, but he stopped himself. Was this it? His chance to shine? To show his new friends and class what he could do? To prove himself to other magical children and his teachers? How exciting! He cleared his throat. Transfiguration is all about focus and visualization. You can't just wave your wand, say an incantation, and expect the matchstick to turn into a needle, Harry began, assuming a very minor note of lecture. You have to picture it changing in your mind. Literally visualize the change happening as you cast the spell. He noticed the three still looked confused, so said, "Try taking the spell in steps." "Steps?" asked Neville, who had the least amount of success with his transfiguration. "Yes," Harry said. "Try changing the match into a needle using smaller steps. First off, ask yourself what needs to change. What's different about the matchstick from the needle? You have the thickness, the point and eye of the needle, the shaft, and the material. It doesn't matter which order you make the changes, but when I cast the spell I change the thickness first, then the material, then I'll transform the head of the match into the needle's eye and finally the other end into the point. By following it in smaller steps, you don't have to try and focus on the whole item changing at once, and that allows you to get each point right." It had taken him a long time to work this out. He had first discovered transfiguration when he accidentally turned a baseball Dudley had thrown at him into a styrofoam toy. He eventually managed to reverse engineer his steps and came up with this method, using small objects like pens, pencils, and footballs as test subjects. Those poor footballs. They were never the same after that. "That is a very impressive display of knowledge and magic, Mr. Potter." A voice came from the front. Harry looked up to see Professor McGonagall standing before him. Most of the other students stared at him in unmasked amazement. The only one who didn't seem to quite share their sentiment was Hermione, who didn't look pleased. 20 points for Gryffindor, 10 for getting the spell right, and another 10 for the enlightening and knowledgeable explanation, Professor McGonagall said, giving him a rare smile. "Thank you, ma'am," Harry said with a small nod, wondering if he might have gone a bit overboard. When he explained anything, especially anything involving theories he'd come up with through his own hard-earned research, he tended to get a little too passionate at times. "And since you can clearly do this, perhaps I should give you a more advanced task," Professor McGonagall began, but Harry interrupted her. "Actually, I was thinking it might be a good idea if I went around and helped out some of the students who were struggling," Harry suggested. Professor McGonagall looked surprised by his offer, but soon her lips turned into that smile grimace he was coming to recognize that told him she was proud. "An excellent idea, Mr. Potter. You may assist your fellow students for the rest of your time in my class, and take 15 more points for Gryffindor." "Thank you, Professor," and so went the rest of class. Harry helped students who appeared to be having trouble. By the end of the class, he had managed to walk both Hannah and Susan through the steps he devised, and they had managed to change their matchsticks into needles, though Susan's looked better than Hannah's. Neville had gotten close, and only needed to fix the head, while Seamus had inexplicably blown up when he tried to transfigure it. Dean changed the matchstick's tip into a point, but not much else. On the other hand, Sally and Perks, a Hufflepuff with light brown hair and eyes, Aloe turned the match into a needle. The only other person who accomplished that task was Faye Dunbar, who sat beside Pavarti Patil and Lavender Brown, two girls who were far too giggly to actually make much headway when Harry tried to help them. He had even gone out of his way to help Ron a bit, though the boy seemed leery of him. Not that Harry could blame him, would be wary too if someone who had verbally reamed him was suddenly being so helpful. Still he tried, and that's what mattered to Harry. The only person Harry had not been able to help was Hermione Granger, who had refused to use his unorthodox methods under the claim that it was not in the book they'd been assigned. and therefore was not the proper way to do transfiguration. Harry assumed the girl's real reason for not wanting his help was jealousy. From what he had seen of Hermione so far, the bushy-haired witch was used to being at the top of her class, and to see someone doing better than her had sparked her competitive streak. It was unlikely she would accept help from him. In the end, she had only managed to change the match's color and gain a pointed tip, a fact that seemed to humiliate her. By the end of class, she looked like she was just a few seconds from crying. Harry might have felt pity for the girl, but considering it was her own pride that spurned his help, felt nothing more than exasperation. It wasn't like he could do much anyway. One could only help those who wanted it, and Hermione Granger clearly did not want his help. When class finally ended, Harry stood up with the rest of his friends, but rather than leave, turned to them and said, "You three go on ahead to lunch without me. I'll meet up with you in a few minutes." They looked at him for a second, but decided to just go along with it and said goodbye before heading out the door. With everyone gone, Harry walked up to Professor McGonagall, who looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Can I help you, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, actually," Harry said with a polite, inquisitive smile. "I wanted to ask you about your ability to turn into a cat." It had been on his mind ever since he'd seen it. He knew what it was, of course. Sirius could change into a dog, and Harry had even ridden on his back before he and his parents had gone into hiding. And he knew that his father had the ability to transform into an animal, though he'd never seen it before. Professor McGonagall's other eyebrow joined its brethren in being raised. "You mean my animagus ability?" Harry gave her a nod. "Yes. I was wondering if you could tell me more bit about it." The truth of the matter was he only knew a little bit about animagus transformations. That being that it was the ability for a human to transform into an animal, and that his dad, Sirius, and another of his dad's friends named Peter Pettigrew, had become animagi sometime in their third year. Harry was interested in learning to become an animagus, not only to honor his dad, but also because of how useful the ability sounded. And to prove himself the best, Harry had every intention of becoming an animagus before this year was over. Professor McGonagall looked at the boy in surprise before that small, almost imperceptible smile found its way onto her face. "You really are your parents' son, Mr. Potter. Your father was quite gifted in transfiguration, much like you seem to be, and you have your mother inquisitiveness." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said with a genuine smile. It was hard not to feel good at being compared to his parents, especially from someone who clearly thought so highly of them. "Very well," Professor McGonagall said. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you some information on animagi. What would you like to know?" "Everything," Harry said almost immediately, before he began firing off all the questions he had with barely contained excitement. "What kind of animal transformations are there? Are they fixed? Or can you transform into any animal in the animal kingdom? Does becoming an animagus offer any benefit to the user beyond the transformation itself? Just how does one become an animagus in the first place? Also, slow down, Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall interrupted his rapid-fire series of questions with the air of someone on the verge of being completely overwhelmed. "I can see you have a lot of questions, more than I initially thought. Tell me, are you interested in becoming an animagus?" "Of course," Harry said. "Who wouldn't?" At seeing her stern and skeptical look, Harry hastened to add, "Though I doubt I could accomplish it right now. It sounds very difficult, but I figured if I could learn everything there is to know about becoming an animagus, I would have a head start for when I actually begin attempting the process." Professor McGonagall stared at Harry for a few long seconds, seconds which almost felt like hours to Harry. For a moment, he thought he might have overstepped his bounds, but after a few seconds, the stern teacher walked over to a small bookcase and ran her index finger across the spines of the books on it. Her finger stopped at one of them, and she pulled out it of the bookcase, before walking back over to him and holding it out in offering. He took the book from her and looked down at its front cover. It was titled, "A Guide to Discovering Your Inner Animal" by Morgana Le Fay. His eyes widened when he saw the author. "This was written by Morgana Le Fay," he breathed, turning wide eyes to Professor McGonagall. If he didn't know any better, he would almost say she was smirking at him. The Morgana Le Fay? The half-sister of King Arthur, infamous dark witch and quite possible Merlin's most bitter enemy. You seem surprised, Professor McGonagall said, her smirk now undeniable. Morgana Le Fay was a student at this school, much like Merlin himself. I didn't know, Harry said in shock, while a part of him felt silly for not having come to the conclusion that, if Merlin had been a student at Hogwarts, surely Morgana must have been as well. He still couldn't help but feel a sense of astonished perplexity. That book will tell you everything you wish to know about animagi and how to become one yourself, Professor McGonagall said, her smirk being replaced by her stern glare. That book is a part of my personal collection, and I expect you to not only bring it back when you are finished, but to bring it back in perfect condition. It is not lightly that I am giving this to you, Mr. Potter. Harry looked down at the book with newfound reverence. When he looked back at Professor McGonagall, his smile was quite possibly one of the brightest he'd ever given anyone. Thank you very much, Professor, he said, bowing slightly at the waist. I promise to take excellent care of your book, and return it in the same condition it was given. See to it that you do. Professor McGonagall's stern look was slightly butchered by her smile. Now, best be off with you, Mr. Potter, lest you miss the rest of your lunch, right? Harry gave her one last nod before hurrying out the door, the book on Animgus transformation in his hands. He could hardly wait to see what knowledge this book contained. Chapter 16. Potions, Snakes, and a Grudge. That night Harry read as much of the book as possible. It was a very large book, not quite the size of a history of magic, but definitely larger than the standard school tomes he had seen. It would probably take him somewhere around a week or two to finish reading, especially since he could only afford to read it at night before he went to bed. This was because he not only wanted to continue spending time with Hannah, Neville, and Susan, whom he found himself getting along with quite well despite his initial reasons for befriending them, but he also wanted to continue enhancing his reputation as a polite and helpful young man in order to facilitate more respect from his peers and the teachers. It was necessary for him to present this image to everyone at Hogwarts since he was so famous and everyone had their eyes on him. Still, even if he was only able to read the book at night, Harry knew he would make good progress. Thanks to his eidetic memory, he could read around 100 pages per hour and still be capable of remembering everything. So far he had managed to read just a little under 8 chapters of the book. What he had read was quite fascinating. Becoming an animagus was one of the most complicated and difficult feats of transfiguration to accomplish. Oftentimes it took years for someone to become an animagus, which was why so few people ever bothered becoming one. According to the book, becoming an animagus required several steps. The first was discovering one's inner animal, which all witches and wizards apparently had. Basically, someone's inner animal was the animal they were most connected to based on a combination of key factors, such as physical features and personality traits. Sirius was the perfect example of this. Harry's mother had always told the man that his dog transformation was perfect for him, since both would hump just about anything with 2 legs. Morgana had explained that there were 2 ways for someone to discover their inner animal. The first way was done via meditation to connect with one's inner animal. This process was long and arduous, and also half the reason becoming an animagus took so long. It not only required years of meditation, but also a mastery of occlumency, the rare skill to defend one's mind from intrusion. This was because occlumency not only defended the mind from external influences, but also organized the mind in such a way that it was easier to connect with oneself. According to Morgana, only those with a clear mind could connect with their inner animal, and only those who mastered occlumency could take on that animal's form without losing their mind to said animal's instincts. This was another reason it took so long to become an animagus using this method. Occlumency was not only a very rare skill, but also one that took years to master on own. Morgana's book stated that mastering occlumency normally required 4 to 5 years of intense training under a master, and discovering one's inner animal took another 2 to 3 years. That meant, if someone wanted to become an animagus using this method, it would take 6 to 8 years all told. There were, of course, advantages to using this method. One of those advantages was having a much closer connection to one's inner animal. This led to the witch or wizard in question not only having an easier time of their transformation but also gaining traits of their animal outside of their animal forms. A good example of this would be Morgana herself, who had used this method to become an animagus. Her form had been that of a bird or raven to be more precise, and it had given her several unique traits and abilities she could access outside of her animagus transformation. One of her abilities had been those of enhanced eyesight. While ravens didn't have the eyes of, say, a hawk or an eagle, they still had incredibly sharp vision, much sharper than those of a human. Morgana's book stated that after becoming an animagus she had been able to see objects such as buildings, people, animals and plants with extreme clarity up to 50 miles away outside of her animagus form. Another talent she had gained was the ability to feel air currents. It was a little-known fact to those who had not studied zoology, but when a bird flew, they did so by riding air currents, not just flapping their wings. This was especially true during long-distance migrations. How else could their ability to travel hundreds of miles without tiring be explained? This particular ability, while not sounding very useful at first, had actually enhanced Morgana's skill with elemental wind magic to nearly unheard-of levels. Harry had no clue what kinds of powers and abilities she had with wind magic. The book didn't say, but it was definitely an interesting little fact and made him wonder what kind of powers he might gain from his own animagus form. However, it was not those powers that truly captivated Harry's attention. While those abilities sounded incredible, what really gotten him interested was Morgana's ability of partial animagus transformation. Morgana Le Fay had the ability to partially transform specific parts of her body into her animagus form while retaining her human form in others. One of the powers she'd been well known for, in fact, was her ability to transform her arms into wings and take flight by creating wind currents underneath her. It was that ability, more than any other, that convinced Harry to become an animagus this way, and not using a potion to discover one's inner animal, as most people did. He didn't know what his animal was, but whatever it was, he was quite certain that the abilities he could gain from complete mastery would prove far more useful than simply using the potion. Of course, there was far more to just discovering one's inner animal that went into becoming an animagus. Becoming one not only required a lot of time just for a person to discover their animal form, but also required a lot of skill in transfiguration. Morgana had written that, in order to become an animagus, there were two branches of transfiguration one needed to obtain mastery of. Human transfiguration, the ability to transfigure a human into another object entirely, and cross-species transfiguration, which was the ability to transfigure a person or animal into a different animal. Both sub-branches of transfiguration were required to become an animagus. It was just another reason so few people ever became one. Transfiguration was one of the most difficult and complex branches of magic. Even the slightest mistakes could lead to disastrous consequences, including permanent transfigurations and even death. For this reason, most witches and wizards preferred branches of magic that were considered safer, such as charms. Harry was not most wizards. He had every intention of not only becoming an animagus, but mastering all branches of magic to such a degree that no one would ever question that he was one of the best and most powerful wizards in the entire world. The morning after receiving Professor McGonagall's book, Harry went through the same routine he'd done yesterday. However, even during his workout, Harry's thoughts remained on what he had read the night before. Even when he and Neville made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast, Harry was still thinking of how he would become an animagus. How long would it take? He wondered. Morgana had projected it would take 6 to 8 years by going through the process she had used, but did that necessarily mean it would take him that long? While he hadn't known about occlumency until the sorting ceremony, the truth was he'd been practicing meditation since he was 7, and thanks to his need to shield his mind from his memories in order to function as a normal human being, he had practically mastered the art of clearing his mind already, which was the key to mastering occlumency. Did that mean he had already mastered occlumency? The sorting hat had told him that he would have easily pushed it from his mind had it not spoken to him. But did that mean he would have been able to shield his mind from someone who had mastered legilimency? He didn't know. Unfortunately, there was no way he could know. Not without finding a master legilimens and asking them to take him on as an apprentice. Even more unfortunate was that he didn't know anyone who knew the art. He assumed that Dumbledore might. After all, the man was the most powerful wizard in magical Britain, but he wasn't entirely sure he trusted the man. Not after the headmaster had left him on the doorstep of his magic-hating relatives like a bottle of milk on a cold November night. Harry supposed that just meant he would have to make do with what he had. He was positive he could discover his inner animal on his own before the start of the new year. It would just take time. His only real problem was actually becoming an animagus once he found his inner animal. From what he had read of the books he'd bought during the summer about transfiguration, cross-species transfiguration was a fourth-year skill, and human transfiguration was a NEWT level skill, meaning it was only taught to those who managed to get an O on their OWL exams in fifth year. To make matters more difficult, in order to become an animagus, one had to combine cross-species transfiguration with human transfiguration, which was above NEWT level magic that required mastery of transfiguration. All in all, if Harry wanted to become an animagus before the end of the school year, he had his work cut out for him. Thankfully, he did have an advantage most others didn't. His mum's journals. While his mother had never become an animagus, she had described the process his father, James Potter, and his friends had gone through to become animagi. It gave an added perspective to what he had read from Morgana's book. According to her, James Potter had been a genius when it came to transfiguration. One of those once-in-a-generation prodigies. In fact, it had been James who had first gone through the process of becoming an animagus, and it had been him who taught it to Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. His mother had written that James had been so good at transfiguration that he not only became an animagus during his third year at Hogwarts, an until then unheard of feat, but had gained mastery under Professor McGonagall's tutelage before he graduated from Hogwarts. That would also explain why Professor McGonagall had been willing to lend him her book, as well as why she seemed to have a soft spot for him. Despite this only being their second time meeting didn't count the times she had been around him as a baby. James had been her favorite student, despite the amount of trouble he and his band of misfits got into. "Are you all right, Harry?" Harry's attention snapped back to reality at the sound of Neville's voice. He looked at the round-faced boy walking with him on his left and gave a polite smile. "I'm fine, Neville," Harry assured the boy. "I was just thinking about what we learned in class yesterday." Neville looked unsure for a second, but then plowed on. "So what do you think of our classes so far?" "They're definitely intriguing. Way more interesting than the Muggle classes I took in primary school," Harry said with a chuckle. Of course, learning magic was infinitely more interesting than learning math and English, though he would admit to loving science and history just as much as magic. "So what's your favorite class?" "How could I possibly pick a favorite?" asked Harry, this time with a genuine smile. "Aside from the fact that we've only had 2 classes, there's no way I could choose one branch of magic over another. From what I've seen so far, they're all just too diverse to really compare them anyway." He looked at Neville with an inquisitive stare. "What about you? Do you have a favorite?" "Well, we haven't really had the class yet, but..." Neville blushed a bit and ducked his head. "I've always had an interest in studying herbology." "Nothing wrong with that," Harry said, much to Neville's shock. "Herbology is a useful skill, especially for potion brewers, and I hear that owning your own business in growing and selling plants as potion ingredients can be very lucrative." It was actually one of the suggestions Ragnarok had made to him, though Harry had no idea how he would go about starting that. Perhaps with Neville's help he could get started. Maybe he could even gain himself a business partner if he pushed Neville in the right direction. "So then, you want to learn about magical plants then?" he asked. "Yes." Neville nodded. Now that he realized Harry wasn't going to make fun of him for his love of herbology, he seemed to have gained confidence. "I actually own a greenhouse at home where I grow my own plants. I don't have a lot right now. Gran said she wouldn't allow me to have any of the more dangerous ones until my third year at Hogwarts, but I do have a few that are pretty rare." "The sounds sensational. Herbology is a commendable field of study," Harry praised, causing Neville to blush in a bit of embarrassment. The boy probably hadn't been given much praise as a child. He wouldn't be so underconfident otherwise. It looked like it was up to Harry to up the boy's confidence to where it should be. That was fine with him. If Harry was going to have Neville as an ally, he wanted someone who could make informed decisions without needing a prompt in the right direction, and he needed people who would challenge and push his beliefs by playing devil's advocate. One could not become great unless they were challenged by those around them, including their allies. "Hiya, Harry." Neville. A distinctly feminine voice reached their ears, and both turned around to see Hannah and Susan walking up to them. The blonde, pigtailed girl was waving to them, a large smile plastered on her face. Meanwhile, Susan walked slightly behind her with a shy, embarrassed smile directed at them. "Good morning, Hannah," Harry greeted with a congenial smile. Hannah's bright smile greeted him as the two girls stopped in front of them. He then turned his attention to the other girl. "And good morning to you as well, Susan." "Good morning, Harry." Susan seemed to be doing much better in his presence than she had yesterday. No longer was she looking down at her shoes when she spoke to him. Instead, she was actually making a decent effort at maintaining eye contact. Her face was still nearly as red as her hair, though. With the addition of the two Hufflepuffs, Harry and Neville made their way into the Great Hall. It wasn't that crowded yet, though it looked like a little more than half the school was already eating. There were still quite a few seats available for them. Most of the people who had yet to come in were those who enjoyed sleeping in, like Seamus and Dean. "Why don't we sit at the Hufflepuff table today?" suggested Harry. The other three looked at him in identical masks of confusion, then at each other. After a shared shrug, they followed Harry's suggestion and made for the Hufflepuff table. Even though they had only been around him for one day, they were beginning to get used to the boy who lived's eccentricities. By this point in time, a lot of people in the school knew about Harry's friendship with Susan and Hannah, so while their walk down the Great Hall garnered some attention, most seemed to run more along the lines of idle curiosity than outright gawking, which was good because it meant people had already gotten used to them. That was one of the first steps towards acceptance. As Harry sat down at the table with Susan on his left, Hannah on his right, and Neville on her right, several heads turned to look at them. "Harry!" Sally and Perks gasped in surprise while Ernie Macmillan and Megan Jones gaped. "What are you doing here?" Harry offered the girl a polite, indulgent smile. "I decided that, since Hannah and Susan were kind enough to indulge me by sitting at the Gryffindor table yesterday, it was only right that Neville and I returned the favor." Sally and Perk's mouth formed a slight O shape as she spoke. "Well, I guess that makes sense." "So Harry," Hannah said, diverting his attention away from the other girl and onto her. Sally and Perks puffed up her cheeks slightly, but didn't get to say anything when her friend, Leanne, began teasing her about wanting to spend time talking to Harry Potter. Harry only spared the girls a curious glance, wondering if this was something girls did to bond with each other. The thought was shrugged off a moment later and he refocused all of his attention on Hannah. While Sally and Perks began blushing and sputtering, Hannah had continued talking. "We have charms class today. Think you can give us some advice?" "I wouldn't worry about the class too much yet," Harry told her. "Right now you'll just be getting an introduction into what you're going to be learning this year. The only spell you'll be taught is a simple color-changing charm, which is very simple to accomplish. You should be able to get it right on the first try. That's how easy it is." Even though Hannah was the one who asked the question, all of the first-year Hufflepuffs near him leaned in to hear what he had to say. They remembered how Harry had done in Transfiguration. If he was even half as good in charms as he was in that class, then it would be wise to listen to him. Speaking of classes, Hannah started. "What class do you guys have?" "Double potions with the Slytherins." Hannah grimaced. "Ouch, good luck with that. I've heard that class is horrible." "Oh?" Harry blinked. "What's so bad about it?" As the professor, surprisingly enough, it was Susan who spoke up. Harry, Neville, and Hannah turned to look at her. She flushed at the attention, but screwed up her courage and continued. "One of the older students told us that the potions teacher is really mean to everyone who isn't in Slytherin. Apparently he's their head of house, so we have a biased teacher who hates anyone not of his house." Harry frowned. "Surely you're exaggerating, right? I can't imagine the headmaster allowing someone so biased to teach here." "Well, maybe, I don't know," Susan admitted softly. "I'm just telling you what we were told. I can't help but think it's true, though." All of the older students who heard us talking agreed. Harry's frown deepened. He would admit to being worried about what he'd told. Potions was actually one of the classes he was looking forward to the most. It would be very disappointing to have his expectations ruined by a biased teacher. Potions, unfortunately, did turn out to be a major disappointment. Harry and Neville entered class with the other Gryffindors. The classroom was located in the dungeons. It was dark, dank, and there was a cold draft blowing in from somewhere. The room smelled of fumes, almost clogging the senses. Everywhere Harry looked he could see shelves upon shelves lined with potions ingredients. Some he recognized. Many he didn't. He saw powders, slimes, shells that looked like they belonged to some kind of animal. A few jars even had shrunken and shriveled up heads in them. The Slytherin students were already there. Harry recognized Daphne and Tracy sitting together at a table near the back of the Slytherin section. Blaise sat with Theodore Nott, a weedy-looking kid with beady eyes and stringy black hair. A little ways over, Malfoy was surrounded by Crabbe and Goyle, as well as Pansy Parkinson, a girl with black hair and a pug-like nose. Harry and Neville sat in the middle of the group of Gryffindors. At first he had considered sitting in the front like he usually did, but after hearing about how the potions professor was rumored to behave, had decided that it may be safer to sit somewhere more inconspicuous. Wanting to be prepared, Harry pulled out several of the shrunken objects he had taken to class with him, his cauldrons and brass scales, the book Magical Drafts and Potions, and a Muggle notepad where he stored all of his notes on the potions he had worked on over the summer, along with a calligraphy pen and his potions kit. Neville also brought out the items he'd bought, but didn't have nearly as many supplies as Harry. A little while after everyone had entered and got seated, the potions professor swept into the room, his robes billowing out behind him, making him look like some kind of oversized bat. Severus Snape was a very pale man with a long, hooked nose and shallow black eyes. His hair hung around his face and was incredibly greasy. It looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. His fingernails were dirty, like he had never taken the time to clean them, and Harry's eyes could pick out several stains on his black robes from potions and fumes that had not been washed out. Once more, Harry questioned the personal hygiene of most adult wizards, as the man before him looked like he hadn't bathed in days. Class started when Snape took roll. Like Professor Flitwick, he stopped at Harry's name. Unlike Professor Flitwick, he did not seem very excited. "Ah, yes, Mr. Potter," he said softly with that mocking, condescending tone. "Our new celebrity." It was in that moment that Harry realized this class was not going to be anywhere near as pleasant as he had hoped, and would likely be even worse than he could have possibly imagined. Draco Malfoy and his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished taking roll and then looked up at the class with eyes darker than the blackest of nights and 10 times more menacing. They held a condescending quality to them that made the man look like he was staring at a bunch of ants, rather than a group of students wanting to learn. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet everyone in the class could hear him and watched on bated breath. Harry had to give the man credit. He knew how to captivate an audience, even if he didn't care about looking more professional. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Harry's eyes subconsciously narrowed. The last part of his speech had been unacceptable. A teacher was not supposed to mock and belittle his students by calling them names. It was the job of a teacher to encourage those learning under them and help facilitate understanding of the subject they're striving to teach. Sitting beside him, Neville shook ever so slightly in fear. His eyes were wide and he looked like he wanted to hide under the desk. 2 tables away from them, Hermione Jean Granger sat on the edge of her seat and was already taking notes, looking eager to prove that she wasn't a dunderhead. "Potter," said Snape suddenly, causing nearly half the class to jump. Harry just frowned. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air while Harry stiffened in his seat slightly, but quickly relaxed and answered the question. "You would get a powerful sleeping potion known as Draught of the Living Death, which is said to be so powerful it makes the person who drank it seem as if they are dead." Snape's eyes widened, surprise showing blatantly on his face. It only lasted for a second, maybe less. Harry doubted any of the students had seen it, but he had, and it was good to know he had just surprised the man who seemed to have the desire to pick on him. A lucky guess. Snape sneered. Harry's hand twitched where it was on the table. Very well then, answer me this. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezier? In the stomach of a goat, sir. Harry answered as Hermione's hand began to tremble in the air. It went ignored. It's a stone-like object capable of curing most poisons, and is used in the preparation of many common antidotes. Snape's nostrils flared, the only sign he gave to being upset that Harry had answered him correctly. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is no difference, sir. Once again Harry answered the question as Hermione's hand frantically waved in the air. She was beginning to look angry. It's the same plant and is one of the key ingredients in the wolfsbane potion that was created to relieve the strain of lycanthropy during the full moon, and allows the werewolf who drinks it to retain their humanity during the transformation. Wolfsbane also goes by the name aconite by Mughal botanists. For a long second Snape stood there, staring at Harry like he was the worst kind of disease. Within the sleeves of his robes, Snape's hands clenched into fists so tightly they shook. The man looked 1 second away from throttling Harry, and then the man's face went blank for a second, before he sneered. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheating, Mr. Potter. And another 10 for being an insufferable know-it-all. Harry's body went stiff with rage. He managed to control himself, for the most part, but his eyes narrowed. Cheating? He said, his tone almost questioning. And just what makes you think I am cheating? Sir, he added at the end, the tone more condescending than he had ever used when speaking to a teacher. Not that he was even sure this man deserved to be called such. Snape's eyes narrowed. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain that you cheated. None of those questions are on the first-year syllabus. Then why did you ask them to me? Interrupted Harry, drawing shocked gasps from everyone in the room and flared nostrils from Snape. If this knowledge isn't in the first-year coursework, then you shouldn't have asked me those questions in the first place. And the mere fact that this knowledge isn't something a first year is supposed to know makes it equally obvious that I didn't cheat, because there is no way I could have known you were going to ask those questions, since it wasn't in the first course syllabus, sir. This time, there was no mistaking the condescension in his tone when he said sir. Snape's upper lip curled as he grit his teeth. The man looked like he wanted to burn Harry to ash with his eyes. Harry met the man's glare head-on. A part of him knew this was wrong, knew he should back down and regain his composure, but Snape had pushed one button too many. These days, there were very few things in this world that upset Harry Potter, truly upset him. Accusing him of cheating or calling him a liar was one of those things. Harry Potter never cheated. He didn't need to. Thanks to his eidetic memory, he was more intelligent than anyone his age he had ever met, and more intelligent than many people twice his age. He didn't need to cheat to get good grades. It was also a matter of pride. Harry Potter was a prideful person. To cheat meant to stain one's honor and pride. And he refused to do that. To have Snape accuse him of cheating galled him. It was during the stare down, where everyone on the sidelines waited on bated breath, that he felt it, that familiar feeling of something trying to poke around in his head. Legitimacy. Harry could barely contain a snarl as he realized Snape was trying to invade his mind. It was one thing for the Sorting Hat to enter his head to sort him into his house. He didn't like it, but he could accept it. It was quite another to have a teacher invading his mind because he was angry at having someone contradict him when he knew they were right. And Harry was not going to stand for it. Harry's magic rolled forth as he opened the floodgates to his core. His entire body became saturated in energy, which he compressed into a tiny ball within his mind. And then he launched the magic at Snape's mind probe. There was no subtlety in Harry's defense. Couldn't even truly be called defense. Harry's mind and magic bashed into Snape's probe with all the subtle prowess bull in a china shop. It crashed against Snape's mind probe like a middle-aged battering ram bashing against the gates of an ancient stronghold, destroying the probe like it was made of paper. So powerful was Harry's retaliation that the mental attack actually had some adverse physical effects. Unprepared for such a powerful counter, Snape stumbled as the mind magic smacked him in the face almost literally. The attack burrowed through his mind and drove a spike of pain into his brain. he hissed, bringing a hand up to his forehead to try and stem the pounding in his skull. It felt like someone had driven a spike through his head. His vision blurred for a second, before snapping back into focus with painful clarity. Harry watched on, glaring at the man who dared enter his mind uninvited. He didn't know much about the mind arts. In fact, he only knew what the Sorting Hat had told him. But surely there was some kind of law against invading the mind of a minor? Of a student? Snape seemed to come to. His body straightened and his hand fell away. Harry watched the man grimacing warily, waiting to see if he would be stupid enough to attack him in some way again. If he did, Harry would show him that he was not one to be trifled with. If he tried anything, Harry would break the man's nose. It wouldn't take much to knock him flat. Harry could probably reach Snape before he even pulled out his wand. However, Snape did nothing more to attack him. After a moment where the two stared at each other, one wary and ready to attack, the other with an unfathomable expression, Snape turned away, flicking his hand at the chalkboard where a set of instructions wrote themselves. "Follow the instructions and begin making the potion," he said, his voice distant. He sounded like he was in pain or suffering from a migraine. "I expect each of you to have a vial filled with the potion at the end of class. Begin now." There were a few seconds where no one did anything. Everyone switched their gaze from Harry to Snape in confusion and shock. Harry could almost imagine what was going through their minds as they tried to come up with some comprehensible theory on what had just taken place. He couldn't blame them. He would be confused as well if he'd just watched what amounted to a mental duel between two people. Snape snarled, "Well, what are you waiting for? An invitation?" That got everyone started. There was a great scraping of chairs as students stood up and made their way to the potions cabinet to grab their potions. Neville also tried to get up, but Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'll get them," Harry said, summoning his wand from his holster. Without deliberation he waved it over at the cabinet, and all of the ingredients the instructions called for soon floated above the heads of shocked students and made their way to Harry's and Neville's desk. Professor Snape eyed the flying potion ingredients, his face carefully blank as he watched Harry begin setting everything up. "I'll prepare the ingredients while you add them to the cauldron," Harry said softly to Neville as he set aside all of the items needed to prepare the ingredients. The round-faced boy nodded, the gesture seeming almost instinctive, his mind not all there. Harry flicked his wand at the cauldron as it sat over the Bunsen burner to start a fire. He picked up his notepad and flipped to the page with his instructions for the boil cure potion, which they were making according to the board up front. The instructions were written in elegant cursive, clearly visible and easily legible. He set the instructions in front of Neville, who was still looking at him in shock. "Use these instructions to create the potion," Harry instructed. Neville snapped out of his stupor at Harry's words and looked at the notepad. "Harry," he said carefully, "these instructions are different from the ones on the board." "Yes, I would imagine so," Harry said dismissively. "I created those instructions when I was experimenting at home. Not only will the potion be of a much higher quality, but it will also cut down half the time to make it. Just follow the instructions." Neville didn't respond at first, clearly still very confused by everything that had transpired within the last few minutes, but he seemed to hold in his curiosity and muttered right before getting to work. As silence descended upon the classroom, with nothing but the bubbling of cauldrons and the cutting, scraping and scuffing noise of people working on their potions to break it, Harry finally calmed down. He allowed his hands to work on their appointed task, and as Harry worked in silence with Neville, he allowed his mind to wander. Now that he was much calmer, Harry felt a hint of shame at how violently he had reacted. He should be better than this. Harry had dealt with insufferable people before. If he could deal with his aunt, uncle, and cousin on a daily basis and not lose his cool, then surely he could deal with one sour teacher. Except this man wasn't just a surly teacher with a strong amount of bias, was he? It was clear that Snape hated him for some reason, even though they had never met. From the very moment he had come upon Harry's name during roll, the man had done his best to mock and insult Harry. The potion professor's animosity for him was quite astounding, and incredibly childish, which really just made Harry more ashamed of himself. He was supposed to be above responding to such childish taunts. A man who would resort to using elementary school insults and taking points was beneath responding to in a similar manner. As Harry cleaned the horned slugs of any contaminants that might adversely affect the potion, his mind went through all it knew about Severus Snape thanks to his mother's journals. According to his mom, she and Snape had actually been childhood friends when they were younger. They had met before being accepted at Hogwarts. Apparently, it was Snape who had informed his mother of her witch status. When they arrived at Hogwarts, his mother had been sorted into Gryffindor and Snape went into Slytherin. Despite this, they still managed to remain friends for a long time. During their years at Hogwarts, Snape had come under the assault of none other than the Marauders, who had taken to playing pranks on him and the other Slytherin students, though they had mostly picked on him. Harry knew that a big part of this bullying was due to how close Snape had been to his mother. From the moment he had laid eyes on Lily Evans, James Potter had been in love with her, and had taken every opportunity he could to gain her affection. However, she had continued to spurn his advances, claiming he was an arrogant bully for picking on her friend. Lily's spurning of his love had only pushed James to new heights of bullying, and Snape had responded to the then arrogant boy's taunts and pranks with equal fervor. This intense rivalry between Snape and James lasted until their 7th year at Hogwarts, when Lily began dating James. However, Snape's friendship with his mother had been broken 2 years before that. During their 5th year, after a rather terrible prank that Lily had tried to defend Snape from, he had called her a mudblood, a derogatory name for someone born from Muggle parents, akin to calling someone of African descent a nigger, or a Chinese person a chink. It was one of the vilest, most insulting words you could call a Muggle-born, and it had ruined their friendship permanently. Perhaps that was why Snape hated him so much. Perhaps he saw Harry's father as the man responsible for destroying his friendship with Lily. Maybe he saw Harry as a symbol of James' victory over him. If so, then the man was even more immature than he thought. Blaming the child for the sins of the father was incredibly childish, and to carry a grudge for so long over a man who's been dead for 11 years was even more so. Harry wondered why Dumbledore allowed a man like this to teach school children. Surely the headmaster knew that having someone so petty and petulant teaching would only create more problems in the future? Harry, Neville said in a voice so quiet even Harry almost missed him speak as he stirred the cauldron. The original instructions said not to while on the brewing phase-it, but Harry's improved instructions called for the potion to be stirred with 2 clockwise stirs and 1 counterclockwise stir every minute for 5 minutes to hasten the mixing of the ingredients after adding horn slugs. Yes, what was all that about? Asked Neville. With Professor Snape? I don't know, Harry said honestly. He wasn't sure if the other boy was talking about Snape's reaction to him, or the end results of their little mental duel. In either event, he only had a small bit of knowledge on both subjects, so he wasn't really lying, even if he did have a few theories. You'd have to ask Professor Snape. Neville looked at Harry for a moment, before eventually nodding and returning to the potion. He took the cauldron off the fire, then added 2 porcupine quills that Harry had chopped up and added them to the cauldron. As Neville began to stir, Harry debated on what he should do about Snape. The man clearly couldn't be trusted with children. Equally clear was that Snape's grudge against his father still ruled his life. At the same time, Dumbledore must have a reason for keeping him at Hogwarts. That didn't mean much to Harry, not after discovering that Dumbledore was the reason he'd been forced to live at the Dursleys. But it did mean he couldn't do much. While being the boy who lived gave him great leeway with his peers, and could be used to further his cause politically, it would not help him win a fight against Albus Dumbledore. The man had been a leader of the Light for 100 years, considered one of the most powerful wizards of the century, was looked up to, respected, and had more political acumen and pull than Harry did. Perhaps it would be best if he did nothing for the moment, then? Yes, that seemed to be the best course of action right now. He would do nothing, and no one but him and Snape would know what had truly transpired during those few minutes. He would come to class, act exceedingly polite and not let on that anything was wrong, and he would secretly hold the fact that the man had tried to unsuccessfully invade his mind hang over the potion professor's head like a dark storm cloud. Every time Snape saw Harry, he would know that Harry could say anything at any time, that he could release the news that a professor of Hogwarts had attacked a student using legilimency, but for some reason wasn't. He would make the man sweat. In the meantime, Harry would look up the school rules involving using legilimency on a student. He would also see if some of the law books he had yet to read had anything on legilimency and its legalities in the magical world. Hopefully, there would be something he could use against Snape in the future, either as blackmail or to get him fired if the man became too much of a problem. It wasn't exactly what he wanted to do, which involved publicly humiliating Snape and having the man live the rest of his life in shame, but it was the best he could do on such short notice. It would be enough for now. Harry was nothing if not patient. Chapter 17, Befriending the Claws. Harry frowned as he read the book titled Legal Guide to Proper Use of Magic. According to this book, using legilimency was illegal unless you were a member of the Aura Forces under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and using legilimency on a minor could earn someone a ticket to Azkaban provided the minor could give solid proof that legilimency was used on them. This was both useful and useless information at the same time. He was pleased to discover that what Snape had done was illegal and could get him arrested. He was less than pleased to discover that he needed to have documented proof of legilimency being used before Snape could even be brought to a trial. What was he supposed to do? Convince Snape to sign a magically binding contract stating he had used legilimency on a minor? Not that it mattered anyway. Harry may have a lot of influence due to his status, but Dumbledore had more. Not to mention the man had been on the political scene for upwards of 100 years. Going up against a man like that was political suicide, even for him, especially for him since Harry was still learning the ins and outs of wizarding politics. Even if he could theoretically humiliate Snape, or at least get him fired, it would take far too much time and effort which could be better spent furthering his goals. He had no desire to fight with Professor Dumbledore trying to get the head of the House of Slytherin kicked out, and Harry knew he would have to fight the man. There was no doubt in his mind that the headmaster would defend the potions professor should Harry try to charge Snape of committing a crime. He wouldn't have hired such a loathsome man if he wasn't willing to side with him when trouble came up. That did leave him with a problem on what to do about Snape. The man clearly had very little in the way of moral compunctions if he could delve into a student's minds without regard to their privacy. He needed to be dealt with somehow. At the very least, Harry needed to find some way to neutralize the man's power at Hogwarts. With a sigh, Harry decided to shelve his thoughts on Snape for the moment. He snapped the book shut, shrunk it, then pocketed it, before standing up and making his way over to Neville, who had just entered the Gryffindor common room. The two friends shared a greeting before walking down to the Great Hall for breakfast. It was around 9 o'clock when they arrived. Today was Saturday, which meant they didn't have any classes and could sleep in. Even Harry had slept in, or at least, he had lain in bed for an extra hour while organizing his thoughts.